What's up? What's up, metalheads, freaks, and geeks, man? What's going on? It's Friday night. Ain't it Friday? Man, I lose track. I definitely lose track of the days, man. I was sitting here thinking, man, I announced a Friday hang and I had to go check the calendar to make sure it really was Friday. I looked on the calendar on my PC, then I looked at my phone. Yeah, it's Friday. Oh, man. You know what I blame that on? I'm watching my third, what the hell they call that? Uh, I'm binge watching Breaking Bad for the third time. I blame it on that, man. The days just run together, man. It's like I'm back on meth or something. You know what I'm saying? Woo! I'm not. Just calm down, man. Just calm down, man. What's up, people? Boom. If anybody would like a link sent to them and you would like to join and just come in and shoot the shit with a hippie, man, you're more than welcome, man. Otherwise, you're stuck with just moi for the foreseeable future. Well, I take that back, man. Boom. Let's check this monster out, man. Bro.
I'm alive.
He's alive.
I'm alive.
Are you sure, man? How you feeling? You look like dog shit.
I look like dog shit. I look good today, man. Fuck, you should see the way I looked the last two weeks, man, or the last 11 days, man. I looked worse. If you think I look bad now, holy crap, man. You didn't want to see me.
Well, you know what happens to dog shit? It dries up and gets all. You might have lost the stink, bro, but you still look like dog shit.
I showered today for the first time, and I don't know how long. It felt so good, man. I was
just like all curled up and stuff. You're just like, oh, screw this shit.
Well, I had to work all week, but I'm sitting in front of my computer, and I'm like, I had a meeting with my boss, and he's like, "Hey, you okay?" "Oh, yeah, I'm fine, yeah." Oh, man. Yeah, no, it's been rough, man. It's let's see. The first 4 or 5 days, it kicks the shit out of you. You feel it in your lungs. Like my lungs are. I feel a bit now because I went outside a little bit and it's cold. Really cold outside. So I felt it in my lungs and in my throat a bit. But the last 3-4 days, it's kicked the shit out of me. That I've been sleeping for like 12 hours a day, and I still feel drained.
What do you got hanging in front of your lens there, bro?
Oh, sorry. It's my mic wire. I was fooling around with some stuff, and even sick, I got myself a new wah pedal.
Oh, you did? Which one did you get?
I just got the newer version of this one because this one I've had this for 26 years, and I've changed the pot 3 times, and it's seen better days. The only thing is like I had tried out the T-Rex shafter, and I got the Ibanez WH10 like Dave Simpson. But I don't like the way it feels on my foot and everything. It's just not. So I picked up the new version of this with the adapter actually, and yeah, it's the feel and the sound that I like. So I'll be selling the other ones after.
So what's the advantages of having that one versus other ones? I mean, what's so special about that one?
Yeah, what's special about that one is it's because I'm so used to using it. I guess I've owned this type for 26 years, and it feels good under my foot, and it's the sound that I like. I don't know. Simple. You don't need complicated. Some of the other ones that I bought are way more complicated. I'm like, oh, it'll be cool and everything. No, it's the simple stuff, man, works well, man.
Well, even the mini wah that I got, the Dunlop, that even has dip pots in it for you can set it to like a modern or a classic wah sound and stuff. So, even that has all kinds of stuff going on with it and stuff. My knees hurt. You call well. Gary Hubbs, the Dog Paw, Seth Vazquez, Rody's Jam Cave,
Hey, Sith. Good to see. Yeah, I am doing a little better.
Ian?
And yeah, Ian's just went to get some tea and go to. He'll be with us
Go
soon.
to the loo.
Yes, that's correct. I wasn't gonna say it. I was trying to be polite, but hey, Gary, M&Ms, yeah, cookies, man.
Boom.
You guys all rock, man. Good to see you guys.
Alright.
So yeah, what you're see, I mean, some of the other wah pedals I had bought, but like I said, they just don't work for me. You know, it's like this one here. This is the version 3 though. Dave Simpson has the version 2. You know, but the Ibanez one. You know, what's cool about it is you can put it under buffered or true bypass, and you can adjust.
What about Morley's, man?
I don't like Morley because the pedals are really big. You know, and I don't like the.
Yeah, but they're like lasered, right? Some of them are lasered.
Yes, that's a good part. Is that for repair or whatever? It shouldn't break down, but it's I don't like the size of it. Basically, you know, you got to feel comfortable with it too. I mean, it depends. And some of those Morleys, they have like a separate switch on them.
Yeah.
I look dashing. Thank you, Hugh. I still don't feel great, or super. But I mean, I feel better than I did. See, and then. You got something like this, for example. This is the T-Rex shafter, you know. This one here has 3 voices on it. You can get the vintage. You can get the. You can even get like the a different type of talk, kind of like a talk box more, but so you can adjust it 3 ways. It's just the pedal is very light, so under the foot it feels weird because it's so light. I'm not used to it being this light, you know. And this one also, has there's no pot in it, which is what I liked about this. This is really well built, but it's I've had this for a couple of years now. I bought it used, this one, and it's a great pedal. You can't find them. The T-Rex shafters, they don't make them anymore, you know. But
so what are you gonna do with them? You gonna sell them or put them up on reverb or what?
I'll probably put them up. Probably sell them.
Kijijis maybe.
Well, either Kijiji or maybe I'll put them on my reverb store. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. Good deal.
Francis is a lovely shade of death. Yeah, eh? Do I look that pale? I mean...
I told you, bro. You look like dog shit.
I'm not. I'm feeling... I mean, you should have seen what I look like before. Ask Ian when he gets here. Ask him what I look like this week and last week and whatever. And Ian's like, you're looking really good. That's what he told me when he saw me just before, man. Because I was talking with him just before I came here.
He's your buddy, though.
No, it's because I look a lot better. You have, if you think I look bad now, holy crap, you have no idea what I look like in the last week or two. It's a good thing you can't smell yourself.
Messing with you, right?
Yeah, but it's a good thing you can't smell through like StreamYards, man, because Ian, poor him, man, fuck. Oh man, I'm telling you, man, I didn't have it in me to. I spent so many hours sleeping, you know, and you feel so drained. It's ridiculous, man.
Well, you wanna run some people down? You got 14 people in there. You can run them down if you want.
With my car, let me go get the keys. Who we got in here, man? Who said hi to me? The dog boss said hi to me. Hugh Caldwell, Gary Hubbs, Sith Vasquez, Zach Thong. Oh, so many friends. Rhodey's Jam Cave, Mike. What's up, man? Who else we got in here? Oh, Pete Johns had stepped in. I don't know if he's still here. Who else is here? We got My Knees Hurt. Kim. Hi, Kim. Who else we got here? We got 15 Ben. The Distance. Hey, Matt, Sophie. How you guys doing?
They still fancy you.
You still fancy me? All right.
They're too polite to say otherwise.
See, look, I didn't even wear a hat. I figured, okay, my hair's not that bad, man. And it's just, you know.
So, what's been going on, man? I mean, you can read the little thingy down here, right?
Friday night community hang. Let's see what some people in the community will be up to this year. Music, life, YouTube.
Boom.
Cool.
What's going on, man? What you got coming up, man? What's going on?
Me? I got a lot of things.
You had all this downtime. You didn't do shit?
I'm fucking sick, man. I did nothing, man. I was freaking death, man. I celebrate. Okay, this is how it went down. This is Christmas holiday, okay? New Year's, Christmas Eve, I was at my parents' house. Okay, we had supper, everything's good. The 26th, we went to Tina's aunt's house, and that was like a dangerous one. We were 11 people, you know, and technically speaking, we were only allowed 10. Don't tell the government over here, you know. Anyways, but everything went well, and then we went to my mother-in-law's, and that's where it all went downhill, man. I mean, I think because she lives in an apartment building, you know, it's for older people, but still, you know, you're in an elevator. I could have caught it in the elevator. I could have caught it. Who the hell knows, man? We went to the supermarket, me and my brother-in-law. We could have caught it there because they forced us to grab the carriages and shit because, you know, they're counting how many people are in because they're only allowed a certain amount of people.
Yeah.
With the carriages. I'm like, I don't want to take the damn carriage. Well, you can't go in if you don't take the carriage. I was fighting with the kid, man. I was going to knock him out. He forced me to take the carriage. So I could have either gotten it at the supermarket, at IGA, or I could have gotten it in, you know, I don't know, man. Who the hell knows? Whatever. So then after the 26th, I was home, and I was starting to feel weird on the 27th. But I thought it was my allergies, because my mother-in-law is a cat, and I'm definitely allergic to cats. And then on the 28th, I really started to feel sick, and I'm like, let me take a test just in case. I had the rapid test from the school sent at home with the kids, you know, so test it out. I live in Montreal, my knees hurt. And so I took the rapid test, and it was positive. I'm looking at this, and it's like a pregnancy test. I'm like, fuck, it's a boy. You know, I was freaking out, man. So then after that, what I did, I waited, I booked an appointment for a PCR test at a private clinic. It was like a drive-through because I didn't want to wait. There was like 5-hour wait. You're waiting in like minus 20 temperatures, 3-4 hours just to get a test, you know. So I got an appointment on the 2nd, and I went to do an official appointment, and then I got the result that it's positive because I wanted an official result because in Quebec, basically, if you got it, you don't have to get the third booster shot. It counts as a third booster shot, basically. So they're making a website where I can load in my result basically, and it'll count for my third booster shot basically. Which my third booster shot I was booked to do it on the 5th, but you know, can't go now, so it's too late.
So now you're saying you don't need it because you already caught it?
Yeah, the government here says basically if you didn't go for your third booster but you caught COVID, you basically don't have to get the booster shot. There's a place that we're going to have to mark our results, and they'll count it. It'll go on my passport because we have a vaccine passport. It's like an app basically, and so it'll go into my passport, and it'll basically say that it counts as my third booster. So.
Well, Ian's down here waiting. Should we let him in or not?
Sure, man. Why not? He'll tell you how beautiful I look today compared to last week.
Awesome.
Poutine. I had a poutine, man. It brought back all the energy, Gary.
What's up?
You do. You look gorgeous at the moment compared with you. I mean, there was a slight amount of Shrek about you last week. Just tad.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't want to say anything. But anyway, I want to say, get well soon, Sith. You look after yourself.
Yeah, I get well, Sith.
Did Sith catch it too or what?
Again, for the second time, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dang, girl. That blows.
Yeah.
So how's everyone feeling out there in chat now that we've revealed our infirmities? I only had a cold. My PCR test came back negative, which is hardly surprising. So,
I got worried. I thought I gave it to you, man. I'm like,
Yeah,
shit,
yeah,
man.
that's
I didn't
true.
realize
Yeah.
that it was that contagious that you could catch it on stream. It's fuck.
No, it just goes to prove that colds are still around as well. You know. So, although, you know, it's not surprising because I had SARS-1 about 4 years ago and it put me in hospital. It almost killed me. So I mean, it's a serious condition. But apparently, according to my consultant, that gives me about 30%. It's like one of the shots or something like that. So I've had an official 2 now. But they're saying the same thing. If you get the Omicron over here, then they're kind of classing that as the booster shot. Not sure whether I've read any reports that support that, but that's what they're saying. But
Yeah.
Gary,
so how was your Christmas? How was everyone's Christmas out there? How was yours, Jeff? Apart from the moose, did you have any interesting visitors?
The moose.
That was it, man. I caught up with my nephew and stuff like that. I mean, I've always stayed in touch with him and stuff like that, but as of late, we've been talking a little bit more and hanging out a little more. That's about it.
Is that Devin? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Danny,
definitely
Danny and Micah. Hi, guys. They're driving, but hello.
Hey, keep your eyes on the road.
Jazz
Your
hands,
hands
Mika.
upon the wheel. Jazz hands, Micah. Good deal. And what was I saying?
Too much distant. Can we go back to music? The dog park.
Yeah.
Remember that story I told you guys about my nephew, the one I dumped in a hole? That was him, Devin.
Ah, right, okay.
Dumped in a hole? What?
Yes, you
Yeah.
told the story the other day.
I
Yeah.
told the story.
Blood everywhere, scalp wound,
Blood
the whole
everywhere.
thing.
Grabbed him up by the foot out of a 4-foot hole. Like, I killed my nephew.
Oh, man.
Pleading
Okay.
out. Poor kid pleading out. My dad we were putting an antenna out in front of our trailer and shit. One of them little triangulated towers that you can connect up.
Yeah.
Well, the base was down in there. He cemented it up and got the base in there so it wouldn't go nowhere. So he dug like a 6-foot hole, put 2 foot of concrete down in there, or 3 foot of concrete. So it was like a 6-foot deep hole, man. But there was concrete at the very bottom. So the kid hit the tube on the way down, gashed his skull open right here, put a good 1.5-inch gash in his skull, nice little half moon gash in his skull. And then the poor kid got a bruise on the side of his other. He hit this eyeball on the way down, and then he landed on his head like halfway bent backwards. And he wasn't really moving too much, but I reached down in there and grabbed him and stuff because he wasn't moving. I just reached down and grabbed his leg, pulled him up, and he was just like drip, drip, drip. I'm like,
God.
yeah, come on up. We were pulling him up. I was pulling him around in the wagon, making him laugh and giggle and stuff. We were going like top speed and stuff like that. But when we went over there's a little mound of dirt there by that little tower we were digging up to put the tower. So there's a mound of dirt right in front of it. So I pulled him up over, and we're just like, wee, wee, wee. And he's like a year and a half, maybe a year and a half old, maybe not even that. But anyway, I'd pull him up over this wagon and stuff. It'd go around in a circle. I'd come around again. But this time he decided he wanted to look down in the hole, and it caused the wagon to lean over. And whoop, he went right down in the hole, man. He's like,
It's a good job that babies are like rubber, isn't it? You can
yeah, no
bounce
shit,
them.
man. That's the only say.
But you can't bounce them, please. Don't try that at home. That was a joke.
Are you speaking from experience? Have you tried it?
It is. I completely sympathise with Jeff because probably the thing I feel guiltiest in my entire life about was taking my hands off my oldest daughter's shoulders when she was blowing bubbles standing on a chair. We just moved into a new house and it had a quarry tile floor, and she leant forward to grab the bubble just as I let my eyes drift and wondered where my cup of coffee was, and she ended up with a goose egg on her head and like the place of but so yeah, I mean, I have absolute guilt trips over that one. I keep thinking, there goes her Cambridge University place, or no, she was fine, fortunately. But yeah, you go through absolute terrors with it.
I'm pretty bad, man. I'm a bad dad, man. The first time when I first became a father and Emily was like born, brought her home from the hospital. We used to keep her on the lazy boy, it was next to my sofa, But I used to keep my laptop there a lot of times and stuff, and I would just whip it on the thing. I totally forgot I had a daughter. I totally forgot my daughter was there. So I'm done with my laptop, and what was
Smacked her with a MacBook.
I just whipped my laptop on the thing, and I hear patow, and then I hear wah! I'm like, oh shit, man.
Yep, some people shouldn't be allowed to be fathers, and I think we probably qualify.
There was another time I had her on my shoulders, okay? And I'm walking around like from the kitchen, the dining room, everything. It's like it's all open, but there's a section of the ceiling that it's a little bit lower, like where it's open. Pow! I'm like, oh my god, she had like a big bump on her head. I feel so bad. I'm through
Did
out.
she flop all backwards and stuff, and you're hanging on to her like this? She's like hanging back there.
It was pretty bad, man. It was pretty bad.
There he is. He'll tell you a story.
I
Tell
didn't.
that story again. We were just
Yep.
talking about you, bro. I was telling about the time I dropped you on the head. Oh. Yeah, you still got the scar on him there somewhere, but I imagine it faded out pretty good. But you still got a good little scar on his skull.
Oh man.
I don't know if I probably told you that story about a kid named Dookie.
I don't
Remember
remember.
that?
Dookie
Vaguely
rings a
remember
bell.
Yeah, Dookie. His real name was Dookie. Real name, Dookie.
Really? Okay.
Well, my mom had to work, and this was like preschool stuff, man. I mean, babysitter kind of stuff. You had to. I mean, you could drop your kids off here at just one place, and all these ladies would watch all these kids, like a school gymnasium or something like that. So moms that worked and stuff or had stuff to do. Boom. So we're running in. This is like preschool, maybe. It might have been preschool, pre-kindergarten, or something like that. But his mom was over here. My mom was over here. My mom's calling me, Jeffy, 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 come over here. We're both running towards our mom. It's wag. Skull butts. Just took us both out, man. I still got it. I still got Dookie's scar up here on the top of my skull here, man. Split my skull wide open. Split him open.
Oh man.
Just and we both got knocked the hell out, man, because we were like, wham! We're watching it over here. Skull bust. But yeah, that's when I got dumping me in a hole in one.
Yeah, I saw that.
And you get a great story. You can tell everybody at the time your uncle tried to kill you. It's like,
That's right.
there's the scar. Look,
That's
look,
right.
it's still there.
Yeah. Yeah, you can use this for the rest of
I actually don't think when kids, I mean, my daughter, when she was about 3, my youngest, she got pushed over by a kid in the nursery. And you know, when you're there and you feel like you should intervene, and it's like I decided not to intervene. Me and what we were watching was just, no, we're not going to intervene. And she waited around for about 5 minutes, watched this kid, and then stuck her foot out and tripped him up. And I thought,
That's when
really,
you're
you
proud,
just
eh?
need to let nature take its course, don't you?
Exactly.
You just, like, it works.
That's when you're like, yes, yes.
Yeah, that's right. Good girl. The karate lessons are paid off, you know.
awesome stuff.
Oh, man.
Organically reveals itself. Hubs, you got kids. You can come on in and tell your war stories if you want.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I'm sure Gary's got quite a few of them.
When we were kids, Dookie meant something other than Green Day record. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can imagine, dog. But we know what it means.
What's he saying?
Are we on topic 1? Doggy poop?
Topic.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Let me go get some water here. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, stay hydrated.
Kind of looking dog shitty over there.
Yeah, no, he's seriously looking a lot better than he was. I wasn't joking about the Shrek thing. He definitely had a green tinge to him last week. And there was me demanding that he did loads of work. So, yeah.
I haven't
Not
been
really.
that sick up in here in the skull for a long time. You know,
Mhm.
gut wise, yeah, but not in the skull. I haven't really been sick for a long time.
Mm. Yeah, it knocks you up, knocks you about. Really does. Like, I think I saw Sith say something about COVID brain, and that you definitely get, when you get anything, you just get lethargic. But you know, I guess it's kind of another thing is you're really prone to other things happening. Like if you catch a flu virus, you're liable to get loads of you streptococci in your throat come up, and that's a bacterial infection that jumps on board like an opportunistic one. So you have to be really careful about the whole thing. Whenever you come down with one thing, it just weakens you to everything else, which is, you know,
Oh yeah.
again, I wish they kind of tell you this on TV, you know, and actually explain what the risks really are. That would be great, because then we could make informed decisions. But, you know, instead of being like, as Dogpile said earlier, people driving alone in their cars with the windows up and masks on, it's like, I get it. Maybe they're just going to forget to put them back on when they meet people. Perhaps they know that. But it's like, I wish we could all know why we're doing it. You know, what the real reason is.
If they're that absent-minded to keep it on while they're driving and
Yeah.
stuff like that,
I
it's good.
guess.
It's good that they are, because
I know, but
and
how can they do that? My glasses steam up like crazy. I can't see Jack when I'm like, it's what?
yeah, you just got to get the right kind of mask. I got some pretty decent ones. They don't
Yeah.
fit. They don't fit my whole face, so I wear double them up. I wear a cloth one underneath, and then I put a nice, what are they, N17 or what do they call them, N95s or something like that.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I forget what they're called, but I got one of those, and then I put that on top of that one.
Hmm. But it's been quite interesting watching the way the world treated everything that's going on, and like not talking about the things that needed to be talked about and wanting to avoid it. Kind of like, it's been kind of wild.
Yeah, you know what, Pete? I tried that yesterday
that
because
one,
I've been wearing my mask in the house just in case the kids didn't get it because they have no symptoms. And I was in the bathroom and I tried that, Pete, and I'll be honest, those masks don't work at all in the bathroom.
Yeah, not with kids. They're not intended for that, and let's not pretend they ever were. It's It's, I mean, here I'm isolating because I've been waiting for a transplant, so I'm in kind of like virtually in isolation anyway already. And it's bizarre how you can be away from everybody and still come down with every cold and flu thing that's going around. That's happened to me for 5 years. So it's like, I don't know how, I think you have to literally be on another planet to be completely isolating. But it's tough, especially when you've got kids.
So how's that working out for you as far as I know you
well, at the
said
moment
you
everything's
were-
in hold. Yeah, everything's on hold because of the stress on the NHS. So the National Health Service is under a lot of stress, and it's a fairly new procedure, but it's being done through an old agreement with Europe. So it's basically they're waiting for the staffing levels to get back up, and then they'll open lists up again. At which time I've got to go through all the testing process and start it all over again. So I'm basically back to stage one, which, you know, it's
but
been
you
like
don't-
this.
I mean,
you
you
know.
don't lose your place on the list and stuff, right? I mean,
He
you still
has.
have a high.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can be shuffled around, and you will always take. If you're not on critical, you will always take a backseat to anyone who is. So a new person coming into the list who is in a seriously worse condition will get boosted up the list. So yeah, it is a bit
So
like
how
a
are they-
bobbing game.
How are they rating that, and where do you fall into the rating?
Well, I've been at the top of the list for extended periods of time and had calls, but then the transplants haven't been viable and things like that. So it goes on how long you've been on the list plus what your symptoms are and how you're presenting. So that they hold clinics, they look at you. You know, I have to say I trust my consultants quite implicitly, and they've been really good about, you know, like how transparently they do it. So you know where more or less where you are. You know, it's like you wait for the phone call, they'll tell you that. So it's just a matter of you know, I'm not at any risk of keeling over any day soon. So I kind of like touch wood. That's, you know, I can wait a while.
Yeah, but it's not fun living the way you have to, man.
No.
I mean, Ian's blood sugar fucking shoots up, dives down. It's crazy. I mean, you know, it's hard to manage. I mean, he's doing a great job at managing it, but it's still dangerous, man. I mean, if Ian sleeps too long and his blood sugar goes too low, he might not wake up. So he's always got alarms. That's why he doesn't sleep much, because he can't. You know, so it's like it's exhausting for him, man.
Yeah, you get kind of used to it after a while. I'm probably not going to be able to handle the pace of real life when I go back to it. But then again, I'm going to be an old age pensioner by the
Yes.
time it happens. So, you know.
Yes, Zach Thong, yes. Did you guys hear about the plane, the private plane? It was a charter. It was they were going to Cancun, and it was a bunch of influencers from Montreal that were going to this Cancun vacation, and they did a party in the plane. They unmasked and they went nuts and everything. Yes, I heard about it. And they're all getting fined, and nobody wanted to take them back. 27 people came back, and when they got here at Dorval, they were confronted. A couple of them were put straight in handcuffs, and others are there's gonna be some hefty fines, man. Yeah. Sorry. I don't know if you guys saw that in the news.
No, didn't.
No?
No, this is Canadian news. So, Yeah.
Yes, but I mean something like that. It was actually quite.
We had the same thing at Downing Street last year, but that wasn't in the air. Everybody wishes it had been, so we could have just dropped them. But, you know, yeah. They should have arrested them too. Hugh will know about that one. So,
Ian, good to see how your life's going for you. Well,
yeah, to be honest with you, it hasn't. It's actually been something that Jade said the other day about how the this environment we're in has been. She's thrived in it. and she's felt that it was a good time. And it's like, to an extent, I know exactly how that feels, because suddenly everybody started to do what I'd already been doing, and they were all in the same position of being bored out of their minds and wanting something, some connection, some way of dealing with the the fact that when you're isolating, life just seems to whiz past you, and just like it just overarches you, and you get very depressed. And so everybody started supporting each other, which was great for me, because it's like the world provided a support group just at the right time, and that is the same generally. It's given me so much time to be creative that in a way I feel guilty about the fact that I'm enjoying it so much. I shouldn't be enjoying it this much. That seems somehow wrong. But I am.
Well, I have to admit that I agree with you to that extent. The last 2 years have been really fun to that point. I mean, forget the bad stuff, but I've said it many times over. I mean, this community grew during that time, and a lot of friendships were made during that time, and all this music that was made, like, honestly, if it wasn't for this, if I wasn't housebound like this, I would never have had the time to play as much guitar as I've been doing, and to do all these videos and all sorts of stuff. I would have never met anybody. I mean, I wasn't I started my channel before this happened, but I didn't really jump into it that much, and it's like it's all because of the situation, basically. And so there's good that has come out of this situation. A lot of friendships, a lot of, our community.
Yeah.
There's your show and a lot of other people's shows and stuff, Sir Francis of the Cuddle Park. You guys are funny, man. Same, yeah, Kim, you feel the same way? I mean, because honestly, if there's any good that's come out of this disastrous situation, it's this community. It's the music we're getting. I mean, you gave us a platform for people to share our music, and everybody, we met through different, I wouldn't know Ian if it wasn't for that. I mean, I met Ian on your show. I was looking back, and I mean, the first time that I was broadcast on your show was on the 9th. It was on the first community hang, community, when you changed from Tech Talk to community. That's the first time that I was played, and I started hanging around that time, basically. It was in the month of May, I think, of 2020 or something. And Ian was there from the start, and it was because of Jack the Rabbit that I came here, basically. And I remember, it's like, I mean, I met all these people because of the situation, and we were looking for stuff, and everything, it just fell well. And I mean, Ian's a great friend of mine, and so are you, Jeff, man. I mean, like, a lot of people in this community, everybody in the chat here.
Thanks, Francis.
You are, man. You are. I don't say it enough. That's the problem. So I have to remember to say that, man. I take it for granted sometimes. I think sometimes we all take things for granted, but we have to remember it's not,
No, just pulling your chain.
Note, Francis is the only mod and he's busy. Ian's the mod too. Just because he's not in the chat doesn't mean he can't be, eh? Don't forget, the muscle's here.
I've still got another window I can open, which does have the chat on it. So, the spanner is still here, or the wrench.
Wait a second. Are you saying I like saying he's a book? Francis, good to hear that you're getting. I'm getting better, man. I'm feeling better. But Sith, are you saying that you didn't have a bass up until like a couple of years ago again? You sold your bass and stuff? What? I didn't even have a bass anymore. You mean you just started playing again during the last 2 years? Is that it? Excuse me, you're saying I need to be booted? Boot what? What's going on?
I think that was a comment that Sith made earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This community is awesome. I agree, Zach.
It is. A lot of people have been saying that. I mean, a lot of people got back into doing music during the pandemic because it gave them the chance to do it. Gave us the opportunity to do it. But if you look at crazy things, which I tend to look at crazy things, like the back orders on guitars went through the roof. I mean, you really can notice it when you look at the industry figures. If you can find them, they do release. That you can find them published, and music just went through the roof. Like, not listening to music, but actually people wanting to get back into playing it, which I think is like, it's a great thing about the human spirit, isn't it? That you hand us a pile of shit and we turn it into diamonds if we possibly can, and that, you know, that's just the nature of us.
Look at so Sith is confirming that she wasn't even playing. Okay, that's nuts. So you see, she started playing again because of this, which is great. And don't stop playing, man. You guys rock. I have to admit, I really like listening to your band there. You guys, you have a really good sound. I love your style.
Exactly.
And Great Vanzini says he had about half the guitars. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got about 5 guitars since the last 2 years.
I only got one in the pandemic. I feel hard done by now. I've only got one more. But then, since I started isolating waiting, I've gone from 2 guitars to 9. So I guess that's probably the same thing, isn't it, really? Well,
Oh, wait, I
You got
forgot
9. You got 6 new guitars in the past year.
the Gretsch.
no, in the past 5 years.
Oh,
I had the Telecaster and the 12-string. Oh, I had a bass that I built when I was a teenager, so I had 3. So if I count that, then it's 10 guitars. But I don't really count that. But yeah, all the others came along during the time I started to have to be isolated waiting for the transplant. So yeah, it definitely was something that I hadn't given up on music, or I hadn't really given up doing it, but I'd given up being anything like a producer. And I still wrote songs, but I never recorded anything. And it was really having to go into semi-retirement, having to stop work and everything just made me do it, start it up again. Which, boy, it was ropey at the time. Though. I mean, you don't realise how much you forget, how quickly you forget it. So if you do stop doing it, it's going to just disappear. It's a bit like working out in the gym. You stop for 3 weeks and suddenly it's all gone away. You need to keep it going. And it gets better and better and better and better as you go. Everybody knows that. It's just practice. Practice makes perfect.
For sure. I mean, I'm unfortunately, I played more music with other people before the pandemic, like live, I mean. Because I was playing with my cousins and stuff, and I was actually working on starting to record some of my songs, as well as some of my cousins' songs. And when it happened, basically, I'm not really jamming with my cousins anymore, you know? So eventually, when things get normal... Hey, Laurie. Laurie, I know I didn't answer you yet. I'm feeling a little bit better, as you can see. Laurie, you've been awesome. She's been messaging me every day to check up on me to see how I'm doing, man.
Yeah, I'm just pleased that it wasn't the apocalypse. The snowfall apocalypse didn't happen in Boston.
It was a light snow, man. It was a light snow.
yeah, they were supposed to get hit pretty good. But how much did they actually get?
I don't know. Laurie released
said,
a video
she said
of
7
driving
inches.
7 inches. Yeah, to us that would just freeze the entire country out for 3 months. You know, we'd be out of the picture. We get the wrong kind of rain, and we're out of the works. You know.
No, Laurie, I was talking about my real blood cousins. I wasn't talking about my cousin Tony. Talking about my cousin Johnny and Marcello.
So Tony and Vinny, really, then. You know.
Sorry.
You don't want to meet my cousins.
So, what's up with Mooney, or is he just wanting to stay incognito, or what?
He's kind of I think he needs a. I don't know. He's on an indefinite break for the moment. He's lost the feel for it, basically. I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think he burned out quite significantly, and and he just kind of think he just wants to get away from it all. And I know because he still emails us and everything. We're still sort of chatting to him.
That's good.
And he basically just he's getting back into doing things on his own, just sort of so that he doesn't get that pressure of the the group sort of creation. So like he released one today. He released a couple before Christmas, didn't he, as well? Mm-hmm. So I think he's just generally getting back into inspiring himself, and we'll wait and see. People bounce around. That's what we all do. It's sometimes and I think the other thing is you can't sustain too much creativity over too lengthy, or at least maybe some people can. I can't sustain too much creativity over an intensive long period of time without the results suffering. The quality suffering to an extent. There is an element of you write 10 songs and you get one good one. there's an element of that in all of us, I think. So,
Well, I
and I
think
think
that's
he wants to
cool
concentrate
for
on
you.
the good stuff.
Yeah, I think that's cool for you, but you're more doing of the collaboration style. So yeah, you're adding your own flair and your style to it, but you're also being accompanied by 3 to 4 other musicians doing their own thing,
Yeah.
adding their flavor. So it's kind of, it is your own, but it isn't your own. It has some of your style, but not all your style. So it's not really like you're canceling out all your own original stuff, because when you do take
Absolutely
the time
not,
to
no.
do your own stuff,
Yeah.
it's yours. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with collaborations. Those rules don't apply because each collaboration is a group effort. So, you know, you'd get an entirely different output, and you. I tend to think of those in I'm not as self-critical because they're a group effort. So, you know, critical of my own performance, but not of everybody else's. And yeah, you do with collaborations. It's an entirely different landscape with your own stuff. But collaborations bring with them the pressure of needing to perform in a way that actually can be quite stressful. You know, we all feel it. You know, where you really you want to put your best foot forward, and that's good for us.
I know
But
he
it
was
does
really busy
wear
with
you out.
all you guys' stuff with the Dead Poet stuff. So, because you guys were trying to really go full bore with that in the beginning and stuff, and I
Yeah.
think you kind of might have burnt all your own selves out too, man. Trying to,
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
more than you think it is doing things like that.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
It was
I mean,
so
it's
much
a lot
work,
more stressful.
man.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it was tough. I think we all got a little tired from that, but it was fun doing it. But there's no way we could have sustained the show like that. I mean, not a half-hour thing. Initially, the idea between Ian and myself initially was that we wanted to throw some skits in between a show, you know. But Mooney wanted to make it a big production.
It's hard. I mean, if you're not prone to being a funny man, or you just don't have a full repertoire of skits behind your skull, you know what I mean? Stuff you like, even if it's stuff you did 20 years ago, we never seen it. But if you know how to pull it off and get it put together, and it's going to be new to a community of people that's never heard it before. So, if you're not a natural funny man or a straight man, it's like that stuff is work, man. 'Cause
It was more the video part of it because the actual storylines, we had a storyline for all the characters played out for at least 30 episodes, man.
Yeah.
Ian
Stories weren't the problem.
stories weren't the problem. Ian was writing a lot of the of the skits and stuff out too and stuff, and like Mooney was coming up with some of the off the wall skits on his own and stuff, but it was more the filming, the editing, the putting together everything, and it took a lot. It took a lot of time. Took a powerful, you know. I mean, all the green screening. You know, I'm so burnt out probably still from that I haven't put out a lot of videos because I'm so fed up with the green screening. It's such a hassle to do the green screening. You were saying it just before too, Ian.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
Doing
sick
the videos
of the green screening, man. It's a bitch to do, man. You know, it's like.
So you know, I mean, you mean just for videos, but if you're like sitting there like you are now and you wanted to throw one up because your room was a mess or something like that, you just like boop, there's a green screen.
It's weird. I don't ever really film myself recording. And if I did, perhaps it would be easier because I'd just stitch them together and throw them out. But I don't. I never think to do it. Plus the fact that I'd probably end up with performance anxiety if I was thinking about it. So I've never really done that. So whenever you see me playing, with a few exceptions, I mean, I've done a few that are live, it's always miming. So it's a bit of a ball ache to set everything up and then think about a storyline and what kind of are you going to say in the video. Is it just going to be pretty pictures behind you or what? And you always end up doing it kind of I always end up doing it in a desultory kind of I'm not really very into it, and what I really want is somebody else to do it for you that can do it properly, because I'm not much of a video maker.
So Kim is asking why it's a hassle, and Lori just nailed it on the head right there. When you have a small space, it's really difficult, and I gotta put my screen up and off. I basically tack my green screen up to on my ceiling, because that's the only space I have here, and it's not far enough sometimes to get a full body shot, because this room is small. So to get a full body shot, I gotta put myself in weird angles and try all sorts of different things, put my screen up here, there, and then if you get a wrinkle in it, it's a pain in the butt, and then you try to get the right lighting and everything, and it's like, if you have a big space, then it's less of a problem. You just mount it up. You can put your lighting where you want and everything, and you just go in front, and it's nice. But when you're dealing with small spaces like we have, that's the problem. That's the main problem, and that's why it's nice when you're just doing an upper shot or whatever. Like, you know, Lori, like when she's playing, when Lori has to do a full body shot of herself playing with the keys, when she puts her boots in and everything too, there, that's a lot of work. She's got to make sure she's in the shot and everything. And once you have everything right, you can't move out. There's I mean, you look at the last house band one where you see me kicking Andy at the beginning. You see my office stuff here from my desk here, okay?
What did you knock over, Francis?
What did I didn't. What do you mean? What did I knock over?
When you went to kick?
I didn't kick anything, Andy. But when I went to kick Andy, I was kicking in the air over here. But I couldn't kick too far because then I'd be off the green screen because I was using the small one. I didn't want to mount my big one. And then on the other side of my arm, you basically saw like all my office stuff. You know, like you saw, if you look at the beginning there when we're on the bus, you see. He worked it really well, Andy, so you don't notice it that much, but you can see my files and shit there, you know? Yeah. So it's a pain in the butt when you have a small size room, man, and that's what it is, you know?
You'd have to be, I mean, if you're watching, I mean, there's sometimes I watch videos critically, and there's sometimes I'm just like glazing over the content. It's like, wait, did I just see something like that? I'll check it out. But more often than not, I'm not paying attention to the small little details and minutiae. But every once in a while, I'm really skeptical about, you know, especially if it's something that somebody says, like professionally done or this or that. I'll nitpick the shit out of it if somebody says it's a pro job. It's like, wait, did I just see what I just saw? Or something like that. You pick stuff out like that. But if you're just a bedroom guy like you guys, you kind of expect to see little flare-ups of weird stuff, but it's like, yeah, man. It's like, what do you want? It's being done for fun. It's not. It's the ones that are really scrutinized. It's really the ones that are pro that are scrutinized, that I scrutinize anyway.
Yeah.
I guess if you know, a lot of people did. I used to do it in the beginning, just stick up a static shot. But one thing you notice is they don't get that many views. They really don't.
Ooh, hi. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
That angle, I can't hear
You
you.
got
I'm in
an
the
office or
garage.
something?
I'm freezing, but I'm in my second office. I wanted to say hello. So, are we still talking about green screens? I had to leave.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta crank you up because I can't hear a damn thing.
Oh! Whoa!
Whoops.
Whoa! Are you okay, Lori?
You're
That's
right.
my stand. I don't have
Are
a
you
good
okay?
stand. All right. I'm just gonna have to hold it for a second. What's going on, guys?
Too much.
Things good.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can. My knees hurts asking how cold it is.
Cold AF. Actually, I have headphones. Let me put these in because I can't hear you guys at all.
Oh.
I figured I'd show you my chickens
Okay.
if you want to see them.
Chickens.
Chicken. Cold chicken.
Do you want me to vent one while we're on air?
What? No, we don't want to see
No.
you your chicken.
Stop. Hold on.
What you gotta do? Squeeze their butts and get crap out of them, or what?
What if you just put it
You
on
squeeze the
the
crap out of them. Yeah.
You have a barbecue, a rotisserie barbecue. You could just put it on there.
Guys, 1 second. I can't hear a word you're saying.
That's good.
Carry on.
It's probably just as well.
I know. Well, I hear a lot about squeezing shit.
Yeah. Yeah, just saying that's basically it. You squeeze the shit out of them. Yeah.
My hands are frozen. I'm out here chain smoking. I figured I have to beat Ian to the punch here.
Oh, so are you on your phone?
Ooh, there we go.
Thanks for keeping me company during my blackout.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm glad you came on.
Yeah.
You were on like 5 days in a row, weren't you?
Fuck, I don't. It runs together. I don't keep track of that stuff anymore.
Freaking ridiculous. Don't look at my garage. It's a mess. Everything from outside we pulled in because of the big storm that we never got.
Well,
I don't know how to.
You're supposed to get a big old boatload of snow or something.
Well, they said here on the South Shore 7 inches, and I woke up to 1.5 inches. My parents got a foot.
That's what she said.
Unbelievable.
Lori, I want to thank you. You know, you were checking in on me almost every day there. I appreciate that.
Oh.
Technical difficulties. Hold on.
She didn't hear.
Have to wait till she gets strapped in, bro.
That's
So
two
what's
people.
what's your big hope for the new year?
Am I back?
I think.
Yeah.
Yep, you are. I was just asking you. I know I asked Hippie what he wanted for the new year before Christmas, but in terms of the music that's coming out, have you got any kind of secret, like sort of desires, like people you'd like to see collaborating, or what you'd like to see the music community produce next year? Or are you kind of
Oh,
or
God.
are you
Hippie's
just happy
always
with
has
everything?
secret
Whoops, everything you do.
desires.
Sorry, I'm knocking over everything now as well.
Me too. I just busted my whole stand.
Well, there's
Right,
a lot
yeah.
of stuff I do behind the scenes and suggestions with people that nobody really realizes that I do because it's all done behind the scenes. But most of the stuff that you see that I request is already out there. Some people like Lori with Fox on the Run and stuff. I didn't really say anything about that until it came out and they did it. But I do try to put people together that I think would mesh well. Just like what's that last one you did with Alan Parsons? I suggested that one.
Games people play, yeah.
Yeah,
That was a
I
good one.
suggested a whole different singer because I thought the voice would match that individual better. But then Leroy came along and he did a spectacular job on that one too, man. So yeah,
Yeah, when
whatever
you sent me
works-
that
whatever
email, I
works to
didn't
get it done.
I didn't see your suggestions. It was at the very bottom after the video that you attached. So usually I like to do what you ask, but I've been trying to collab with Leroy and I thought he's a great musician, good singer. I'm like, oh, his voice fits that. So
Yeah. I think I picked the person I did because it's like they're not fully involved. You know what I mean? I like to see people get more involved that are kind of like on the outskirts. I want to try to bring them in a little closer instead of just hanging out there, coming in once in a while. But I'd like to see more people do more things together because there's such a
that's what I do. Yeah.
there's so much talent not being used up into I mean it's being used, but I think there's more people that will probably do more stuff if asked. So you kind of got to go out of your way to find out I obviously know who isn't doing stuff because I play all their stuff. But I know when people are being missed and not being utilized to their full potential and stuff. So it's like I'll ask people behind the scenes. It's like, hey man, can you try this out, maybe do this, maybe do that? And some people are receptive to it. Some people are just like, I'm kind of slacking off or whatever, for whatever reason, man. But yeah, I do try to do a lot of stuff like that. But I would like to see people that are not metal do more of it. Maybe coming out of their comfort zones and doing something 100% completely different from what their normal is. You know what I mean? Because Ian's a pop singer.
Yeah, but I'm always going to sound like me. So
Yeah.
I mean, I can play the guitars in a more what? See, I think of it's like we've
Well, look
had
at
this
all the
discussion
different. Look
before.
at all the
What is
difference you
metal?
did with the Hippie's House band. Look at
Yeah.
how many different. I mean, each song is relatively different.
Mhm.
Depends on it depends on who's leading the flavor. It's
Wait
like
for the
when
next
Ian,
one.
Yeah, well, when Ian's
Ooh.
between Ian and Moon.
Little teaser.
Yeah,
Maybe.
between Ian and Moon. I mean, you can tell who's being the more dominant guitar in one of the other videos and stuff. And the same thing with Andy when he comes in on guitar. You know who has the flavor in that video.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can really. It depends who's taking the lead on whatever depends on
I'm trying to get comfortable.
how,
But
how things go. Now you know how I felt the other night. Are you on your
Oh
phone?
my god.
it's not easy out here, people. Go
It's the
ahead.
lactic acid buildup when you hold it out like that.
My
starts to weigh
shoulders
a
are like
ton.
killing me. I
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Well, I just busted my stand, but anyhow, sorry.
Hey,
Didn't mean to
Bobby.
interrupt.
There's the flavor of the rhythm guitar in the next house band song is gonna be
Yeah.
pretty cool.
So you're saying there's something in the works right now?
Oh yeah.
Well, it's been in the works for
it's
like
been in the works
a year.
for a while.
No,
yeah.
about
2 years.
6 months maybe.
so at least
Yeah.
6 months, if not more. Yeah.
Yeah.
We
And-
actually, Ian and I just got our video parts to Andy.
It
today.
broke. Doc, it just broke. It smashed everywhere.
Yeah.
But,
Hey, how
yeah,
do
we
I
got-
flip my camera around when I'm on my phone? on StreamYard.
If you
Should just be able to do the same thing.
on
Try
your phone, I
swipe it.
think. Yeah.
Either swipe it, or you have to go into your app and then hit the little circle. Boom.
Yeah, it's not showing anything right now. It's really weird. Sorry.
Try to scrunch your screen by grabbing it and moving it. Just,
Well, if
Or
I go vertical, I think I can, but
yeah.
other
No,
than
see
that,
if
I
you can-
can't.
Now see if you can switch your screen back.
DJ
Yeah.
Kobe, what's up,
I'm a
man?
mess. I can't see the chat, so hello everybody. If anybody's saying hi,
Man, there's a lot of people in the chat that I'm working on collabs with.
nice. PJ says, what's he saying? Oh, he's just saying hi. Hi,
guys.
PJ.
Hi, PJ.
BJ, as you can hear, my voice is a little better, so I will be working on the vocals.
Woo. Oh, I'm glad you're feeling better. Cameron's 100% better.
Cool.
Well, that's
But
cool.
back to the point, Jeb, whenever you say that about, you'd like to see metal being produced, I try and produce metal with every song. It's just that I don't think I get there with most of them. Or at least I try and put that in, because I like that guitar edge. I like the way that it has pace. I like the moodier quality of the undertones. I really like that stuff.
Well,
But whenever you put it in and then suddenly you realise, no, it still sounds like a pop song because it still sounds like me. So
Well,
It depends what you
think-
consider
try.
metal.
I
It
really
depends what you
Don't
consider
you
metal, too,
forget
though.
about me.
Yeah. Well, I think like when I think about you guys making metal, you're going to have to obviously separate up somehow, or you're going to have to bring somebody in that does do metal.
Mhm.
So you're going to have to bring in somebody like Ed B to maybe help you out, Gary Hubbs to bring in some metal, more Hetriani, all that
Oh,
stuff. You're
you
going to have
know-
to bring somebody in that is going
Yeah.
to be able to pull that kind of energy out of a song.
Well, that was
and
always
make
the
it
kind of
metal.
intention for the house band, was to have more people working. When we started doing it, we obviously with Jack Flash, we did our first, house
Collab
band
with
collaborating
somebody,
with, and we obviously we want to do another one with Hetriani. I mean, and it's odd that you should mention Hubsy, but we are in need of a bass player. So
Yeah, Hubbs, I told you that before when we did your community artist spotlight, So
Well,
get that
uh,
bass
there-
ready.
With the bass, being that there are so few bass players in there,
Mhm.
I wouldn't isolate yourself to just one bass player. Not to say that somebody being a permanent bass player is in there wouldn't be a good thing for the house band, but you got Nicky Tedesco, you got Sith Vasquez, you got Hubs, you got quite a few other people that are ripping
Mhm.
bass around here that could be, boom, brought into a song. Because you see
Yeah.
Nikki's working with Micah and stuff like that, and she's doing a lot of her own newer stuff out there. So she's starting to produce more stuff, and just like with Sith, man, she could probably put down some thumping bass lines for you
Mhm.
on some type.
Sith
of
is
metal track.
awesome. Get
Yeah.
Sith. Yeah.
Well, that's there's no shortage of talent out there, and the house band started. We all can remember it started off with this. Really, I suppose we were just joking around in the chat, and then it suddenly got, well, why don't we actually do it? And then we did it. The idea is that the house band has to be able to represent the community too. Obviously, with Mooney taking a bit of a back seat, that gives you an instant opportunity to start inviting, because there's a lot of guitarists out there, to start inviting other guitarists to work with you, or to do things. And it would be nice to maybe move into pursuing that more. But yeah, we've got,
Yeah, I wouldn't
think-
try like a permanent twist, but I mean, if there's people that are on standby that are willing to come into a Hippie's house band, collab, I mean, see what they have to offer.
Yeah, because look, Hetriani gave us Triangle to die for. So
Totally.
I love that triangle.
you got to have a sense of humour to work in the house band, though.
That's
You've got to be,
right.
yeah. You don't have to be crazy, but it helps.
Yeah.
I can do a cowbell if you want me to.
No, you see, we don't. We've never had a duet on keyboards.
No.
Because Andy's, he's pretty hot on keyboards, and we could,
You just don't
we
want
could,
me on your
we could
band.
get all Spinal Tap on it. That would be good.
Yeah, definitely. All right, I'm going to go inside and talk to you guys. I'm freezing.
Yeah,
And I'm
go-
on meds,
Go,
so I'm
go,
like-
go upstairs. Go upstairs and
Take
get on
care
your
of it.
PC if you want.
All right, cool. See you guys.
All right, later.
Bye.
Bah,
Bye.
bah, bah.
We've got some in, we've got some out, we've got some wild things floating about.
I'm going to have to listen to Gregory O'Sullivan just said covers Love Bites by Shadowmaker. I'm going to have to listen to that one. So I'm lamentably uninformed when it comes to most metal.
Yeah.
So glad you're. Yeah, thanks, PJ. Yeah, see, I got a bunch of stuff. You were asking. I still have some stuff that's outstanding from over a year. I got two original songs of mine that have been on ice, and I'm working on them. We got the last the house band one that we're working on right now. That Andy's putting the video together. We got him. The audio's done. I think we're good with the audio.
Yeah,
basically.
the audio is finished.
So the
yeah.
video is in the works right now. Andy got all the video parts to put together. We still have to shoot the green screening for the intro video.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, it's getting there. And I got
and you've got loads of collabs
I got
in the
loads.
works.
Well, we have the one. We're working on something with Bobby.
You're with Bobby, yeah.
Bobby Lopes. I'm working on something with Mark Wade and PJ Kobe. I got a bunch of stuff actually. What else is there? Oh, and I'm doing a remake. That's what I was telling you because you have that explicit lyric thing there. That's good.
Yeah, you'll need the parental
because
advisory.
I'm remaking. I'm doing a remake of Fuck the Manufacturer basically.
Fuck the manufacturer.
The audio's finished. I gotta do the video for it now. So I'm debating. I'm gonna ask you this.
You're gonna be facking him a whole lot more in the video.
This is my question to you and to the chat. Okay, I don't know if you remember the original, which you can't find it. I took it down from my channel. But anyways, if you look through Hippie's stuff, he played it originally. But I was wondering if I should take some of the footage that I used from the original video and put it as my background and then, other stuff over it. Or if I should just do a new video from scratch, for that. Because the audio is night and day. If you listen to what I've done to the song, I mean, you could tell it's the same song, but it's night and day compared to the original recording, basically,
What, in a good way or a bad way?
Oh, in a good way. No, I mean, I've been, Francis has been sending me the mixes and stuff, and so as it goes on, and it is when he says night and day, it is night and day. They're clearly the same song and clearly the same performer, but the production level is through the roof on it in terms of the comparison between the original one. The original one sounds great.
The video?
But this,
the video?
No,
the audio,
just the audio. Everything's been, you've re-recorded absolutely everything,
part
gone
has been
from scratch
re-recorded,
again.
yeah.
And it's when you listen to the two together, and Francis just, he took it down, but he'd sent me an MP3 of the original one quite some time ago. And when you play them back to back, it's surprising how much difference there is. In terms of just the way that the song seems to have evolved. That's been quite an interesting thing to watch.
I mean,
So have you changed it up lyrically at all? Or
no. The lyrics is the
stylistically?
same. The playing is the same. It's what's the difference is the tools and the techniques that I've learned over the last 2 years of recording. Okay, so first of all, I've learned a lot more on how to better record in the last 2 years. Okay, like I really have improved my recording. It's the tools I'm using. I'm using the head rush. Before I was just using instead of using an amp, I was using my Joyo pedals for amps and stuff.
Brad, what's up?
And
Brad.
hi Brad. So I was using my Joyo pedals. I wasn't using the same. The head rush has a higher fidelity, higher quality sound. I'm using it for the bass and everything, and it's like also the fact that I'm using stuff like programs like Ozone in my mastering and mixing and stuff, which has improved greatly the quality of my mixes and stuff, and like even for the drums, before I was using MT Power drums, which is good, it's passable, especially for like a free program, but now that I'm using Easy Drummer and has so much more options in like the MIDI files as well as the tonal quality of certain drum kits that you can pick and whatever, it's like, so the quality of the sound has been improved so much because of the experience and because of the tools that I've upgraded over the last couple of years, basically,
Yeah, and when
So what's-
Bobby, he's asking the question.
Okay, I got them here. I got them both on my desktop. Yeah, there's Bobby yeah, Hush is the one I was currently playing around with it. I am, we're working on Hush right now, so yeah, basically that's, we should get your guitar going on your streams. You have some of the best tone money can buy. So, Hey, Marshall. You did a good.
Oh, shoot.
It was a cool interview you did, man. With
Yeah,
Jade.
it was. That was really good. Enjoyed that. It was interesting to see. I love the bit that you put together, the little thing where you were digging out the crap from the back of the amplifier. Actually, that had me
look.
rolling on the floor. I mean, who would ever have thought that a joint would be found in the back of a guitar amplifier? That just shocked in me. You know, I mean, when did that start? You know, no, it was so funny. Yes. But, should we give a clue, because we're going to be, Francis and I are going to be doing a replay, not tomorrow or today as it is today, but next week, is it?
I don't know. It
Going
depends
to
how
wait
I
until
feel,
we're less
man.
croaky and less
It
gear.
depends if I feel up to it. Yeah,
But we're going to be trying an experiment, aren't we? Do you want to give a bit of a hint, a teaser? On
well,
what
the next show is.
experiment
You mean the theme that we're picking?
Yeah, and also the experiment that we're going to be trying.
Oh, the experiment. Yes,
Experiment,
I forgot
yeah.
about that. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. Yeah. Well, yeah. If you want, go ahead.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
why not?
the theme, we thought post-Christmas blues is where it has to go, and it's like everybody gets that kind of post-Christmas blues thing. So we've got a blues-themed evening show, and we thought, since we're both plugged in and available in terms of guitar and the stream's running, let's try doing a jam.
Yep.
We'll actually try a live
Blues jam.
guitar jam, blues jam.
So you want to play
and
off
see
each
whether
other
it
and
works.
see
Whether it
matches up.
works going through YouTube, because we know it works through StreamYards. We can jam. It's not a problem. But not sure whether it works when you broadcast through YouTube. So we can
Mr.
look forward to that.
Vanzini, what's going
Hi,
on?
GV.
I'm
Hi,
okay, sir.
how you doing?
Hey, great
What's
time,
going
Zini.
on, man?
Am I coming through okay?
Yeah.
Loud and
Mm-hmm.
proud. Sound good. How you doing?
Good, very good.
Awesome. Can you hear us okay?
Keep
you
it-
all right?
Yeah, I'm keeping away from everything and everybody. So
There you go.
Looks like you're in the closet there. It looks like you're stuck in the back with the cloaks and the umbrellas.
yeah, it's actually it's a walk-in closet that sits over the staircase.
All right.
So it's just a little
that's cool.
insert in the wall. It's where I keep all my CDs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I can do this or not. But let's see, go the wrong way. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's like a man cave closet. That's
It is. This is my room. Yeah, This is where I get to do what I want. So, yeah.
cool.
Boom.
So did you have a good Christmas or festive season?
I had a very good Christmas, considering. There's some family members I haven't seen for a year. I would love to see, again. But
Well, how'd your little
We-
mini vacation go?
it was good. We traveled around before it all hit, and stayed in a whole lot of motel rooms, and just did around, from Portland to Eugene, and down on the sort of mid-south coast of Oregon up to the north coast, up to Astoria.
Just driving
Into
around,
Washington
checking
a little
things
bit.
out, or what?
You know what? We had some friends over there, and they had Christmas events, tree lightings for their cities, and so we kind of do videography and poorly, and photography on the. I've been a photographer since I was a kid, so I.
Did you gather up any video that you're going to put up, or what?
No, not really. No, it's just the ceremony. Trying to get used to doing. I used to do video with CCTV, and it was the days of tapes and big machines. And I've not adapted to mirrorless cameras just yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's-
that's
I'm gonna need-
awesome, man. I can't afford one. Well, I mean, I probably could afford one, but I can't justify having one. You know what I mean? They're too expensive, and they're something I wouldn't use very often. And if I did, it would
I'm,
be just for a 15-minute video for YouTube. So I can't.
I'm with
justify
cameras
spending
the
that kind of
same way
cash.
I am with guitars. I have,
Way too many.
yeah,
Yeah.
shelves and shelves of. I started collecting them back in the '70s. So
Yeah.
I still got all my old Nikon stuff and everything. So I love it.
And Marshall, that was a great interview with Jade, man. You guys did a good job.
Oh, I got to go see that. I got to go.
It's an awesome interview, man. And Jade does a good job.
Hi, Gary. Yeah, I got to go see Marshall's.
Everybody say hi to Great Vanzini over here. Most of you guys know him.
I think.
Yeah.
So.
I don't go live anymore.
No.
Yeah, I kind of wondered why I haven't seen you
Well, I
doing your
just have
Sunday
such
morning hangs or something.
Yeah, my internet seems to work better if I'm on somebody else's show. Figure that one out. My picture's better, and then when I watch, when I do it on my own, it's just often fuzzy and not good. And
Yeah. You're not running so many resources when you're hooked up to my chat than you are your own. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Because I'm running
yeah,
the
that
program.
might be.
You're just a part of it.
Yeah,
And we're compressed into a smaller space, so greater pixel resolution
Yeah.
of the camera.
Yeah.
yeah. Sometimes when I see myself, I scare myself.
Yeah, that's one good thing about having a lousy camera is it covers up all the grey and all the lines. So
Who said
'Cause
they
I'm-
just got a? Who said they just got a camera? Was that you?
I got.
yeah, yeah. Well, I also with the when I won the
Oh, yeah.
the
That's
the,
right.
the voucher on the Christmas show from Mike from Roadie's Jam Cave and I actually put that towards a new camera so that I can actually do
cool.
detached cam because at the moment I've just got the what and again I've got digit DV cameras and I've got
What'd you end up
my
getting?
daughter's studying photography, so it's not like I don't have access. It's just getting it into this computer. It turns out to be a nightmare. I used to be able to do it, but now they've changed all the different connectors on a Mac, so I can't connect any of my old cameras to it. So I thought I'll get a little
Oh,
webcam
wow.
thing that I can just move around and, so I can clamp it to the end of the guitar neck, which I've always wanted to do that, and then film myself playing it and see what that looks like.
Ian ordered a 922.
Oh, sweet.
Oh,
That's
cool.
good.
Yeah.
I'm using something like that. 920. Is that,
I have.
is that a deal?
I have both the 920 and the 922. The 922 is just a little bit
920,
crisper than the 920.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
But the
I keep
920
thinking
is good
about
too.
some of them are making software that you can run like a regular mirrorless camera through, like Canon. If you have a Canon M50 or an M6 or something like that, you can and use that as a live cam, and that I would guess would be really good.
Yeah, well, I mean, I used to use the Canon A1, the DV cam, just connect it straight in with a FireWire to a Mac, and it always had no trouble at all picking it up as the camera.
Oh,
But now on the new one, the more recent Mac, they took out the FireWire, so I got I got the cable to connect it. And they've taken out all the support for them as well. So you've got to trawl through, get all the drivers and everything, which you never used to have to do. And it's like, so it's a bit annoying, really. But
yeah.
But it would. But again, you can't really clamp an A1. They're like a shoulder cam. You can't clamp one to the end
They're
of your
pretty
head.
good size. Yeah.
Yeah, and we've got a couple of handy cams which probably I could do it with, but even they're a bit clunky, really.
Yeah.
But,
Hey, Gregory, how you doing, buddy?
Well, being a camera snob, I'm surprised how good these little Logitechs work. Because the sensor,
They
the
are.
sensor's like a camcorder. It's like a 1/5 of an inch sensor.
Yeah.
And the picture you would think would be terrible, but they're actually pretty good. So
yeah, the CCDs on them are actually reasonably good now. But they've,
Yeah.
how many generations of those have we had? So they're getting good, which is great
Yeah.
for us. I mean, it makes things like this easier to do. But like I said, it doesn't help cover up your inevitable aging.
that's what beards are for.
Yeah, yeah.
So some of these knockoff cams are not bad either. I picked up one of these. There's a little 4K action cam.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
The video barricades that I did with Ian.
Yeah,
the
that's right.
background footage was done with this. I had this mounted to a helmet when I was bike riding with my kids, and I used the background footage for that.
Yeah. So you keep seeing your knees coming up.
Yeah, well, no, that was on the first video I made. I made another one the day after. Remember?
Because Francis has got one of those cool bikes that you recline into, and so you're almost lying flat on the ground. It's like a sports super bike.
Yeah.
So you need go faster stripes on it and things like that.
It's because my back is messed up and I can't sit on a regular bike because it hurts my back. So that's why I have that. But yeah, no, these little cams are not bad. And Tina got me a camera for Christmas. I don't know if I showed it to you, Hippie. Just one of these little 4K
like a little
cams.
camcorder. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they work great. I mean, if you look at
Yeah.
if you look at the rig rundowns that I did, the one I did for the guitar player, I did it with this little camera, and the one I did for the bass player, I actually did with the bigger camera and stuff, and you get a good definition. As long as your lighting is good, even with these Logitechs, the most important thing I noticed is the lighting. If you have the lighting right, even the 920, which is not as crisp as the 922, if you have the right light, it is very crisp. But it's the lighting that's the most important with these cameras, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, the low light sensors are pretty good on the new ones.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch that video I made with the fox hat? It's like, what did the fox
Yes.
say?
Yes, I
You
remember.
see how clear that one is?
Mm-hmm.
That's what that my Q8 camera, and that's just 1080p with that camera, man. And that thing is just like, whoa, everything just like pops. This whole screen pops out, the hat pops out. I mean, if you look, you can see pores in my skin if you wanted to. And the camera's like 4 feet away, man. But it just, I was like, I haven't done any, I don't do video recording. Like when I do the Moose, if I would have had my camcorder ready, yeah, I probably would have used the Q8 to do that. But I just had my little phone with its little 1080p, camera, front camera.
Yeah, phones.
So, yeah, that's what phones today are just as advanced as most,
Some of them,
any
they're
camera
really
you can
good,
get,
man.
yeah.
Yeah, I thought with all my cameras, I watched a video the other back a couple months ago about some guy that does all his New York street photography with his cell phone. I thought,
Yeah.
well, I may as well just sell all my cameras. This guy's so good,
Yeah.
And
But if we had
got
that
by with it.
attitude to guitarists, we'd sell all our guitars, and where would we keep them?
Yeah.
I've still got my
Yeah.
Pentax MX, and I don't even know a place I can get film. I no longer know where to get chemical film from, but I've still got my Pentax
Oh, we got
MX.
film's really making a comeback here. It's really
I have
good.
no idea where that would be locally. Yeah.
I mean, I can just go down
Interesting to
I can
try.
run into town and go to Walgreens and get film.
All right.
Usually Fuji
Right.
film, but
Now,
Yeah.
is that new? Is that new, or is it like old stock stuff? I mean, how
no,
old
it's
is the
new. It's
actual
brand new
film?
film.
Sweet.
It's been a little while it's been a year since I shot any, but it was like $14.95 for processing. And the roll of
Yeah.
film was like $7.95 or something like that. But I got
So
I
where
got
do you-
kind of a
Where are
special.
you going for your film processing? I mean, you got your own little lab or what? Or you? sending
No,
it somewhere?
I don't. We have a place in town that's one of the bigger. It's still a camera shop, and they've got like they used to have 13 stores. Now they're down to like 4 or 5, only in the big cities: Portland, Salem, Eugene. But they're out of Salem, and I started working with them back in '71 when he first opened shop. And well, he's retired now. His kids have taken it over, but and they still process. They have a big photo lab, and they still do most of their processing. Black and white they send out, but. Yeah, but I can just take it in there and have them done. And they'll enlarge. They'll do whatever I want, So
Yeah,
they're
well,
really
I
good.
just know. I mean, anymore, the only thing Walmart really has is the digital processing when you put in your SIM card.
Yeah,
But, they don't have the chemical processing for your video or your film anymore. Not where I live anyway.
yeah. Ours, Shutterbug. It's called Shutterbug here in town.
Yeah.
Still does all that. So they may send it out now. They used to have a big photo lab, but I'm not sure how they do it now. But
Yeah. So where is it? So if you didn't have anything in your area, where would you be sending your film to get it developed and stuff?
I'd have to look it up. I'm not sure. I mean, there's a lot of national people that you can. There's a place out of L.A. or San Francisco that's a real high-end photo processing,
Yeah.
and you can send your stuff down there. And
I don't see it as a dying art, but I mean photography, but the old school type maybe, but there's still always going to be I think a medium for that, man. So I don't think that's ever going to really go away.
yeah,
Maybe the stuff might get that much more expensive that people will just fade away from it. because of the processing and stuff and the paper you need for it.
I think with cell phone use and people and Instagram and stuff like that, it's really saturated with people taking pictures and doctoring them up and
Yeah,
doing all sorts of.
But the eye for creating a landscape, creating it as an art form, remains distinct from most people who are just clicking with their
definitely.
with
Yeah.
their. So I mean, my eldest daughter's studying photography at university. She started this year, and my instant thing, because I used to teach photography many years ago, and it was what careers are there now, because it's a vastly different landscape.
Yeah.
And it turns out there are still quite a number of really quite interesting fields, and media-wise, sports photography, event photography are still where it sits. So there's still quite a lot of a market for, I would say, the official paparazzi type of thing. Where you can actually, where you take high quality shots, and you look at you look at media organizations' websites. What's the first thing you ever really see? It's a picture, and it's going to be one that draws your attention in, and that requires you to understand how visual medium works. So you're always going to get that distinction. What I'm really hopeful about is that that people start to develop a kind of idea of the language of film and photography and media, and how it works and how it imprints upon us and how we imprint upon it and how we interact with it. And that with everybody having these things in their pockets, that maybe they'll get more aware of that, more aware of how impactful these things are in the way that we think.
Yeah. There's a wonderful channel from a guy in the UK, Ian, named The Photographic Eye. I can't remember his name right now, but he doesn't show gear. It's just like guitars. Most everything's gear reviews, but he talks about the art of photography, and he's really good at
I have to look it up.
highlighting people's work. Photographic Eye, just a terrific channel. And people are hungry for that sort of thing. Probably in the guitar world too. I mean, I think we have a lot more channels in the guitar world than they do in photography, depending on what you're looking for, maybe. But it's pretty.
What do you think? What do you think the
out
biggest medium? What do you think the biggest medium is on YouTube? I mean, as far as like entertainment on YouTube, do you think it's music?
Not anymore now.
No.
With shorts, it's all the stupidity from TikTok, basically now.
Yeah,
it's goofy.
Yeah, I hate shorts. Yeah.
That's kind of like that's a
Yep, I
time
never
waster.
wear 'em.
When I see one of them on my phone, I'm just like, sweep, get away.
Yeah.
Unless it's from somebody I know that's doing something to say
Yes.
something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or unless
I'm
the
gonna
kitten
start
looks very cute.
I'm going to start a how to do your makeup channel, and I'll have 1 million subs in no time. I mean, those channels are just amazing.
I think there could be a market for
gaming
middle-aged
channels.
grooming.
Hippie. I watched.
Middle-aged manscaping.
Yeah, the
Definitely going to be.
Hippie, I got a new video called game called Call of the Wild, and I got 2 games. I got Far Cry 6, and so I was watching a video on Far Cry 6, and here was this guy who had like 150,000 views on his first. He's doing it in parts, and he's getting and I looked, and he's got 12.5 million subs.
Oh yeah.
And I thought, well, I went to college for the wrong thing, obviously.
You know what? That's the biggest segment in streaming. Doesn't matter what platform. Gaming is huge.
Oh,
huge.
it's amazing. Yeah.
Well, I want to see the VR stuff come to life more often, because I know when Ola was doing it and stuff and banging in the walls, it was hilarious as shit. Because he's trying to wield a sword in the game, and he's smacking his hand against the wall. Son of a bitch!
I missed that one.
Yeah, you ever watch Ola play the virtual games and stuff? It's funny as hell. Oh,
See,
England.
wouldn't it be great to have a games platform where you could go on with your avatar, but your sound was linked purely to your input device? Then you could really get bands jamming, couldn't you? They could just meet up in the Doom Castle whilst the dragons are breathing fire. They could be jamming away some,
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So how do you guys? So this is I don't think what you're trying to do is new. Being able to do it might be new, but what's going on with you're going to try to play off each other, sort of like
Yeah.
Skip and Rick do live,
Yeah.
okay, or in
Yeah.
the same room. So you're going to try to play off each other just by what the relay is or the delay is
Yeah.
in your headset,
Really?
trying to make some
Yeah.
type of
Are we
make
there?
some kind of sense of it.
We've managed it in StreamYards. It works fine. And
Yep.
you can capture that, and it's in sync, and everything seems to be working okay. As long as we get the levels right, things
Have
are,
you recorded
are all
it and sent it up to YouTube yet?
No,
We
no,
recorded
because
it.
we
I have it on
want
my
to do this
desktop.
as a live event, so it's not a
So
video
show us
of a
a
live
tidbit.
event.
Show
It's,
us a tidbit.
have you got a piece
I'm
of it?
in
I
my
mean, you could do that.
pajamas, man. I don't know.
Oh, shut up!
That would be cool,
All in
yeah.
our pajamas.
Tell you what, I'm gonna while Francis
Let me
sorts
see if
out
I
the
can
video.
find it.
Yeah,
Where
we
did
want
I
to see
put
this
it?
newfangled art medium
Well, no,
force thingy going on here.
It works. When we're in StreamYards, we hear it fine. I don't know how it's going to sound when it's broadcast. So what I did was I filmed us I was using Logitech Capture, and I was capturing us jamming in StreamYards. And we listen, and the timing sounds fine. But when you broadcast, it's different. Because, I mean, if you remember, I've done the jamming thing in StreamYards before. But it never seemed to be on. It sounded on when I was jamming it, but when I would hear the replay after, it didn't sound right, you know?
So yeah, but have you both been in here and recorded with StreamYard and then uploaded it? To
No,
YouTube?
I've recorded. What I've done is, because it sounded right to me when we were jamming in StreamYard, what I did was I captured my screen with I was using Logitech Capture. I was recording what we were doing live, and the timing was on. Because I didn't want to record it in stream. I wanted to see, does it sound, because I hear it fine. So I used Logitech Capture to record us, and it sounded fine. But we don't know if we broadcast or if I actually record I can't record in StreamYards because I have the free version, so I can't record in StreamYards basically.
It doesn't give you the record option.
No, not if you got the free version. But where did I put the video of that? I don't know.
If you want to
Under
help
F
your
for
channel,
filing
if you want to
system.
help your channel dramatically, go ahead and pay for StreamYards if you can, and get Prime, man. Just get Prime. Get the commercials out of your way. Get all the shit out of your way. It's 30.
No, see, I should have bought it when they had that special deal at $10 a month.
Yeah.
And I tried to get it back, but they don't have that deal right now. So it's yeah.
Well,
It's-
keep watching. I mean,
I should-
just spend the 25. I mean, if you got it, that's cool. If you don't, that's fine too, man. But if you can find some way to either get community support to help you do what it is you're doing, if you're going to do it on a regular basis, sort of like I do with sponsors and stuff to help out. If you can get something like that going and just get a few, I mean, hell, if you got something that's going on a regular basis and you can pull it off, and it's entertainment and it's worthy of support, man, people will support your channel, man. You know what I mean? I mean, hell, if you guys get something going that works like that, I'll throw a few bucks at it myself. You know,
appreciate
and I'm
that.
sure there's a few other people that, I mean, a few five or six, $10 here or there, man, a month will help you pay for the service that you're actually doing.
It would be
man.
cool if you could add a third person or some way of having it go central where somebody could do the mixing,
Mhm.
you know, and make
Yeah,
sure
I
everything's
mean-
all balanced on the fly.
We tried it with Wes, with Mooney, doing the three-way, and it was much less.
Helped.
Yeah, two people. It seems can handle when you get a third stream involved. It seems to throw the synchronization out a little bit more.
Okay.
So I mean, and I'm not sure whether that was just the circumstances we were under with
So
our
are you
Wi-Fi
playing like
connections.
a slow, melodic blues
trying to find
licks
them,
where
man.
you're just like,
Well, to be honest with you, yeah,
and then he
yeah,
does it.
yeah, it's a blues jam, so we all know what we're playing. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
you play E A B, and you know, kind
Sure.
of, you know where you are, so we can alternate between doing the chords and doing the lead lines, and just jam for a bit. So it's not like we have to remember a part that's unique. This is just a
Yeah.
jam. So it's not necessarily, doesn't have to be slow, doesn't have to be melodic. It actually seems to work for two people on a
You're
string.
answering each other is basically what you're
Yeah.
doing. You're not doing. You're not like trying to put together an intricate.
Call and
You do this
response.
part, I'll do this part. You do this
Yeah.
part, I'll do. You're just
Yeah,
like
you're just jamming. Yeah.
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 You're just mimicking and mirroring each other and playing off each other. You're not like playing an orchestrated set of
How did I put
musical
it?
tunes or anything, right? What's going on?
I don't know where I put it.
Lost the video, the incriminating video.
I got the comfortably numb one that we were working on. I got the no. What's this sample?
That's true, Doc. It will. If it one streams from Australia, it would end up being very early, and also
Yeah.
upside down.
Yeah, and we wouldn't be able to listen to it till tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
New song. I don't know where I put it, man. Fuck, Ian. Did I create a folder for that?
I don't know.
How's
You're
it
in
going
Canada,
now?
mate. I'm in England.
Sounds like my computer. Yeah.
Stream. Oh, here it is. StreamYard Jam. StreamYard Jam.
There you
Is this
go.
the one?
Yeah, that must be it, because it's the only time we've ever recorded one. At least I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see. Oh no, we're actually not in pajamas.
We're not in pajamas. I'm in pajamas
I
right
might
now,
be.
so
How long did you record for?
It's a how many minutes is this? It's 5 minutes.
Okay. And it stayed in sync.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
so.
I
Okay,
thought,
fine.
I
If
thought
you wanna
maybe
hear
over time
I'll
it would start to
I'll
fall
sh-
apart or something.
Okay, hold
Okay,
on.
now,
I'll
set
share
the-
it. Okay, I'll share it. I'll put it on my screen.
Wait. Premise it. Set it up, man. What exactly is going on? How's it being done? What did you do? And blah, 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 blah. So people understand exactly what they're watching.
right. Well, this was when I got the MX5, and it was just literally almost fresh out the box. I think I'd used it for a
Wait,
day
let
and
me
a
just
half
make
or
sure it's
something.
not the end. Let me just make sure I don't say anything
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah, and so we were on StreamYards, and of course when we were on StreamYards, Francis is always just picking his guitar off the wall, and he'll start playing. You can hear exactly what he's got going through the head rush, so it sounds like him playing an electric guitar. You know, it sounds
Aaron,
good.
what's up?
And
Hi, Aaron.
so what we did was we both just plugged in and just thought, okay. And I can't remember who started. Did I start playing some chords or something and you started jamming? I can't remember which way round it was. But so basically it was both us using head rush just straight in to the interface, going
We're
on
playing chords
StreamYards.
right now.
Right, and then seeing whether or not we could keep in sync. It was just to see what would happen. So that was, and we weren't in our pajamas, or well, I might have been, but
See you in a bit, Gary.
Yeah, kids first, Gary.
It was okay. We were jamming for the preparation of the comfortably numb thing the rig that we're working on.
right,
For
okay,
the
yeah.
guy that asked me for the rig.
This is probably going to be really embarrassing, but give it a go.
Okay, no, it's not bad. It's not bad. Okay, just my hair is bad, but anyways, okay. Okay, let me get it to the beginning here where it starts, where you don't have to hear the talking. And
Hi, Aaron. Aaron. Yeah, you're right. We're going to be trying it out and seeing how far we get. Could be a comedy meltdown, but we'll see.
Yeah, I figured somebody will have it figured out in a couple of
Okay.
years, but it sounds
all
like
right, let me
we're much
let me
closer
share
than I
my
thought.
screen. Okay, I'm getting all messed up because I hear Ian there and I hear Ian there, and it's like, what? What the hell's going on?
You're in
All
a
right.
time warp.
It's okay. So let me share my
Do we need to
audio.
mute?
If you speak while it's playing, it will echo. I don't know. Actually, I'm sharing it on Jeff, so I'm not sure if you need to mute. It's probably
just
better.
everybody stay unmuted once and just see how. And then everybody over in the chat, just let us know if Ian, can you down your gain a little bit? We're getting some of his. There you go. That's good.
It's
right
impossible to jam on a stream. Maybe one day. Now, okay. This was a private stream between Ian and myself, where we jammed, and I was filming the stream. So I wasn't filming it in StreamYards. I was using Logitech Capture to film the stream, just to see, because we didn't hear an echo that much. So we'll just play it and let you hear it. So let's do it. Can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I've just played exactly the wrong thing. I'm going to have to edit this. Idiot brain here isn't going to do anything right. Right. Okay, this is our first ever international jam.
I should have edited that out. Sorry, Ian.
Okay.
That was cool.
Oh shit, we're gonna get a
That's
bunch
very
of-
promising.
Did you mute that page?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, now what we're looking at is not a live recording, so we're really not going to see if there's any buffering between these two because it's not a live recording. So you're basically just recording a screen capture of what you two are doing, right? So it's not a live performance.
Yeah. Well,
So
it's a screen
is
capture of
it's
us
a screen
at the
capture
time
of
live, but it
us
isn't
playing
being
live.
broadcast, so it
Yeah, but
isn't
it's
going
not a
through a second set.
broadcast.
That's
Yeah,
right.
it's not a broadcast.
So we don't know if once it gets broadcast, if it creates that latency, because when we're jamming in StreamYards, we do it quite often, Ian and I. We actually jam in StreamYards. It sounds okay. There's very little latency,
Yeah.
not even
So
noticeable
We
when
can
we're
jam
jamming.
songs together and work on songs at the same time. We can literally do that.
That's cool.
Aaron, should I just answer the question? No, they're just regular. The Schecter pickups are just the Pasadena and the Pasadena Plus, which are insanely hot. So it's not the acoustic version with the piezo. It's the.
It was an
Temp.
acoustic IR that we used
Yeah.
in the MX5s. Ian has an MX5 and so do I. We were using an impulse
so
response. Basically.
created an acoustic sim to do that
Yeah.
through the MX5.
So
You created your own. Oh.
They're very easy to use. The MX5 is literally, it's like setting you loose in a store full of music gear. You're just going, okay, what kind of
Yeah.
amp do you want? And you just go, oh, I fancy a twin reverb today. Well, there it is. And you literally see the picture of it. And you're literally putting things on the screen and dragging them around like you would on an iPhone.
That was
So
my
you can
one.
make your chains.
That was my one complaint about the Pod Go. I don't think it
Mm-hmm.
has anything built in that's an acoustic
Well,
sim. Although
This isn't
a
built
couple
into
amps
the
sound
head
pretty
rush.
good.
Yeah, although there is a pedal,
Yeah.
isn't there, that does acoustics in, but I don't
Well-
like that very much. It doesn't sound so good. But this is using IRs that are external that you import in.
Yeah.
you probably could download impulse responses in the pod,
Oh,
I
yeah.
would think too. Also,
Yeah, I would
right,
thought so.
Great
Yeah.
Vanzini?
Yes.
So
absolutely.
I can send you a message after with the link where I got those IRs, because if you
Okay.
download the IR, because basically instead of using an amp and a cab when you're playing through it, if you use just the acoustic IR and put a little bit of compression, a little bit of reverb, that's how you can get that sound. So I'm sure you can get it even out of your Pod Go if you use this an acoustic impulse response for it, basically.
I use. They have one in there that's supposed to replicate a late '40s Gibson amp, and I use that for
Actu-
hollow bodies and acoustics, and it's impressive sounding to me. Although it doesn't remind me. I got to play through a couple of old amps, a couple old Gibsons like that. It doesn't
Actually,
It reminds me more of the '60s Gibsons than.
Yeah. See, what I have is I have a Taylor 614 and I have a Gibson 45,
45,
acoustic impulse response, and I love them. And if you look in the chat, Great Vanzini, Mark Tanner, hi Mark, good to see you. Hope you're feeling better. Mark Tanner put the link for where he has for acoustic impulse responses that are free. He had showed me there's a whole bunch of them, and they sound pretty good. So if you download some of those ones, you'll be able to put them in your Pod Go, and you can use that to get an acoustic sound out of
Oh,
whatever
very
guitar.
cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that truly, with
I'm
the head
looking at
rush,
that.
and I think all of them is the secret sauce of the IRs. They're what really make a big difference.
In any multi-effects,
yeah.
an impulse response will make it sound good. It doesn't
Oh,
matter
yeah.
which brand you're using. It's the impulse response that really makes the difference.
And I tell you, another set that's really worth looking at, and it even, even if you don't do metal, have a look at Fuzz Lords.
Oh, yeah.
Because
They are good.
they are
Really?
really, really nice, and they work especially well across any kind of style. They're just very good impulse responses. So and I've been using. I mean, I think almost all the rigs I've got on my rig list now I've got Jason's IRs on them, because he just does such an amazing job at capturing the sound that the cab.
And they sound good, clean
They
too.
do,
We've
yeah.
tested them on the clean rigs.
Clean
and they sound
sounds that
pretty
sound
good too.
great. Yeah. And you can push them, which some of them you can't.
Yeah.
These you can push. So
Yeah, I love stuff like that. I love that more than I love individual pedals. Well,
Oh, it's fun. It is a lot of fun to play
Yeah.
with, because you got so much
Mm-hmm.
choice. I mean, it's Great Vanzini. I've been doing the tests for the last 2 years since I had my gig board, and now I have the MX5. I got both of them, but
yeah.
I've been going back and forth, and I tested with all my individual pedals that I had. That I spent way more money on those individual pedals.
That's right.
And back and forth between my analog choruses, my analog delays, and the units. These units can really mimic everything. Honestly, it's like the only thing, and it mimics it well too. Like even the wah. The only thing is the feel of the wah. So
Yeah,
that's why,
yeah.
I just bought myself to replace this is my old wah, but I bought another one because honestly, the feel is you play a certain way when it feels a certain way under your foot, But it has nothing to do with the quality of the sound of the wahs in there,
with the expression pedals, don't ever really do the thing the same way that a wah does anyway, and that's what you've got. So you can set the tolerance for it. You can start at the point where your sweet spot starts and end at the point where it finishes, and just
You
go
can change
between
the
two.
sweep. Yeah.
Yeah, and it has its advantages, it has its
does, yeah.
disadvantages. I guess it's what you're used to, and I always think stick to the workflow that works for you and find a way to do it, because all the sounds are great out there, and
I've never
every sim
sold
sounds good.
I should do show and tells on my old. I go back. I think my first was a Korg. I don't remember the number.
yes.
AX5 or something like that. I don't remember. Yeah, I've always been into multi effects, mostly just for the ambient stuff.
I went back and forth, man, over the last 30 years, man, 30 some odd years. I remember going back and forth between individual pedals, to pedal boards, and I didn't like them anymore because I liked the fact that you had less wires, but I didn't like the sound, so I went back to pedals, and then got fed up with pedals again, went back, said, oh, the technology must be advanced, went back to pedal board. The last pedal board I had before this one was the Line 6 Pod XT Live, and it was pretty good, and I had many hours of fun with it, but I didn't like the menu system in it, because it was such a pain in the ass going through the menu system. I got dizzy and stuff, and I was like, you know what? I don't want this. It's a headache. You can get good
multi-effects
sound
and cameras. The menu system can be a deal breaker on those things. You know? I mean, it really, it's really.
And I agree. Tube amps.
Well, tube amps,
if you get a tube amp when it's on a good night, but if you get it on a good night, when it's functioning as you want it to in the right environment, nothing's going to shine like a tube amp.
Yeah,
that's right.
The thing about these Sims is that they are predictable. They're consistent. So when you're recording, that's really good.
Yeah.
But when you're playing live, you want the opportunity to get that shining moment. That yes, you're not going to get it from a Sim, because that's the pinnacle of that sound. It's got to do with how the amp's made and the room that you and the resonance and all kinds of things, and what kind of surges in electricity supply and what the environment, how much of an electrical storm is nearby and all that kind of stuff. So we all know that's what we're aiming for. And with the Sims you can crank it a little bit and find the sweet spot, which for recording purposes is great. But live, you're right. Take along your tube amp. Yeah. And stick an
I always say
that's
strictly for us though, because you ask somebody in the audience which sounded better, the Dumble amp or the PV Bandit. They're going to say, huh? So.
Oops.
Uh-oh.
I kicked France.
Oh.
He'll be back. No, I went to get rid of the screen share, and it took him out too, man. That's one little faux pas about StreamYards, is that when somebody's sharing something, if you delete what they share, it also takes out the individual. So they need to change that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? See, I have control over the individual, but not what he shares. So somebody the host needs to be able to say, like, say I get somebody on here that's just being a dummy. Oh, hey man, can I share this stuff? Next thing you know, they're sharing porn and stuff like that. So it's like I don't have any control over that. So I
better clear those browser bits then. Yeah, sorry.
As Hippie can attest to, during my first ever test stream, I let some guy in the room, and all of a sudden it all went bad.
I said, Vanzini, you're gonna have to delete this after you.
My knees hurt. You play that Bandit, man. I lived with the Bandit for a lot of years, and it treated me well.
Yeah, and he kicked me out because I'm a tube hater. I'm not a tube hater, man. I played a tube. I got my tube amp right there. I got my Blues Junior right there, man. I played tubes my whole life, but honestly, I did. Actually, that one needs a major tune-up. The tubes need to be changed and everything, and that's what I don't like about tube amps. My MX-5, I could put whatever IR I want of whatever tube amp I like. And
when you record with it, do you go direct into the DAW with nothing in between?
No, I go through my sound card.
Okay,
I go through my sound card for whatever reason. I prefer going through.
So
my sound card.
I just go into my my Focusrite, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's
exactly it. Yes,
and it does not sound that good to me.
No?
So I run it through an old Vox AD5, a 5-watt solid state, and using the line out on the amp, and it sounds 100 times better. Of course, it's bypassing the little mini speaker, but any type of preamp kind of thing beforehand makes it sound a lot better on the Pod Go, to me anyway.
Now, are you using the standard cabs that are in the Pod Go, or are you?
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
If I agree. Then, if you try using impulse responses of speaker cabinets, it makes all the difference, because that's what Ian and I are saying right now.
Well, aren't those IRs in the? I thought.
I don't know what's in the Pod Go. If you have,
they have a lot of different.
But the Headrush.
Yeah, the ones they released with the earlier versions were nowhere near as good as the ones that you can get now. The IRs have come along.
I got to download
hugely.
some.
Yeah, it's
Honestly,
almost like that's the recent developments have all been in IRs.
Yeah, if you can find some stuff for Vanzini to help
I
him
can-
update
Yeah.
his
Well,
stuff,
what
that'd be
Mark
cool.
just sent me will be a good start. He sent me
Well, that's
something
for-
else that I have logged
Yeah.
away on other amps too a while
Well,
back. So
The ones that Mark
I can
sent you
hook
were
you
really
up,
good ones.
Great
so-
Vanzini.
yeah.
I just
To me, it's just the fullness of it. It's also the volume. It just doesn't. It just bumps it just a pinch
Yeah.
and rounds it out and gives it a fullness. Going through I don't know what that is, 20-year-old Vox AD5, a solid state amp, one of those little mini Vox amps, but it has a dedicated line out. Is the trick on that? So
Yeah.
I find there's a big difference between doing line out and headphones out.
let me see here. Do I have Great Vanzini's email?
It is.
I do. It's here. No, it was in the link. So I will. I'm gonna email you. I'm gonna email you a package there, and we'll
Okay.
test it out. And if you need help, with setting it up, or if you need help, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I've
never done it
I've
in
just
the
had an
Line 6.
absolute hoot just playing around with it, and messing about and changing things. And
Yeah. It is like being let loose
okay.
in a music store.
See,
It
Great
is.
Vanzini, look,
Yeah.
PJ Kobe says it. He uses a Podgo also, and he says the IRs make a huge difference. So I mean,
okay,
if you use the IRs, you'll notice. Because honestly, like we even got IRs with the head rush. But I'll be honest with you, the IRs that we purchased, like the Celestian ones we've been using, and the Fuzzlord ones, Hippie, the Fuzzlord ones are really awesome. Ian and I have been using it to make pop singer style patches, and they sound great.
In fact, that
clean
that
and for
acoustic
dirty.
sim, the acoustic sim you just played this doing live, the acoustic one I was using uses a Fuzzlord speaker, IR. That actually
Fuzzlord, really?
uses, yeah, it does. That one uses the. Now is that the purple? I think it's the purple.
Yeah, you use the purple on
I
that
use
one.
the
That's
purple
right.
one
Yeah.
on that one, and it's a killer IR. It
yeah, I
really
see.
is
Aaron
good.
Short is saying the same thing. That
Yeah, it needs.
okay,
Line 6 needs IR. So yeah. And Aaron knows Line 6. He's been using it for a while too there and stuff. So yeah, definitely.
so easy to use. I went back. I dug out a few weeks ago. Nothing to do. I dug out my Vox not Tone Lab, LE, I think. Some multi effects. Whoops.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. Yeah, I know. I've seen those. Yeah.
Multi effects pedals from 20 years ago
Mm-hmm.
with a little tube preamp, and it's only about this big,
Yeah.
And the menu system was a nightmare, and I would learn how to save things on it, but it goes so many levels deep, and every level has mid, bass, treble, how much on your post reverb, how much mid bass, and so you just spend hours tweaking it and never get anywhere. But it had some good sounds in it, but it was I forgot what a nightmare it was.
That's the only problem with some of the older stuff. I'm sure you can get great sound out of it. It's just hi Ian Nunes.
Hi.
It's just the tweaking. It's the menu system. That's why I like the headers, because I find the menu system easy. It's because you can get good tone out of all of them. Like I'm
Hey,
saying.
Kubrick lover, how are you?
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
But if you're using the IRs, it makes all the difference. It doesn't matter what unit you're using. Like Aaron right now, he's also using the neural. He's got the neural DSP, the unit too, and it's the same thing. If you got good IRs, I think that one comes already with some pretty decent IRs already built in. So
That's a pretty sweet package, but they can all produce really good sounds, and like I said, it's your workflow. I mean, listen to what Marshall creates using neural DSP, and it's absolutely mouth-watering. And then you listen to other, like Doc McFarlane
Yeah,
stuff.
the
with
neural one was really.
Yeah, Headrush is also mouth-watering.
Yeah.
And then you listen to Dave Simpson, and he's using the Podgo, isn't he? And then amps and that, and it's mouth-watering again. It's like there's a great deal of diversity out there, and I don't think anybody should be upset about trying things out.
well, Tim is using the Podgo.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Texas Jackdaw, and then I mean, okay. Let me ask you guys this: does Hetriani have good tone? Does he have good tone, Hippie? Huh?
I think it's a foregone conclusion. We're
Not
going
okay.
to that. Yeah.
Okay, Hetriani has good tone. His pedal board that he uses, because he goes straight through a pedal board also, is the one I used to own before this one. He's using the Line 6 Pod HT Live or X Live or whatever. And it sounds great. If you take the time to tweak it, it's just a menu system that I hate. But it's got good sound. It's got good tone, man,
Yeah, Aaron, that bass behind me there is a Harley Benton. That's a fretless
Oh.
J bass, and I've also got a Fusion Pro 2. They're really nicely made instruments, but you probably will want to change the pickups on them.
I had my drummer friend ordered two back a few years ago, and one of them I was totally blown away with. The other one I thought, oh my gosh, how do I tell him this thing's a dog, you know? But it was just day and night between. You got them both at the same time, you know.
What's their new Cadillac series? They're like the mid range 450 to 550 range.
Fusion 3s. They're doing a go-to, aren't they? A kind of Gibson Les Paul style, which has got go-to fittings and it's high-end fittings.
Yeah, yeah.
And different pickups. Like I think it's Tesla pickups, and I don't really know anything about those. I haven't really sort of found out about them. But everybody seems to be saying it's very, very nice. I'm sure it is. But we're now in mid. You like say we're in mid-range guitars, so you'd expect it to be very nice. Or at least I would.
Yeah.
I think Hendrix will play an MX5.
For a low end Harley Benton to be 450 to 550, that's basically a mimic of like $1,000 guitar.
Yeah.
Because if you figure out what they were trying to mimic with $200, what they were trying to equate that to was a $500 to $600 guitar.
Yeah.
So if a Harley Benton costs $450 to $500, they're trying to imitate a $850 to $1,000 guitar.
And
now,
that's where the distinction between a business model and a creative model, as us as players, comes into. That makes a big distinction, because when I was shopping around for a lifetime guitar, something that you all know the story. I ended up with the Schecter. It's a lovely guitar. I played so many guitars. I played Gibsons that felt like absolute planks of wood, and then I played Gibsons that felt absolutely brilliant.
I have those.
I'm not entirely sure why the distinction was there. I think I know a bit about it, but why one sounded so bad and the other sounded so good didn't seem to equate to anything. So I think that there's always that
what
thing
was it?
about
Was it
how
was
we
it the
respond.
chambered? Was it because it was all chambered in the weight relief for the newer?
No, they were
were it certain
literally
makes
they were
of
both,
LPs?
Well,
Or
in
was it the
this was
heavier
just a
Plek?
standard. It was a standard in both new one, and they were different colours. One was black, and one was like a sunburst, like a burst. And they were supposed to be pretty much the same. Well, the same guitar, same pickups, same fittings, but one of them and the same shape. They just felt entirely different and sounded entirely different. And yet there they were next to each other, at exactly the same price. And I don't know quite why that is, but we all know it happens, that we find some guitars that we just respond to. And what you spend on it when you get into that Harley Benton range now, I think they manufacture the guitars really well. I've been very happy with the ones that I've had. But you're getting into the area where you're starting to think about things much more in terms of how it fits you, rather than being a good guitar at that price. And that's, so I'd recommend.
But it's got to
Harley Benton
sound
to
good at
anybody,
that
'cause
price
they
too. I mean,
make
you got to
good
feel like
stuff.
you're getting some type of value or quality for what you're playing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I'm not
the one-
sure if you can equate it to $1,000 guitar. It could be. Maybe you'll get lucky.
But if you pick that up and say, "Oh man, this thing's
yeah,
an $800
Might arrive in-
guitar,"
it might arrive
instead
and
of
it
a
feels
Pete,
wacky, it's over heavy.
Pete Thorne $3,001 one or something. But
Yeah.
the one Hugh has and is talking about is the one that really caught my interest. Was the knockoff of the Sir guitar. So
Yeah. Yeah, I have to admit the Fusion Pro
It
2,
looked nice.
the only problem with it is the humbucker pickups are a little bit muddy. They're not very responsive. Rest of the guitar is really nice. And the middle pickup sounds pretty good, but I'm never going to use the middle pickup on that because I've got a Strat.
Ian, say hi to Lewis for me. Sorry.
Hi, Lewis.
Sorry, Ian.
Hi.
I think
No,
I might go
he's-
say hi over there too. I always.
Yeah, GV, if you do, man, tell Lewis
Oh.
I said hi, man.
You're talking
Okay.
about Ian Nunes.
Yeah.
Ian, yeah, hi Ian. Sorry.
Because Ian Nunes is going to the Tone Kings, Lewis.
All right.
Yeah. Tell
Is
him I
that
said hi,
that's who
man.
is that Ian Nunes? Ian's Guitar Shack?
Yes.
Yeah, he changed
Yeah.
his name to Ian's
Oh,
Guitar Shack,
okay.
yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I've just seen that name lately, and I thought, oh, somebody new. So
Yeah, GV, if you go over to Lewis, tell him I said hi, man.
I think I'll do that. It looks like it's 9:01, so I think I'll go do that right now, and I will say hi for everybody. So
Yeah, he'll be on for only probably like an hour, right? He usually stays on for an hour anymore, right?
yeah, yeah, I
That's
think
cool.
so. So
Yeah.
okay,
Well,
so
No
we
problem.
will see you folks later. I'll check back in after he gets done.
I'll send you an
Yeah.
email,
And
Take
Great
care.
Fanzine. I'll send you
oh, I
some
appreciate
of the
that,
stuff.
Francis.
No
That'd be
problem, man.
great. Yeah.
Sweet.
Okay, we'll
Take.
talk to you later.
All right. Take
Thanks.
care.
Later.
Boom.
I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna go get some more water. I'll be right back.
All right.
All right, man. Yeah, if
Actually,
anybody wants to come on and say hi or just come hang out and join the conversation, you're more than welcome. Just let me know and send me an email, and I'll send you a link. I don't want to put them out in the chat anymore, man. So how you
You-
finding that Schecter, and what was the
Mhm.
what was the big what was like the aha? Okay, it's gonna be a Schecter. What happened?
Well, I'd kind of narrowed it down just in terms of what I knew I wanted from a guitar, and I didn't go in with any. I'd looked at them and played various ones, and I knew that I liked I'd played one before, and I knew I liked it. But I also really liked the Yamaha guitars. I mean, one of my favorite guitars I ever played was an SG back in the 1980s, and that was just lovely. But it was so heavy. I mean,
Yeah.
even as a young man, I kind of knew this was a heavy monster of a beast. And the new stuff, that the RevStar stuff, seemed to be very, very comparable. And I played a few of those and really liked them. And I knew I wanted something with
What's
a
the
double
Revstar
humbucker.
brand equated?
It's
to?
Yamaha. Yeah, it's a
Okay.
Yamaha. But what I wanted was a guitar that was solidly built, really with a bit of craftsmanship as well as just good
Yeah.
quality control, with high-end specifications and good quality merchandise that I can play for the rest of my life without having to worry too much about it, other than the stuff you ordinarily have to worry about.
Yeah.
It was when I went to a shop, which is a local shop, but it covers the whole base of every possible kind of guitar you can imagine, and started playing various different ones that just appealed to me, that I picked up and felt were right. And this was just the one that I liked the most. So I guess it was. I could have spent another 6 years traipsing around guitar shops and trying everything, and I'm sure that maybe that's what we all really want to do. But this was
Yeah.
the one that spoke to me the most out of dozens that I played. So
And on the budget end of it, what were you restricted to as far as costs and
I
what
wasn't,
you really?
fortunately, wasn't restricted. Most people know my mother passed away last year, and she left.
Yeah.
She basically left my sister and myself with one instruction. Essentially, we were joint, inheritors of the whole estate, which wasn't huge. But she said, "I want you to get something do something or get something that you wouldn't ordinarily get." And so, in truthful terms, there was no price limit. I wasn't going to be able to go out and get a 58, or a collector's
Les Paul,
item.
yeah.
But in terms of production guitars and what you can get, it was pretty much whatever I wanted. But I set myself a limit of saying, well, I knew I wanted to get a head rush as well, because I wanted to try these things out. So I set myself a budget limit of saying about £1,500, which I guess is probably about $2,000 or something.
Yeah. Close
And
to
said,
that,
I
yes.
don't want to go above that, and just that's my mom's last gift to me. So it has to be something I really want. But it has. I wasn't going to go for a Murphy Lab or anything. So,
Cut you
So-
the act.
but I did know it had to be a double humbucker, because I've got the single coil thing down pat. Everything, I've got all the single coils that I could ever need, and I'm not looking for more of that. And I'm not looking for an acoustic, because I'm very happy with the Martin that I've got. It's an ideal guitar for me, and I wanted that in a humbucker guitar.
So you wanted from blues to metal. You wanted to be able
Yeah.
to go from any extreme to the next.
I want to be
and you
Scott
needed-
Gorham. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, I just want to go back in time to when I was a teenager and be Scott Gorham, but without the drug abuse. No, but I want. That's what he was the guy that made me want to pick up the guitar in the first place. Him and Gary Moore, and that's the sort of thing. And also, other bands like Big Country that had, and they played SGs. They played Yamaha SGs.
Well,
And
who's your
that
modern day
sing
guitar
song-
hero? Since you named some of the old classics, man. Who's like
Triani.
Something? You're not far wrong on that one. Because I listened to. I listen to a lot of them, and they blend in now. They don't seem very distinctive of each other, but
Like
yeah,
bro,
hi
You're
Marshall.
not far off
But
that one
I do
because I
find
listen,
that
I listen to a
people.
lot of them and they
Ooh,
blend
I'm
in.
echoing
They
suddenly.
don't seem very.
somebody's got an open
Oh,
screen.
yeah. Yeah, somebody else. Oh, that's really disappointing. But no, I do. The modern guys, like people like Dave Simpson, I really rate. I know, that he maybe isn't the most perfect guitarist there
Oh,
is,
he's really good.
but he's emotionally there. And it's
Exactly,
that I am. I mean, his artistic expression floors me every time.
Every time.
Hetriani floors me because he will put in the effort to
The
make it
effort to make
different, to make it
different,
better.
make it better.
Ooh, I know, going again. Right, sorry. But in terms of the modern guitar heroes, as it were, I can't think of any that really stand out.
Okay.
How about Guthrie Govan?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Guthrie.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
Guthrie,
very good.
yeah,
Well,
he's
John
very good.
Petrucci.
John
Yeah,
Yeah,
Who's
but
got
they
an
don't
open?
rise
they don't
themselves
rise
head and
themselves
shoulders
head and shoulders
from my. I don't know why, but I just don't find
but I
that.
just don't find that.
Yeah.
Marshall, do you have your?
Marshall, do you have your?
Do you have your YouTube volume up?
No, it's off.
Somebody's.
There was
echoing.
delay the last time I joined the stream. I'm not hearing it tonight.
Yeah,
Totally
we're hearing it,
muted.
though.
I'm just trying to pop out the chat on the so I can keep an eye on that. You getting some delay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only when we
Yeah.
talk to you though.
You don't have speakers on, do you? By chance? Just in case?
Boom,
No.
boom.
Headphones. Everything
Boom,
just
boom.
sounds perfect. to me.
Huh. Yeah, I haven't changed anything on my end over here.
Yeah. No, I'm exactly where I was yesterday.
Yeah.
The last time. Huh.
Yeah.
Well,
Jay does a
here
different
I'm gonna mute
setup
my
than
mic
I
and
does.
Testing.
Boom, boom,
two.
boom.
Yeah.
Testing,
One, two.
testing.
Boom, boom.
Yeah. It's coming from your
Boom.
Marshall.
Yeah.
well, that sucks. Let me hang up and rejoin you.
Okay.
Okay.
Boom, boom. Anybody open? Go ahead and speak.
Yeah.
Testing.
That seems fine now.
No,
Boom, boom.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I can never get used to the echo cancellation on StreamYards. Doesn't seem to work the way I think it should.
No, it doesn't.
And sometimes
Yeah, I never
don't-
check it.
No, there's no
yeah.
point. It doesn't. No.
Well, I think it's meant to be open. The only time it's supposed to be used is when somebody is on speakers. They're supposed to use echo cancellation to help buffer it, but it really doesn't work. You have to come in fully geared up or not.
Mhm.
But yeah, anybody that's not using earbuds or headset, just it's a wash. So what were we actually talking about? Go on about your
Guitarists that-
checker.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're asking
guitarists, yeah.
about guitarists that I thought modern guitarists. I thought, and it's like, and it's possibly also because I don't listen to as much music across the spectrum as I did, and I think that's also because we can't, because there's so much more being produced now. When the capture of music for me when I was a teenager and into a young man was really what the mainstream threw at me and what I picked up from the people I played with and local gigs, and that was it. It was easy to put into my head and I could juggle them all. And
Yeah.
now I'm just like, there's so many and I listen to them and they're great. But none of them have risen to the point where they've grabbed my, well, the ones that I mentioned have, I mean, people like Dave Simpson truly have grabbed my attention to the point where I will listen to him.
Yeah.
People like Hetriani have grabbed my attention to the point where I'll go to his channel if I'm feeling in the mood for something like that, and I'll just stick on a playlist and just stick it on and let it run, because
Yeah.
they are, in my
Inspiration.
mind and in my hearing, they're as good as any of those guys that I mentioned earlier too. I mean, they're as good as Gary Moore, they're as good as Scott Gorham, they're as good,
Boom.
So that seems okay now. Yeah.
Yeah, we're good now.
So to me, the people in the I mean, you listen, as I said earlier, Marshall's stuff. When you listen to it, it's got this sumptuous tone that he's creating, but it's the note choices as well, and the way that he plays it. And I defy you to play his stuff. Go away and find anybody out there who's a megastar, and find any real intrinsic difference in the quality. We're talking about people with a lot of talent here, so I do find myself more looking at the people who have got smaller audience counts. And maybe there's a part of me that kind of doesn't want to give honour to those who don't need any more praise. But I don't find them rising above. But I do find people in this community doing that, surprising me and, delighting me,
Yeah, it's hard to find something different. I mean, he picked on Guthrie and then Bertucci and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are like the modern day technicians as far as being technical players and stuff. I mean, they're just all over it and stuff. But even in metal, I'm having a hard time finding anybody like. I mean, like I always go back to like the old favorites, Trower, Iommi, guys like the trendsetters, the riff masters, the blues, just totally off the chain with the music and stuff. And I can't find in Rory Gallagher, people like that, finding anybody that's even close to that skill or that bringing something new to the new stuff. Bring something new to the new stuff that isn't the same as everybody else's. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's
nobody's
not
ever really
before.
stood out to me, man. Who was the blind kid that played
Jeff
on
Healy?
his lap? Yeah, now he
Jeff
was
Healy.
an awesome guitar player.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's somebody that stands out to me, just the way he played. Not because he was blind or whatever, or played a certain way, but just the way he played, the soul that he put into his music, man. You could tell it was totally different from anything anybody else was playing. Genre-esque, yeah, but different, yeah, totally different.
Yeah. He was in that movie Roadhouse, right? That was kind of the movie that really put him on the map, I think, with what's his face. That was a stupid movie, but God, the songs in that were so awesome.
Yeah.
So it just
what was the name of the actor
Swayze?
that was in that? Yeah, that's it, Patrick Swayze. Yeah.
Patrick
Dying of
Swayze.
lung cancer. I'm gonna smoke. Yeah. So what?
God. Yeah.
I think I would.
You were
too,
talking
but
about
it's like,
what?
two more days extra?
He wasn't a
I'll
smoker even.
smoke.
Yeah, it's pancreatic
You were-
cancer that got him, I think, in the end.
Yeah.
Got my granddad too, man. That's terrible, that stuff. You guys were talking about guitars and affordable instruments versus expensive ones, and Ian, you just a nice guitar, and congratulations on that.
My baby.
It's fun with the number of guitars that I sell, weekly, monthly at the shop. I congratulate everyone that gets a new guitar. It's such a great moment. God, it feels so good. But on that accord, a friend of mine was given a guitar free. He paid nothing for it. And he brought it here a while back. And we actually just found out what this thing is. It's got $400 worth of $300 worth of pickups in it. It's an EMG 8185 combo. The guitar is a brand guitar, missing the truss rod cover, which is absolutely perfect. I love that. This is Richard's, the Falcrow's new guitar that he paid nothing for.
Wow.
And the thing, when he got it, none of the pickups were in it, no strings. The nut was brass, and the strings were, a foot off the fingerboard. It was, I don't know why anybody would put a brass nut on a guitar. I'm still confused about that, but I think it's just saw it. It looked pretty. How many guitars have metal nuts on them, really?
I got one with a metal nut. It's
Do ya?
My Dan Electro 12 string has a metal nut on it.
Okay. And I think Jeff Beck uses metal nuts on his Strats, but I just couldn't bring myself to do that. Not on a guitar like this. This is a hardtail, and there's nothing, not a hardtail, but there's no tremolo on it or anything like that. But the guitar, I mean, sounds just amazing. And there, it's interesting with this thing, with the active pickups, because to play clean like that, there's really no head. You're either all the way on or nothing. These are made for playing heavy metal. They just take the volume knob off the guitar. But interesting that God, this thing is it's a killer instrument. This thing is just amazing. I'm shocked. Of course, I'm biased because I just got done setting it up from nothing. I mean, it was completely useless about
does it still have
4 days ago.
Brass nut or on it? Or
no, I put a bone.
What did you change it out to?
Bone.
Okay.
That's a real piece of bone. I built that by hand from a blank.
Sweet.
And that takes a lot of time, to cut a nut, man, and build one for a guitar. That's like, I think I had, close to 2 hours of time into just whittling it down and getting it to fit and getting its shape and all the edges really nice and smooth so that, you don't feel it up there.
What do you charge for something like that in out where you are, man? Because I got a bone nut installed on my jazz bass. I needed to get it one done, and it costs about $100 over here in Canada.
Yeah, that's pretty normal for me. Okay. And there are nuts that are built, and we don't have to change the subject. I didn't mean to divert from whatever you guys were. I kind of came in unannounced, but there are nuts that are built like this one that have the slots already cut in them. But, at that point, you're faced with making the string spacing correct. And oftentimes they just don't work. So you have to have a multitude of different string spacing slotted nuts, which, they're, whatever they cost. So I prefer on something like this where, I know what the neck width is. I can, and I have a string spacing rule that allows me to, with the width of the head, the neck, I can measure it and know exactly where the slots should go. And then that, man, if you're 1/1000th of an inch off, you will pay dearly for it because you'll see it. Yeah, I mean, there's no joke, man. You look at one and one of those strings is a 1/1000th of an inch closer to another one. My knees hurt. It's a Douglas brand guitar. And it's interesting how powerful social media is, because I put a photograph of this I put a photograph of this on Facebook, and a buddy of mine that lives right here in our town, I have friends all over the world on Facebook, said, "Hey man, there's no way, there's no number, there's nothing on this guitar that would indicate anything about what it is aside from this 12th fret marker," which I'll try and, let me turn this light around. I didn't want to be this bright light in my face, but this marker on the 12th fret, you can see. And he saw that and he goes, "Dude, I think that's a Douglas," and I'd never even heard of one. All the guitars I've worked on, and I had never even heard of a Douglas. So if you know anything about them,
what would that be like compared, like as far as like low end brands or medium brand? Where would it rest?
Well, this one, I'm guessing it was probably $200-300 brand new, maybe $300, maybe at Guitar Center or Sweetwater or wherever. I don't know where they were even sold. I'd never seen one, but it has an EMG 81 and an 85. The pickups are, I don't know, go look those up. It's got, the pickups are worth as much as the guitar alone.
Oh, exactly.
And they are mean, man. These things sustain. You hit a note.
Yeah, 81 and 85.
Waiting.
Classic setup.
Yeah. This is just, it's built. Yeah, it's built for metal, for playing metal. And I certainly have crank.
It's an 81 TW and an 89R in the neck. So those things are super hot. Oh,
Yeah.
check you there.
Oh, that's what Mark Tanner was saying, or no, Hugh Caldwell was saying that. He was saying something about Rondo Music because I'm just looking up Douglas, a guitar company, and it says that they're distributed by Rondo Music in the U.S.
Okay.
Range Rondo Music
Rondo's
House
like a
brand.
bass company too, right? They're making a lot of basses.
Rondo. I'm not familiar with them. And, a lot of times that sort of information, I don't have time to look up every guitar that I work on. If I did that, I wouldn't get anything
it's
done.
Mark.
Yeah.
See, Rondo Music it's a distributor in the U.S. Actually, I bought my Telly and my Strat cases. I bought them from Rondo Music. I had them shipped
Rondo.
here. Yeah.
Are they like a musician's friend, or help me?
It's a music store, but they distribute certain lines of product. It's not. It's
Yeah.
kind of like a music because you can buy online there, but I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think they're as big as Musician's Friend, basically.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've never heard of either one of them, and when I found out what it was, and it was cool how I found out what it was because Richard. Yeah, even that's kind of vague to me. But it was neat to be able to figure that out. I'm sure, had I brought it on here, somebody probably online would have said, "Oh yeah, that's a Douglas," But that's the only distinguishing factor in this thing because there's no name on the headstock, and this has got to be a factory paint job. If you look at this thing, the way
51.
the paint, man.
The 5150, is that an add-on sticker or what?
This is a sticker. Yeah, the 5150 is a decal that somebody put on this.
Mark
And
Tanner.
what's on the back? Did you take out the pickups and look for any serial numbers and stuff behind the neck, or is that a set neck?
Yeah, no, it's a neck through.
Neck through.
Wow. Yeah, Mark.
I
Tanner
believe
put
it's a neck
link.
through.
Put a link in
couldn't
the
tell
chat.
you.
It's of that guitar. That guitar model is actually a Douglas Spad 625. That's the model of it, and it sells for $175 US.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Now look up a set of EMG 8185s.
No, it doesn't come with those pickups. No. It
No,
does not come
I
with those
know.
pickups. No, it doesn't.
Wow.
Otherwise,
It's funny.
everybody in the chat's going to be going.
Right.
Get myself a
Yeah.
set of
Well, here,
those.
you guys, just buy the hell out of this thing. It soundsless. I mean, I honestly picked it up. I had it sitting on my couch. I haven't tuned it or nothing. I just picked it up, had me set it up, and put new strings on it yesterday. I haven't touched the machine head on this thing, and it's perfectly in tune. And you barely touch it. You barely touch this thing. I mean, of course I set it up, but I mean, you barely touch this thing and the notes sound. It's effortless. No, it's a really well built guitar, man. When I turned the truss rod was all screwed up, and I turned the truss rod and it just responded perfectly. It did everything it was supposed. Every Fender, every Les Paul, every Paul Reed Smith I've ever worked on that worked right. It's just really fun to have such a cheap. I had no idea how $100. Good grief. And the fretwork on this, I didn't have to do anything with that. Nothing. The frets it's bound. It's a bound neck. So
Yeah, I got
the Falcro has two pretty sweet freaking guitars, man. That Strat he's got.
You put some
Marshall.
1252s on there.
Yeah. No, man. 1358s.
No, I put 10s on this thing.
The nibs on the end of this PRS, they're like flat cut on the edge. They're not rounded off at all on each of the nibs, the end of the nibs. So they're like just flat. So they're just like cut flat on an angle like that. It's like nobody took any time to round the edges or
Round
this
them
and
off.
that. But I got to get some files for that. What kind of files do I need for that?
Oh,
To get those rounded off properly.
I got mine. Mine is a Hosa brand, I believe, and I can't remember. I call it a fret edging file. It's got 3 files on it. One of them's concaved to be able to kind of have a curve to file that edge, but then the 2 sides of it also have a file on them so that you can swipe the frets. I'll use my screwdriver as an example, so that you can kind of go at them like this and round those corners off. Because what you're
That's what I
experiencing on
need to
that
do.
is far too common, man. That's the one of the number one things I fix on brand new guitars, literally.
Yeah.
And I don't care
Well,
if they're from
they
Fender.
they obviously didn't even look like they even addressed
No.
it. They just looks like they just pounded them in and
Cut 'em
knocked
off.
some of the rough edges off. Yeah,
Yeah.
and just
Yeah.
barely touched them. But when I'm going up and down, I can feel, it's like a hangnail on the thing.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
It's
We'll
not
call them
cutting me.
cheese grater frets.
Yeah,
The
they're
cheese
not cutting
graters.
me.
It just
They're not cutting me,
no.
but you can tell that they're grabbing you.
Waleed was right. This whole thing, when you buy a guitar, do this before you pay for it. And if it ain't right, you make them fix it. Because they're selling it to you, man. That is I mean, and fretwork is it's a very time consuming process to do it right. And I've refretted a lot of guitars and I've had to fix that on a lot.
Spectacular.
Yeah. But I think it's I can't remember the name of the tool, but I bought mine from Philadelphia Lutherie Supply, and they're hard to get stuff from right now. I think because of the same situation that everybody's
if you find
in.
a good file set that I need for doing that, just go ahead and let me know because I want to get into doing some of that. This is my beater guitar. It's already got a dime-sized nick out of the back of the headstock because it hit this table right here. Boom. So if it goes to shit, I don't really care.
Right.
I mean, don't want it to go to shit, obviously, but if I do mess it up for some reason, I'm not going to really piss them out about
it. Thank you, Zach. Oiled.
Well,
yeah,
I miss that guy, man. I hope he comes back.
Yeah, I call him a fret leveling or a fret end file, I think is what I call it. I can't remember what the exact word for it is. Forgive me. I should know that, but beveling, fret end file is what I call it. It's 3 files in one. One of the sides is totally smooth, and the cool part of it is for rounding off those edges that are sharp on the very sides of the edges of the fret.
Yeah.
The files won't dig into your fingerboard. They have that corner rounded off ever so slightly so that you can hit that and not leave a mark. That's pretty close.
That's just one of them. There's I've got a kind of set of them with different curvatures and whatever to them, and they're the same as you'd find on any cabinet maker's kind of tools would be the same.
Yeah.
But these aren't particularly great quality ones, I must admit, and I wouldn't touch the Schecter with it. But I've done all my others with that.
Fret dressing file.
You know, just and they apart from didn't do the stainless steel ones obviously on the Fusion, but did my Telecaster and my Strat, and obviously the bass doesn't need it because it's fretless, and they're absolutely fine for that. So they're just kind of they're like any kind of cabinet or sort of metalworking tool for fine work will do the job, but. There are the StewMat ones. I've looked at those sites too. With thought, is it worth getting those things? Because I'm only doing it for me, so
Yeah.
So
what you have to be careful.
Like you hand cut a nut and fit it for $100 basically. That seems like an awful lot of work for $100. It's
right. Just the fretwork alone on this guitar for $100. I mean. If I was to refret this thing, you're looking at a $300-$400 job, just all that alone. And this is like, there's nothing, absolutely no. I didn't touch these things. There's nothing wrong with it. Period. If it feels as good as any of my Les Pauls, my Strat. I mean, of course, I've done all the fretwork on those, but this is perfect. The one thing you got to be careful of in just using any everyday file is, again, scraping that fingerboard right at that edge. If you've got a file with the corner that's sharp, you will dig
I'd
into that
be anal.
fingerboard.
I'd be anal and tape up shit,
Oh, yeah.
man, just
Yeah.
to give it a buffer. I'd be
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I'd probably do it the way somebody like a luthier would teach me to do it. Always take precautions. Always protect your board. If
Yeah.
you think you're not going to get it right, tape up the board. Do that, and just go
Yeah.
about it.
Yep. Yeah. And Mark just found the fret end dressing files from StuMac. It's $17, and then $11 for shipping
Yeah,
in the
it's just-
U.S. at least.
Yeah, it's just you can probably get StuMac on Amazon free shipping.
That might be. Yeah, I buy enough stuff from StuMac that I have an account with them, so I don't. I pay like $35 a year or something, and because I buy so much. I have to buy so much stuff from them. They have some really great products. They're expensive, but it's kind of like anything for a guitar is like anything built for a hospital. A Q-tip at a hospital costs $75, right? A file for a guitar costs, although this one's not very expensive, but buy a set of nut files, although those aren't terribly expensive anymore either.
So what are you finding out with roller bridges and roller nuts, man? Why and why not?
If you have a roller nuts, I mean, in both cases, I think it's often due to having a Bigsby style tremolo system or vibrato system on your guitar, or something like a Strat with a vibrato system. It allows that string, that bearing to move when the string moves. I mean, I'll sit here and bar my Strat right here on screen, and I don't have a roller nut on it, and it barely ever goes out of tune. So I don't know if that's it's kind of like it's one of those things where if the guitar is set up correctly and you've lubricated the nut when you put strings on, whether using a number 2 pencil, some graphite, or using some Big Ben's nut sauce in that, if you lubricate stuff and you got a tremolo system or vibrato system on your guitar, I don't see the point really in roller bridges and saddles and nuts and all that.
I mean, regardless. I mean, do you think it's a good idea? I mean, for somebody that plays, somebody that plays one of the Bigsby.
Bigsby. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, somebody plays that a lot, like a country singer or a country player or something like that. Just doing a lot of the wah, 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 wah. So yeah, like that.
You see,
but
what I've done, Jeff, on this one, as well as on my Telecaster with the Bigsby, I just changed the saddles. It's the GraphTech. That's right, the GraphTech saddles, because they're self-lubricating, so it never gets stuck in it, and that's it. Basically.
Those are the best saddles and nuts ever made, bar none. Yeah. And I will die saying that, because I have them on my Les Paul too. They are absolutely fantastic. And I don't have a tremolo vibrato system. Yeah.
What are
GraphTech?
The GraphTech? I'll show you on my Tele. See it better.
Saddles. Graphite saddles. But this thing, has metal. It's a normal tunematic style bridge with through the body anchors, but it's just got a standard old Les Paul type SG whatever type tunematic saddles. And that was one thing about this. The bridge was not put in the right place on this instrument. It should have been shifted back. It could have back another 1/8 of an inch towards the butt of the guitar, because I ran out of room for perfect intonation, at least as close to perfect.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So how you intonating if it's out like an 1/8 of an inch?
You don't.
Do you switch the saddles
or you plug
around?
the holes and re-drill the holes? Yeah.
You see the saddles?
There you go. You can almost see those things. Yeah.
You see it?
Yeah. Francisca.
Yeah.
Wait,
You'd have to. There
see?
it is.
Oh, you got the barrels.
This is like the barrel type saddles, you see, but these are the GraphTech also. and
They're black.
yeah, they're black.
Graphite.
These ones, and they never
They
never
don't
have
get
any
an edge wore in them from the strings running
Because see, I
across
was
them?
looking at either getting a mastery
No.
bridge, and then I looked to get this because my problem was that the bridge that was in there is kind of like a Jaguar style bridge, and the string was always touching the bottom there. So when I changed it to these saddles, not only does it not
Lifted it
stick,
up.
but
Yeah, it lifted it up, brought them up.
it
to the
lifted it
top
up
of
just a little bit. So I adjusted it, and I don't have any issue with it touching just the edge over there. And so it solved my issue, and it doesn't stick. So with the Bigsby, it's perfect. That basically, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, my
Kelly-
knees hurt. That was a semi-acoustic. Yeah, it's a 339, the blue guitar. Yeah.
Yeah. Cut out the friction points, Hugh. You're absolutely right. Yeah, man, that's tough. Sometimes those things are a pain to get rid of.
It only takes one, man.
nut
It only takes
sauce.
one.
That's been a butt of many
It had to,
many
had to be
jokes.
hubs.
Oh yeah. He said nut.
So,
That stuff is really awesome. That's an awesome product, though. It works really, really well. I use it on most of the instruments that I put no strings on, most of the time.
hey, Justin, what's going on? My knees hurt. What's up, man?
Justin, yeah, they do make left-handed fret files. I'll loan you one.
Are they along with the left-handed spanners, aren't they? So
And the left-handed pipe wrench, left-handed shovels.
and hammers.
Justin, he's a lefty. He plays left-handed, and he has left-handed guitars. So it really sucks if I go visit with him because I have to take my own guitars. And if he comes here, he has to bring his own guitar, or mine are completely useless to him.
Yeah.
And it's funny because, I get to set up the left-handed guitar every once in a while, and it sucks because I can't really test the work that I did because I can't play the thing. Like, I like to see what I did and how it feels when I'm done. I just can't do it with a lefty.
I have to admit, I'm in awe of people that can play both-handed, in both direct,
Oh.
ambidextrous guitar players. They're like,
Dude,
that's slightly awesome. Yeah.
Justin and I both played in a band with a guy named Jay Penev. He was from Bulgaria. He was a student at EOU. Yeah. Never goes out of tune. Yeah. Well, there's always that too. This guy, Jay, you could hand him any instrument, anything. Hand him a mandolin. He'd never touched one, and he'll be playing that like he'd been playing it his whole life, but he'll flip it over and play it left-handed in exactly the same way. Like it is mind-blowing what this guy could do. It was shocking. He's totally like a savant. I
Have you ever tried to play a left-handed guitar, Marshall, with any kind of yeah, I can do this?
Well, I mean, I can build chords, because I can just kind of mirror them to lefty.
Yeah.
And when I do set one up, I do have to play some chords on it. So, but strumming with my left hand to do any kind of digging in or playing any rock or any kind of pick articulation, anything like that, useless. I am utterly useless like that. I mean, I can, but not, I mean, I sound like a very, very, very new guitar player if I have to play a lefty. It's always fun though. It's a challenge, I love that. But it's kind of a bummer because I can't really dig into them like I would a normal or a righty guitar. A normal guitar, people lefty are abnormal. They are, but that's okay. Justin, I love you, man. But yeah, it's kind of a bummer that you can't really dig in like I can on a normal.
You see, you're talking about lefties and everything. The band that I went to, I did the rig rundowns of the bassist and the guitar player on my channel there, Hippie. Both
Yeah, I
guys
seen
were
that, man.
both guys are left-handed. Both guys are left-handed. So seeing them on stage, it wasn't weird because normally you see a left-handed and a right-handed, and you're like, oh, something looks weird. But they were both left-handed, so it looked like so like normal.
Wow.
It was so weird, man.
You know, I'm just looking at this and thinking this would be fine for a left-handed guitarist because
Way it's made, the way
it looks just as good
Either way.
that way.
Yeah, either way.
Just like
Yeah.
left-handed guitarists, buy a router and an SG.
Yeah.
Well, Zach Thong is left-handed also.
Yeah. No, it must be really. I mean, to be honest with you, when you think about it, it's odd that we play them that way around. Because I write with my right hand. Why do I do all the articulate stuff with my left hand?
I know,
on
eh?
the
It is
guitar?
weird
It's
when you
weird.
think about that.
So, I mean, if you're a left-hand guitarist, to be without, to have that limited a number to choose from, must be really irritating. You know?
Well, two guitar players in my life. My guitar instructor Matt Schiff was left-handed, and he played right. And one of my bandmates in the band, Bad Karma, was left-handed, and he played. And I think both of them, because the guitar that was at the house that they grew up in was a righty, and so that's what they had to play on, and they just learned to play like that. And you know, it's amazing with having that. You'd think having your strong hand, you know, for me being a righty, you'd think that would be, you know, and of course at this point in my life, if I was doing this, just feels wrong, utterly backwards. It feels so wrong to me. This is so natural. So those guys had a.
I guess
What's
I'd
that?
have to ask this to a left-handed player, but do left-handed
Just-
players feel more ambidextrous or more able to use their right hand more so than a right-hander being able to use their left hand? Are they more adaptable at using their right than a right-hander is at using their left? You know what I'm saying?
I would say that goes both ways. I mean, I don't know. Because I think actually my buddy Pat might be ambidextrous.
Because most things
in
are built
fact.
for right-handers.
Yeah, but I
So,
think it's
so
how
a
we do
left-hander
things.
would have to become more adept to using right-handed stuff
Right.
than a right-handed person
Like slapping
using
their hand.
left-handed stuff.
And I
You know
think
what
it
I'm
is
saying?
about what you do, because I think it's right. If you give, if you picked up a guitar and if you were given a left-handed guitar as a child and you learnt on it, you'd probably be
Yeah.
you know, perfectly good. And that would be the natural way, the way it feels right. But
So if a
you know, it's-
left-handed person normally would have been taught on a right-handed guitar,
Right.
yeah, one would think.
but because they're left-handed,
Certainly do
would
it.
they be able to pick up a left-handed guitar and play it like a true left-hander?
I don't know. You'd have to ask. anyone
Right.
who's
Yeah.
left-handed.
Justin can't. He can't play my guitars. I can answer that right now.
Yeah.
He picks up one of my guitars and he might as well be me with a lefty. I mean, literally, he can't. It doesn't go both ways.
Why am I
Yeah.
smiling? My knees hurt. Just look at Hugh Caldwell's comment. And I'm surprised that that Gary didn't start on that.
Flashlights for a lefty. Left-handed flashlight.
Flashlight.
Which brings up Jade. I was thinking about this question. Earlier, man. It's like, what question should she have asked you, or was there a question she didn't ask you that you wanted to address on her show?
No.
Was there something you might have
I,
wished you would have covered, or you didn't get a chance to cover?
I babbled too much for her to ask, I think, a lot of questions. I took way too long answering questions, but I have no interview experience. Nobody wants to interview me about stuff, so I've never been interviewed before. So, you know, but I learned a lot from that experience. But I know she did a great job, and the people that were in the chat were doing a great job of asking questions about my work. And such. So I felt like I got a lot of stuff that was inside of me that I know out. You know, she did a fabulous job, and she just let me talk and talk and talk and talk, and you know, But no, I wouldn't say I would have wanted her to ask me anything else. Uh,
Yeah. Well, I mean, is there
and we were
anything that you
on.
felt like you could have expanded on, or something? Is there anything that you want people to know that maybe you didn't get a chance to, or
Boy.
it didn't get a chance to come up? Like, yeah, because normally after you do stuff like that, you're like, oh damn, I forgot about telling her this or saying this
Yeah.
or something, this or that. Was there anything like that for you that you may have missed,
I,
or that
you
could have
know,
got covered but didn't?
a couple of things have occurred to me, but I've completely just forgotten about all that stuff. I suppose. Yeah, but nothing in particular, really, Jeff. Uh, uh, we talked for, I don't know how long the interview was, an hour and 40 minutes or something. It was a long
About that?
interview,
Well, yeah.
or an hour and 35, whatever. I mean, uh, yeah, we got a lot out on the table, and I haven't rewatched the interview, so I can't, and I don't remember the whole thing, of course.
Yeah.
But I felt like we had absolutely zero conversation before it started. We talked a little bit about some life shit that we were both dealing with, and the fact that I was going to have a date tonight, and that didn't happen. But that's cool. Something came up. Not what you're thinking. Uh,
I was gonna say that's what she
uh,
said, but yeah, okay.
right. She's blowing up my phone right now. Um,
Oh,
so,
well, don't
um,
let us hold you
yeah.
back, man.
Oh no, she's children are involved, so I can't
Okay.
get in the way of that. Yeah,
I got you.
I can't think of anything in particular that I mean, it would have been nice to talk a little bit more about my work and specific things about that, I suppose, because there's a lot of information that is pretty important for people that were in that, because there's a lot of fucking guitar players watching this interview. Um, you know, so it would have been nice to expand a little bit more on that sort of stuff to maybe help people a little more than I was able to. There were a lot of
Yeah.
more personal type questions, which I'm fine with. I have nothing to hide, and
Yeah, I think that's what she
it
was. I
was
think
fun.
that's what she's really gearing towards, is finding out you, finding out the
Yeah,
person she's interviewing, not so much what they
yeah,
think about what it is they do on a daily basis, but how you came
yeah,
about being what you became and stuff, and why.
yeah. Yeah, it was really one of the touching moments for me was when she asked me about the rewards that I get from work, and that was one of the best, because
Oh
I
yeah,
relived that moment when I handed that lady her violin back, and I mean, I literally I started crying during the interview because
good
it was just
joke. Yeah,
it was I could see her again, and she stays in touch with me to this day. So
that's cool, man.
that's one of the most touching moments I've had as a musician, or a job that I have, or what I do to help people with their instruments. So, I mean, it was really an emotional moment to see her like that. It was just so
Yeah.
breathtaking. Uh,
Oh yeah.
yeah. So that was kind of, I didn't expect that. I didn't expect myself to do that.
Yeah.
So would
Yeah,
you
you're bringing
with
back
the
something to somebody that you that they've missed for so long, man. It's like a total rebirth, man.
Oh, yeah, to see the look on that lady's face. And she was somebody that played in the chamber orchestra here in our community at the university. I mean, she was not a joke. She
Yeah,
was playing like
she was bona
very
fide, right?
fine.
Yeah, she's a bona fide player.
Yep. And just and I don't know how long it had been. Her husband had brought the instrument in to me, um, and expressed to me what he wanted done, and I got to speak with her on the phone a little bit about it, and I did everything I thought she wanted. And when I gave it back to her, the work that I did was, my gut was right on little things that I had to make a decision on in that moment. And that's one of
What
the
what was
best
the
parts
actual
of my
shape of
job.
the
It's like,
guitar?
what's that?
What was the actual? I mean, was it like a almost like gone guitar, or was it like
No,
it just
this
needed
was a
reconditioned here and there and fixed up? Things were wore out, worn down, or did you have to do like a complete overhaul of the whole damn thing?
this was a violin. Um, and it wasn't damaged, it wasn't broken. It was a very, very expensive violin. I'm guessing when they purchased that thing, it was probably in the neighborhood of $10,000. But because of the way that her body had the weakness that she had, I believe in her left side, being able to hold the violin on her shoulder was no longer possible. We needed to raise the violin up and get it up higher off of her shoulder to tilt that the neck down a little bit so that she could, and in doing that, it raised her bow position. You can see the angle happens here where now your bow has to be up. And that's what she specified. I need that thing to sit up higher off of my shoulder so that, because
So you put some kind of custom bracing on it and stuff like that?
Yeah, we customized the shoulder rest for her, and we use the original shoulder, or I use the original shoulder rest that was on the violin. I had to build some shims underneath that thing, and that was not a small task to do. Holy smokes. It's not, they don't just build those things. You can't just buy one from Stu Mac. You know, and also I'm working with a $10,000 violin. So, and I've got to make sure it looks beautiful and, and she's not going to have any trouble with it, but that was the big point of it, to get it down so that her left hand could make the movements. Because I believe the deal was with her hand up ever so slightly higher, her mobility in her fingers was nullified. But having it down just even an inch or 2 inches, whatever it was, where it sat comfortably, she could move her fingers correctly, and her elbow movements were correct for intonation and all that on a violin. I didn't get to she didn't sit there and play a bunch of stuff for me in the shop, and I wish she had, but she played that thing, and the moment she played a couple of notes, just lost it.
She knew it was back to where she could. She knew it was back to where she could play it.
Yeah, she knew what she needed because she'd been playing for her entire life, and she was not a young woman.
So what was the deal? Just like arthritis, just being old, body parts moving and bone structure moving and stuff.
I believe it was a stroke, and in fact, I'm pretty certain that it was a stroke. And when stuff like that happens with folks, I try not to dig too deep into that part.
Yeah.
I don't ask. Sometimes people can be pretty sensitive about that. Like, what happened? That can be an impersonal question. So I try and be careful about that sort of stuff. Everybody, living in a small town, you realize everybody kind of knows everybody's shit. So sometimes people want to keep that stuff private. But I believe it was a stroke, though. In fact, I'm certain it was. I've had family members that have had to deal with that sort of stuff, so I know what happens, and it's sad. Oh, your mind's all there, and your body just won't do what you want it to do. Heartbreaking. But that moment was not heartbreaking. It was a polar opposite of heartbreaking. It was like, I did something good.
So let me ask you a question, Marshall, because since you're talking about stuff like that, and I spoke to Ian about it, and I've been debating whether I want to do this or not. Okay, I've been having more and more issues getting older, obviously, with my hand and arthritis and stuff, and I'm noticing that certain neck shapes don't agree with me anymore. Okay, from certain guitars that I've had and everything. My number one guitar was my Strat, and I've had that since 1998. I've had that Strat, okay, and I love that guitar to bits. But the problem is right now, with the way my hand feels, I kind of need a chunkier neck. It's too thin for me now. It's like, and it's like there's nothing to do with the neck, obviously. But I can't. Like, that guitar has been my guitar. It's been to all my gigs and stuff, and everything I've ever done, that guitar's been around, So I feel bad taking the neck off, and I know Ian's like, well, you just keep it on the side and maybe get another neck or something. And I don't know how I feel about that, because that guitar is my number one, and I don't want to touch it, but at the same time, it's like I can't play it anymore because I play it for 5 minutes, and then my wrist goes numb or my fingers hurt and everything.
Let me give you a little analogy here. I'm an amputee, right?
Yeah.
If I put on an artificial leg, am I still Jeff?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I know, but
there's your answer to that.
Yeah, I guess.
Are
It's still
you
your
you're
guitar,
talking
bro.
about?
You're just putting a different leg on it, man. You're giving it what it needs to feel. You're giving it what it needs to be played. If it's not being played, you're not doing your guitar
Yeah.
any good, even though it's an inanimate
Yeah.
object.
I know you told me to, Ian. Okay,
Listen
I,
to these
I
guys,
know
Francis.
you've told me to, Ian. I know.
Get
many
yourself a
times.
walnut
It's
neck
just
that is the right shape, and you've
I
got
think
the
I might do
Strat.
that.
Play the damn thing.
There you go.
because
The
I
thing-
love my Strat. I mean, it's the guitar I've had the longest. And granted, also, I probably need a fret job on it because they're grooved in pretty well, the frets, because I've used it for God knows how many
Right.
times. So
Yeah.
it's probably easier just to get another neck and keep that one
Hey,
just
man,
to have it for value.
put an
or
Evertune
whatever,
on
but-
it. Put an Evertune on it.
Right.
No,
Let's router it out. Put a Floyd Rose on it. Fuck it, man.
No, man, that guitar I've had since '98.
Put humbuckers in it.
You're
Turn
not-
it into
senses in
anything
that.
but a Stratocaster.
If that's your number one player, and you know
Used to
you're,
be.
I agree with Jeff 100%. And you know it'll take to if you put a new neck on that, that's going to require a lot of work. It's going to take you a day or so to get that thing all set up and dialed in and right, the nut height and all that and the angle and all that, and but I say if that's your baby, because it's got pickups in it that you love. It sounds that way with those pickups and the body wood, and it weighs a certain weight and all that. A bigger neck's going to make that guitar feel a little bit different. I mean, you've been very intimate with that guitar, so as we all have with our babies that we love.
and here's another.
So I say, buy a new neck.
Here's
a new
another
neck on
thing
that
too,
thing,
Francis. I've been an amputee since '88.
Yeah.
They've had these legs right then at 88, but now they got these legs at 95. Now they got these legs at 2015. Now they got these super duper
I get what you're
bionic
saying.
fucking legs that'll make Jeff get up and run off his
Right.
fat ass chair. You know what I
you're
mean?
saying
Woo!
why the attachment to the tool that you need and whatever. I mean, there is an attachment, certain emotional attachment to a guitar, but I get what you're saying. If you're switching different legs, it's the tool to be able to walk easier and whatever. And if you're switching it for a better model that it works better for you at this time, it's probably a better thing. Yeah, I mean, and it's like Ian told me too. It's not like you have to throw the neck out; you just keep it, And if ever at some point, some of my kids will inherit that Strat, well, then they get the original neck with it too, or whatever. But
Exactly.
Yeah.
As long as you're
Bolt-on
not
necks
doing
were made
anything
to
in
be
that neck
changed.
pocket, as long as you're not doing anything in that pocket, that neck's always going to fit in there, man.
yeah.
A shim here, a shim there, you'll be fine, man. You'll be right back to business.
I've changed out a lot of necks on Stratocasters in particular, for multiple reasons, and they're really Warmoth does a very good job of building those necks to fit properly. They've done most of them that I've gotten. In fact, I don't think I've ever had to send a Warmoth neck back and usually I leave it to the customer to go to that website and decide what neck they want, because there's so many variables with regard to the size and the type of woods and the type of truss rod and all the fret size and all that stuff. So, I leave that up to the customer, because I mean, if they want me to do it, it's $100 an hour to have me sit here and go on this website with you, and it's a 1 hour minimum. So, you make the choices, and that sort of stuff. I've had very, very good luck with Warmoth.
I
products.
kind of know. I kind of know what I want if I'm going to get a Warmoth. The thing is I want to make sure I get the right dimensions. I'd like my neck dimensions on the Strat to be the same as my Tele neck, because my Tele neck is a '60s. It's a made in Japan guitar, so they have the actual dimensions of the made in '60s Tele neck. It's got a little bit of chunk there, It's like it's got that nice curve to it that I find it's one of my most comfortable guitars. So I'd like to have my Strat have that same type of curve on it, basically, And if I could get that, that would be great. And I know the materials I like. It's either going to be a roasted maple neck with a rosewood top, or it's going to be a full rosewood neck, complete throughout rosewood neck,
Wow.
But it's
I'd go maple with rosewood, but that's what Strats have been since 1954. I don't see any reason to reinvent the wheel. But I'm big on being, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And we're watching that happen right in front of our faces, man. These people building, or rosewood necks. Oh, How many guitars have a maple neck or a mahogany neck versus a rosewood neck? Those mahogany and maple are pretty well fucking proven. Why alter that? We know they work. So I would be careful about doing anything too although
Hmm.
I don't know. Uh I'm being
Yeah.
a I'm being the devil on your shoulder or the angel, whatever you want to call
Well,
it.
yeah.
Uh
Initially, I was thinking, stick with similar type of materials, maple and rosewood. But I was thinking roasted maple because I've tried a
yeah.
roasted maple neck, and like I would get it with no finish, just a roasted maple because it
Yeah.
feels so good on the hand,
I
man.
Yeah, I have no issue with that. But I think rosewood, it's a very heavy wood. It's a very dense wood, and I don't know how fragile it is, to be honest, because it's always used in just a fingerboard. Which break a fingerboard, I dare you. God, you can try. Go ahead. You know, but I mean, maple necks have been on Strats on a
So what do you think of?
1954.
So what do you think about the roasted necks? Is that like a myth, or is it just something fancy, or does it actually stabilize the neck better because of the lack of moisture and doesn't flex and
Science science tells me that it is a superior product. Science.
okay.
That's what I think that it's a superior product to an unroasted maple neck. However, if you could find a maple neck from
Mhm.
1965 to throw on that thing,
Yeah, that's not
you
going to go
don't.
anywhere either, is it? It's,
Yeah, you don't have to roast that. It's proven. You
Mhm.
know,
Yeah.
it's it ain't going anywhere.
Well,
You
what's
know,
what's what's
maple.
the what's the actual between roasted and what's coming out of the factory? What's like the moisture content ratio for one, or do you know any of that stuff?
I can't answer that question. Because, to be honest with you, that stuff and the type of work that I do is pretty much irrelevant,
Yeah.
literally. I mean,
But I mean, for somebody to be able to school somebody on like if somebody comes into your shop and some who in your shop's going to know about roasted necks versus maple necks versus all the things we're talking about right now, and I just threw into
right.
the mix the roasted neck. Well, what about the roasted neck? Is this stuff is it legit? Has anybody really is anybody putting it through the test, and why is it so superior to a non-dried out roasted neck? I mean, it's just moisture content? Take away more
Yeah.
moisture, it closes up the pores, makes it stiff, or what?
Well, go with guitar players that I respect that have gone with roasted maple for several years and really love it. And one guy that comes to mind that I brought up a little earlier was Guthrie Govan, roasted maple bacon. uh,
It's
he
Canadian
used
themed,
he went with roasted maple on some of his signature guitars from Sewer and from Charvel, I believe, and he just loves them. So that's one person I could point out that has uh, made my thoughts of that subject very concrete with respect. Because if that guy's using them,
yeah,
I mean, name a better guitar player than Guthrie Govan. Go ahead,
yeah.
I'll wait. There isn't one. That guy, I believe, the best guitar player walking on breathing air still right now. And I don't care if you're Steve Vai, John Petrucci, or Joe Satriani. Guthrie will give them all a good run for their money. Tommy Emmanuel, name them.
Yeah.
You know, so that reason alone is one of the reasons. But I've also watched a lot of videos of guys demoing the instruments and that sort of thing. So um, I don't work on a ton of guitars that have roasted maple necks, but I've worked on enough to know that, man, when you turn that truss rod, it does what it's supposed to do, and they feel great, just like um, Francis was saying.
Yeah,
You
it
don't
feels amazing on the
no
back of that. Man, I tried even a couple of what's that brand there? Starts with the letter R. They're made in oh man, what the hell are they called? They're all roasted necks, man. I tried them. If it wasn't for the width of it, I love the the hell's that brand of guitars there?
Not Harley Benton.
Rickenbacker?
No, it starts with an R. No, not Rickenbacker. It's they're made in Asia, man. They're man. Doc McFarlane uses them, man.
You got me lost, bro.
Reverend, that's it. Great
Reverend.
Vancini. Yeah,
Reverend.
Reverend guitars, man. They're so nice, man. I tried a bunch of them. The problem was the width of the neck was a little too wide, but they're all like roasted maple. But I tried this Telecaster. It was just before. It was like 2 years ago, just before all this shit went down. I was like in the store. I tried this Telecaster. It had a roasted maple neck on it, and it felt. I mean, the price was outrageous, but the neck felt amazing. And I was like, wow, this roasted maple neck really, it's nice. And I look at like Mooney, for example. You got that contemporary Squire Telly with the roasted maple neck, and he's loving that neck too. It's like it's an amazing neck, man. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they said
It's like
when
playing.
they,
It's like playing on felt. You know what I mean? Like versus wet paint. You know what I mean?
Well, they said that the intention was to create a modern maple product that had the same qualities as something that had aged for 50 years. That was the intention they had when they did it. I think that was what they were, and it's like I just went and had a quick look on moisture content comparisons. Can't find a damn thing about that, but they do talk about lithicins and glucoses, and so I think there's a lot more to it than just the wood involved, than just the moisture. I think there's a lot of other chemicals in there, but that's what they seem to be aiming for. But I don't know. I mean, I think the roasted maple necks or the baked and stuff that I've played haven't felt like 50-year-old necks. They felt like roasted maple necks. They do feel different somehow. I don't know quite what it is, but maybe it's the finish that they tend to use on them because they seem a little less tactile, just a little less. But it's like the difference between your fingerboard. You get a rosewood fingerboard, it's got a little bit more friction and just a little bit more tactile pull on your fingers. It's hardly noticeable, but it is there. Yeah. Then you try a maple fretboard and it slides a little bit more, and you just somewhere in between that you get you get somewhere in between that you've got you things like I'm forgetting the names, ebony and such, which don't give you quite the same.
Doesn't
pull on your
rosewood collect a
fingertips.
lot of oils in your hands and stuff though, and just
Seems to have coarser grain, doesn't it?
Well,
Is that
Not
right?
if you
Is
treat
rosewood
it
a
with
coarser
linseed
grain?
oil.
I put
Right, so
lemon
that would
oil
seal
on it
them
all
up.
the time,
Right.
man. Like when it gets dry, my neck.
Mineral oil.
Basically. Okay. Well, I use.
Will
lemon
that change
oil,
the I mean, that obviously will change the tactile.
That's what lemon
sensation as
oil is.
well. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just lemon flavored mineral oil.
How's that go against the oil and the salt in your hands and stuff when it actually builds up? Where you're just gonna have to practice wiping your neck down every night.
I don't wipe it down.
No, your neck should be treated. It should be treated so that nothing bad gets into it. Your oils from your skin should never get into the wood on the neck on your fingerboard. That's just linseed oil does the job. That's what I use on all the guitars that I treat,
So it's
and
a
it keeps the
good
bad
sealer
stuff out,
for
keeps the good
porous
stuff
wood.
in. Yeah.
It's a good sealer for porous wood. Then.
Yeah, linseed oil, in my humble opinion, is the best treatment for a fingerboard. Lemon oil is they call it lemon oil. It's just mineral oil, I believe, but but they put lemon flavor in it or make it smell good. That's been used by many people, and I won't argue with that. Keith Richards, guitar tech, told me to use linseed oil. I won't use anything else after hearing that.
The Kaiser Dr. Stringfellow lemon oil, basically. You know?
Yep.
I just use it
Yep.
down like 65 stuff.
I use that for the polish. I got that for the polish and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's stuff I use.
I think I agree with Mark Tanner there. I think they only put the lemon in so it tastes nicer when you lick the fretboard.
But see, that's what. Did you see what Gary was saying? What was he saying? What did Gary say? He was saying roasted maple with lemon oil is divine.
Right. Does sound rather nice.
Sounds like a good dinner. Yeah, Pal Farrow. Yeah.
Osmo oil.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about that wood, but rosewood and exotic woods like that have become, as we all know, they've become somewhat difficult to get a hold of in some cases. You know, with the whole thing that went down with Gibson in 2012.
What's the ban with
What's
all
that?
the woods and stuff?
With the rosewood.
exotic? Yeah, what's
Yeah.
But I think it's been lifted, eh? I think.
Yeah, that did get lifted. But as far as I know, but still, red wine with roasted maple. It's gonna go on and on. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know that much about the bands. I'm a tech. I'm not a wood buyer. You know, I do have some pretty rare pieces of wood that I keep handy for doing repairs. If a guitar comes in that needs a piece of ebony or something like that, I do have some pieces.
Can't really see it. Where's that?
Oh, what's that?
No, I think my tuner's covering it.
What is it? Oh, is that the ding in the headstock?
Yeah, where am I at? See it? It's like a dime size hole right here.
Oh, there's a chip in the finish?
Yeah, big ass dime size chip right in the paint. Right there.
Yeah.
But what I was going to ask you, you see how thick the paint and shiny this is? Now, I want to tape it off and give it some type of like angled kind of point on it and stuff. Like up in here and stuff. But I want to get all this gloss off, man. Now, people are saying Scotch Brite, this and that, or certain sandpaper grits. But what's the best way to get this knocked down? Don't destroy the guitar or the paint finish, but knock enough of this lacquer shit or this urethane, whatever the hell they got these things coated with, off to get it to do basic. Because you can see how shiny the damn thing is. It's just like it
start with a pretty heavy grit sandpaper, and when I say that, 150 grit to really knock the initial part of the paint, and then when you start hitting wood at that point, go to 200, 220. And
I don't want to take it down
get
to
the
wood,
elbow
though.
grease
I just want to.
Oh, you want to knock?
I want to take. Yeah, I just want to take the paint down so it becomes more like a satin finish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rough it up, with some pretty heavy, not heavy grit. I would say 220. Knock it down. Because 220 is a pretty good grit paper. A lot of guys that do
hit it with some like 400 after that just to finish it off. Knock all the.
You could. Off. Yeah, you're not going to hurt anything by doing that. But a lot of woodworkers will stop sanding it at 220, 320 grit, and they'll put the finish on at that point, which to me is kind of like, wow, that's not very. But then I also have to consider that, a lot of the sanding that I'm doing is fret polishing, and I'll run 2000 grit, to make it look mirror-like,
Yeah.
So you're not going to hurt anything by doing that. But at 400 grit, you're going to basically almost be polishing that shit. So you might undo what you set out to do, because you actually do want a little bit of roughness, is what it sounds like, rather than being that slick. I mean, this thing's the same shit, man. This is lacquered, probably polyester. In fact, I know it's polyester neck finish, and I don't know. I don't sweat a lot when I play, so it really doesn't bother me at all. If you sweat when you play, this sort of shit would bug the shit out of you. It'd be sticky.
Well, my hands are so damn chubby that when I grab the basically because I'm overweight, but because you can see the fat little fingers and shit. But when I grab it, it like certain parts of my mitt grab other parts where the other parts don't grab and they float. So I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to just to get one part not to stick where the other parts don't stick. Because this part of my palm won't stick, but up here, because it has more meat elevated to it, because there's muscle there, that's the part that gets stuck. And then this part here and here just slides up and down. But this part gets stuck most of the time when I'm trying to get up and do a quick whoop like this. I get stuck. I feel my hands getting
It just
stuck.
hangs
So
up
I have,
on you.
yeah, so I have to grip it looser, and when I grip looser, then my strings come out. My shit rings out, and I can't fret the notes properly because then my notes just wash out. Like if I'm doing a barred
Yeah.
note or something on a drop D or a barred note on the A and D, if I don't get it just right, and because my hand is so elevated right here because of that muscle and extra skin, and down here it's not, then when I try to come around like this part makes my hand ride up, and I find that my
It
hand
almost-
goes in a weird twisted way and I can't fret shit right. And a lot
It
of
almost
it's
seems
because
like
I can't
a-
move.
Yeah, it almost seems like an unfinished neck might be a
That's
the
why
right.
I was asking about roasted necks, because my hands
Yeah.
do get stuck.
Oh, that'll slide, man. Roasted neck will slide. You'll feel nothing, man.
Yeah. Yeah,
I need
roasted maple necks.
advantages.
Yeah, but I would start with again even 150 grit just to knock that initial stuff down, and it's not going to. I mean, we're talking just touch it till it's roughed up a little,
Yeah.
then go to 220 and start hitting it with some of that. And then if you feel like you need to go heavier, because Preston even said like 400 grits, almost like using a polishing cloth on it. I mean, really. Really. Yeah, and you can always go finer grit if you feel like you need to, but stop with 220 and see what that feels like. You might be like, holy shit, that's exactly what I wanted. You don't want to go too far. Work your way down very slowly.
Well, I don't really want to damage
carefully.
the finish either, and if I'm using Scotch-Brite, that could leave deep scratches in the paint that I don't really want.
Yeah.
So I want something that I can put a nice uniform up and down the neck without it just like digging in and stopping, digging in and stopping, and then leaving all these, Scotch-Brite pad marks and shit, man, like hair marks, scratches and stuff.
I don't think I've ever used a Scotch-Brite pad, honestly, on a guitar. I don't think and steel wool is not allowed on my bench. If you bring a piece of steel wool in my shop, you're fucking done. That stuff ruins so much shit, man.
So what are you taking down
it's
the
good.
frets with, man? Like if you're having to sand the frets and stuff, what are you taking them down with?
It depends on how bad they are, but I just use
Like a fret
sandpaper.
file or something, or sandpaper?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll use sandpaper.
You don't polish up with, you never polished up with Brillo pad or anything like that? Or steel wool?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. No, steel wool is not allowed on my bench. Not at all.
Well, what's the deal with
that and epoxy? Huh?
What's the deal? Why?
Well, it's steel wool will leave pieces of it will fall off, and they'll stick into pickups and stick to magnets and things like that. And at that point, on the pickup, why even waste your time with that shit? It does a great job, I know it does, but why even risk that? I'm working on a lot of guitars. I mean, you could do it, and you can put tape over your.
You mean for like
pickups and do all
scratching
that.
your paint, scratching paint finishes and stuff? That's kind of why you shy away from it.
No, not scratching the paint, but just the flakes of the pieces of the actual.
The metal
Getting in
dust.
pickups and
We'll get into
stuff.
it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I'm polishing frets, I usually start at 400 and work up to 2,000, and and I literally will go over them.
You go all the way.
And that's
up
why
the
people
steps
pay
and
me so
stuff.
much to, yeah. And I ask a lot of money to polish frets, man, because I don't think anybody does it better than I do. And I'll say that. I think I am one of the best do some of the best fret work anybody can do, possibly. And I'm very proud of that work. I mean, I'm obviously, but I believe that I do. I polish somebody's frets and they get their guitar back. It's like, holy shit, dude, bend a note on that guitar neck. You will feel nothing.
Yeah,
It will feel like
no grit feel or anything like that.
Absolutely. I won't allow it, man. It's
It's
perfect.
like it's
And
like it's almost like you're sliding on glass or something, polished glass
Yeah.
or something.
Precisely, and that's what it should feel like. It really should. And you should still maintain that that crown, that flat spot, and that's the difficult part. Is to because you start sanding on the frets and you've got them crowned and leveled and everything, and then you start sanding. You get too crazy with that, and you just rounded the whole flat off of the. That is a difficult chore. You have to be
Okay,
very
I got
very
another
delicate.
question for you. I got
Okay.
another question for you. Buy any guitar. What is the first thing you mod on any guitar that you get? What's the first thing you should mod on any guitar that you get? Any guitar. With all your luthier years of experience, what seems to be the one thing that everybody that gets a new guitar should change out like right away? Is there anything that sticks in your mind? I'm not talking about tonally or anything like that, because obviously people want the sound they want from their pickups, but on a guitar, what is wrong with every guitar that one person or you should actually try to go out of your way to actually fix
I agree with Mark.
or
Yeah.
mod instantly?
Yeah, the nut.
I've done that on every guitar I've gotten
strap on it.
recently. I've changed all the nuts to Graphtec nuts. I've had them all changed.
Yeah. Boy.
Okay, so you get a guitar with the Graphtec nut. What do you change next? What's the next
This
one you
guitar
do?
came with a Graphtec nut, and this guitar was, like Marshall says, some of them are horrible. This guitar was not even glued in the right place. It was off by a hair, and the small string was towards the end. And it was so badly cut, there was no saving it. I had them knock out the Graphtec one and put a new one in there, basically. So
Well, that's an Epiphone also. So you're talking apples and oranges when you're talking, I mean, nothing bad against Epiphone. They built some really great guitars, but I can totally see that, and I would if I owned an Epiphone. I would definitely. That'd be one of the first things I would do also, because they're plastic nuts. Fuck, give me a break.
Yeah.
I mean, like, anybody putting a plastic nut on a guitar should be slapped. That's fucking stupid. That's just dumb. It's
So
a
why
poor.
are
It's a poor craftsmanship.
why are companies then willing to do that just to sell a cheap
save
guitar?
money, man.
Why aren't people willing to up their
Cheap.
game a little bit? Instead of selling more cheap guitars, why don't companies just focus on fixing? Hey, look, we're going to build a $300 guitar, but the best $300 guitar we can get for the money, and even do one better. We're going to throw in a bone nut or a Graphtec self-lubricating nut on my $300 guitar. Why wouldn't somebody do that instead of just throwing together a complete piece of shit?
Yeah.
What are these new guitars that are coming out? They're like $100 guitars, not the ones from Donner. Are they the Donner guitars?
Oh
The new
yeah.
$100 guitars.
In the U.S., I think they're
Yep.
about $100, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, why would somebody put something out like that if it's in such need of tuners, nuts, bridges, pickups suck, paint job sucks, neck might need adjusted or it's twisted, or the frets are screwed, or the fret ends are all. Why would a company even invest time,
Beginner
money, and
guitars,
craftsmanship into putting out a $100 guitar if it's a piece of total shit?
It's a beginner guitar, Jeff. Man,
Because,
people.
Yeah.
Forgiveness for anyone.
If I had to
Johnny
begin
out
on a
there.
piece of shit, I would quit guitar.
Yeah, but if little Johnny might not stick with the guitar, thinks mom and dad and $100 is
I
a
get
heck of a lot
that,
better
man.
than I think that's entirely their business model, isn't it? Because no one serious is going to look at a guitar where you've got to swap out all that stuff and call it a beginner's guitar. That's
glary.
ludicrous. No, that's a guitar for someone who's been playing for about 5 years and wants to start figuring out how they're put together. You buy them one of those and let them mod it.
Right.
That would be the way to do it. And maybe
But
that's
save a
also
fucking
what
tree
they
or
do.
two, why don't you? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, because the Harley Benton it's got a Graphtec neck on it. It's got stainless steel frets. It's got it's got alpha pots, but they're okay. It's got it's all the things on it are good, high quality.
But that's a $500 guitar with
But
20
it wasn't.
cent components that could be switched out.
It
in
was
a
a
second.
260 quid. This is a Fusion 2, so it was a way lower price than they are now, and it doesn't have the roasted maple neck because, to be honest with you, my environment, I'm not going to really get that much benefit out of it. So the way I play. So they do they do have those things going on, but then your board of directors suddenly decides that they want a new Maserati. You're going to start cutting costs on everything, even the nut. Save 20 cents on a nut. It's going to be worth it if you're selling 1,000 guitars.
No, I bought a Fender Squire off of Craigslist here in the U.S. I forget what I paid for it, $100. And I just wanted something cheap to beat around, so I didn't have to take my $800 Schecter and ding the shit out of it, while practicing and stuff. So I bought this $100 piece of shit, and that's why I asked the question. I could not play that $100 piece of shit and make it sound good for anything. I blocked off the trim in the back, put a 9-volt battery in there, blocked it off, did all that shit, and that just stayed there. I even told the guy when I sold it, and I said, look, this is a piece of shit guitar, bro. I paid this for it. I'm just selling it to you because you want it. And I even threw him in a little orange 20-watt or whatever the hell they are, the CR amps. Even threw that in, man. It's like, here, man, $120, you can have them both. He's like, yeah, cool, man. But I'm like, dude, it doesn't stay in tune. I said, this, and that. I said, I couldn't play it, man. I said, you might be able to play it, or whoever you're giving it to might be able to learn on it or something like that. But from going from this to try to play a piece of shit that I've been trying to practice on and learn some tunes from, I could not play the guitar. It was totally uncomfortable. I could not keep it in tune. Anything I tried to do with it just was a complete and total piece of shit. So naturally I got rid of it. And I figured out from then on, it's like, if I want to buy any other guitars, they have to be in such and such a range, and the range happens to be right around the $500 range is where I stuck at with guitars.
I look at it, so the same thing was true of my Strat, which is a Starcaster, the ones that they sold in Walmart with the amps and the box for $99, but they had Fender printed on them instead of Squire. But the DNA is there, the shape it was cut out, and it's like everything. I've taken that apart and I have sanded it down, and I have done everything and replaced everything, done everything to it, put new tuners in, set the whole. That's been my project guitar, and that's the only way to treat those guitars. Is you could have probably made that Squire sound okay, but you would have spent a long time doing it.
Well, it was a Strat.
And if you want to do that, which is what I wanted to do, see how do they get put together, so I don't have to keep spending money I don't have on setups that never quite get it exactly the way I wanted it. Maybe that's just been me being unlucky, because you don't get, most techs don't come and talk to you about it, So I don't know. I just felt like it would be worth me. It would just be a fun thing to do. So that's what those guitars, it seems to me, are really good for, because $60 guitar. I mean, I paid 20 quid for my Strat. It was on eBay, and it is a Fender. Just you have to laugh when you say it. But it is now, with all the new stuff on it, it is now just, there's very little difference between that and the Fender Strat that my mate's got, which is a proper Fender Strat, you can't really feel that much difference because I've rebuilt it. But that was just for me, for fun.
Yeah.
But I'm never going to be able to sell it. It's not worth anything, It's never will be. Except
Mark Tanner have this guy? Here, I got him. Hold on. Let me remove him. Let me delete his comment.
Who was it you were getting? Okay.
Oh, Mark got him too. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they're still able to get in. Even if you set it to must be sub, they're still able to get in.
Yeah, there was one in the show earlier. You caught him. You caught him earlier today. I saw. Yeah. I was going to get him.
Did someone get that Phantom Fuhrer or whatever it was called?
Yes.
Phantom Beyond Tab. Okay.
Hey Tim, how you doing?
Yeah, Mark just got him.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Platon, Leon Dev.
Yeah, they seem to be carrying like Russian names or something like that.
Hey, Amanda Coombs.
Oh, hi, Amanda.
Miss Coombs, how you doing? Welcome.
I need to go and get a coffee before my voice throat dries out.
Yeah,
completely.
go for it.
Go for it, man.
Yeah.
See you in a bit.
You mods track kills, right? Well, we do take screenshots most of the time, so we do keep track of stuff.
Yeah. If it's a live individual being an asshole, take a screenshot of them. But if it's some kind of troll or
Bot, man.
bot, just nail it. Somebody comes in, fuck the host, or fuck all you guys, just ban them. I don't know. I just
The important thing is that you're comfortable with your guitar, Jeff. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I found that staying within a certain range and doing a little bit of research on your own about what quality you can expect at this range for this brand of guitar, what you can expect for this and that. Research is key to a lot of doing whatever it is you're doing. I try to research things without bias. Like, I know you like what you like, Ian likes what he likes, Marshall may like what he likes. So I take all that into account and stuff, and I listen to bias and stuff like that. I listen to favoritism and all that other stuff. But even when I listen to all that stuff from each and every one of you, I'm asking each one of you different oddball questions just to try to narrow it down to why you come to that conclusion about this guitar and why somebody else should listen to what it is you're saying about that guitar based on personal preference. But I find for me, staying in and just above the $500 range, you're going to get a fairly decent put together guitar from just about most companies. You know, most reputable
Well,
companies.
yeah, you're talking U.S. dollars, so yeah, you can get something decent in that price range. In Canada, you want to spend a bit more, but even then, nowadays, you get
Well,
good
our
stuff.
500 is your 700, right?
Yeah, around there, exactly.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, you do get something decent at that price. You can get something decent even a little less. I mean, well, look, for example, this Epiphone was $799, in Canada,
It's like $4.99 here, right?
well, something like that. But see, the thing is that, I mean, this was nice and it's decent, but I mean, I did have to put a bit of work. I had it set up properly. I had the frets all filed down. I had the nut changed. I modded this one more. I mean, it didn't need the Bigsby and the lock and keys and everything. I put a lot of money in it, but the thing is that the fret job needed to be done. The nut needed to be done. When you get a guitar, the most important thing is the setup. It really is. And I've learned that after years and years of playing, I finally understand and learned that. This year, every single one of my guitars, I've passed through and had them all set up. And I've had them all professionally worked on and everything. And it's like, it makes all the difference. For years, I didn't, some of my guitars, I didn't take care of them so well. The Strat I did, and some of the others. But I mean, if you get a guitar set up, like if you have your guitar, doesn't matter what guitar it is, doesn't matter what brand, if it's comfortable in your hand, that the neck profile agrees with you, and you have it properly set up, it's good. It doesn't matter. Like Marshall was showing you that $200 guitar. If it's set up properly, it doesn't matter what it is. I mean, it's got good pickups in it, and it's set up properly. So as long as you're comfortable, because if you're comfortable playing, it's going to encourage you to play because you're comfortable playing it, and if you're comfortable playing it, you are more.
I've been saying that same thing for 20 fucking years, man.
Yeah.
Give me the cheapest guitar. I don't care if it's a $50 guitar or a $50,000 guitar. It should not feel any different, and I pride myself on that. But yeah. Hey Tim, what's up?
He's getting some high end.
But when you're talking about 50 to 50,000, what do you? I mean, you're looking at reliability and components and parts and all that other stuff. Fit and finish. Yeah. So it's like I can't justify buying a $2,500 Les Paul standard or traditional or something like that. Studio maybe $1,600. Yeah, if I could pick up my game a little bit and become, somewhat of a decent strummer, a good blues picker or something like that, or lay down some good chunky heavy metal riffs and stuff. Once I get to that stage and I feel like rewarding myself, I don't even know if I'd be upgrading to a $1,600 Les Paul because of the neck situations, the G string, all that stuff, all the horror stories you hear about Les Paul's notoriously going out of tunes in this. What would I upgrade that guitar to just to keep it right and locking tuners, all this stuff, Graptec nut, blah blah blah. Blah. Or am I always going to be worried about dropping it and snapping the damn neck? You know what I mean? So is a $1,600 in my wheelhouse? I don't know. So
Right.
I'd feel less pain if I busted a $600 guitar, Marshall.
Right.
And even less pain
Well,
if I busted a $50 guitar. I might kick it around a little more after I dropped it. You son of a bitch! Boom, kick it one more.
Yeah,
You know?
I agree.
But
I mean, I set myself a budget limit of about 1,500 quid for that and the effects pedal for a lifetime guitar. For one that I will want to play. You know, I mean, it's like, yeah, go 250 grand for a 58 lemon drop. Yes, I'd love to play one, but no, I don't want to own one.
yeah,
Because it's just scared of dropping
Right.
it.
You gotta
Well,
be comfortable playing though. That's the thing. My most expensive guitar, I never play. It's in the case and it stays there. It's not about the price. It's not about what a guitar is worth. It's about what you like playing, man. You know.
yeah. But why do you
That's
you
the
own the
truth.
damn thing?
It was given to me as a present, and it's got family. Got family history and value. I can't get rid of it. So it's
Is it
an
worth
heirloom.
not playing? Is
I
it
prefer
worth?
your
Is it a
studio.
good? Is it a good playing guitar? Why don't you take it out and play it if it's a
I'm
good
not
playing
comfortable
guitar?
playing it because if I play it too long, my hand doesn't agree with the neck profile, and it basically I play it for 5 minutes and then my hand hurts, so I can't play it.
And seriously,
My
Francis, the
studio, yeah,
sounds better.
my studio
to
Les
be
Paul
honest with you.
sounds. I prefer the sound of it better too. I'm talking about the Les Paul, my 1972 Deluxe Les Paul that I have there. You know, I don't. I'm not. It used to belong to my cousin back in '76. It was part of the family, and then it was sold to a family friend, and he gave it to me as a present a few years ago. And it's a beautiful guitar. And my cousin started playing on that guitar back in '76. He started writing songs. A lot of his original songs that he wrote them on that guitar. So it's the family value. That's the reason I have it, you know, because it wouldn't be a guitar that I would have picked myself because I don't like the way it feels in my hand and whatever. But it's a beautiful guitar. It's just, you know, I prefer my other Les Paul, the tribute, the faded T that I have, which is a low end Les Paul. I prefer that Les Paul to my '72 Les Paul Deluxe. That's just me, you know. You got to be comfortable playing your guitar, and if you know.
Somebody asked a question about the Plek machines that are available for people to have their guitars set up by a
Explain that
computer
before you go
ultimately.
ahead. Yeah, explain that before you go ahead and get into whatever you think about it. What's the Plek machine? I heard about
It's
it
a
doing your neck and
yeah,
stuff.
it's a machine that they put your instrument into, and they use a computer analyzer everything, and then you set the specs that you want to have up, and the machine will do that for you. Both of my Les Pauls, when I purchased them, had the Plek sticker put on them. And I got to tell you, man, they were both pretty fucking well set up guitars when I bought them. I didn't have to do anything with them. I didn't do anything to them for quite a long time, but they were both, you know, I paid 2,500 for one of them, and I think I paid 1,800 for the other one. You know, they better be set up right. And I knew what a good guitar felt like, but the machine will set the guitar up to your specifications. And, you know,
You mean just the frets and the neck, right? What do you
yeah,
mean
fret.
What do you mean set it
Yeah,
up?
basically the fret work, the neck. It will go in and level the frets, crown them, polish them, do all of that work that I do by hand.
Yeah,
It will do that down to a gnat's ass, man.
yeah.
So my thoughts about the Plek machine is that they should all be destroyed and put it back in the hands of men, because I believe I could set up a guitar better than a Plek machine can do it. They
You
don't
mean
have they
like
don't have the
AI singing
mojo.
voices? Yeah.
Yeah, I think they should be destroyed. They've taken work away from very good luthiers because they're a computer system, and there's a lot of things in this world that we could discuss with regard to that. But I believe I could set up a guitar better than a Plek machine because I can hear someone, I can listen to what they are, I can listen to them play, um, and I can base their guitar setup on what they tell me. And yes, I use numbers. I use measuring devices to make my setups as perfect as I can get them. But I also have, I put my human touch on those things where, yeah, I'm setting the neck relief to be, let's just say somebody, really requests they want an 8,000th of neck relief. Well, I can grab that truss rod after I'm all done and play that thing and go, man, I can get a little bit more and I'll just move it and play it. A Plek machine cannot play a guitar. Fuck those things. I think they're doctors and lawyers and things. They're like the doctors and lawyer guitars, the
Yeah, but
Soars and
don't
the
you think that? I mean, I'm playing the devil's advocate, man. But a PC against a fucking calculator. There's
yeah.
the computer's going to be able to do more, set it up better, have more processing power, all this other stuff versus that
Nope.
calculator. So if somebody sets up,
They
if the Plek machine
it's not a
gets everything
we're not
level,
comparing a
this and that, I know, but each human being is different. But if each human being is given the
yeah,
same guitar and the same level playing ground, which is a Plek guitar, which is 100% set up, everything is down to the micron,
supposed to be.
set up
Yeah.
perfect, man. Now that person that picked up that Plek guitar is now going to have to adapt their playing style to that guitar. Or do
Well,
people have to have things just a certain, because that leaves you
yeah.
the problem of finding every different person that picks up a guitar has to have things a specific way. But if everybody's given a perfectly set up guitar neck in measurements and everything else, that person, you, me,
Hmm.
Francis, we're all going to have to learn how to play that guitar the way that guitar is meant to play. But we're going to have to add our own style to it, our own ability to it, obviously. But I don't see that.
Yeah.
I don't see where any kind of tonal quality is going to be lost on a perfect guitar based on a guitar that you set up for an individual taste. But if you all have the same playing field, I mean, yeah, you could say a baseball is a baseball, but each baseball, the stitching's a little off here, the stitching's a little bit off here, the balance may be off a little bit. Yeah, I get all that
Yeah.
stuff, and there's going to be flare ups and everything. But
Well,
when you go ahead.
it would be interesting to pose that to put an actual human being in a room with the guitar doing his setup work on it, and have a Plek machine do all of that. And Plek machines do file the frets, they do level the frets, and they use lasers and I mean very precise measuring devices. They use this shit on jet fighter airplanes and shit. They
Yeah.
do the actual work. I believe that maybe in the final process, they might have a human being go in and polish the frets, which you can fuck up a completely killer fret job by polishing them. Trust me. Ask me how I know. Um, you know, you can round those things off. So, but a Plek machine does do the actual mechanical filing of the frets with router bits and things like that. And there are videos readily available you can watch on YouTube that show a Plek machine doing a setup. I think Anderton's Music did a great video of a Plek machine one time. It was really awesome. And what's his butt wasn't in the video, so I'm all cool with that.
His name
Anyway,
Rob.
yeah, I'd love to punch that guy right in the face, man. He's a jerk. Anyway, yeah, I'm
You
waiting for
can
his
be.
hordes of people to come beat me up now.
Oh
What a
no, I got your back,
bonehead,
bro.
man.
Got your
But
back.
yeah, the machine actually does do the work. But I being doing what I do, I am completely opposed to having automation done on guitar work. It's such a sensitive thing, and I'm sure it does. And my guitars were both Pleked, and they were great. The day I got them, they were just friggin' awesome, and they were very expensive guitars. And I almost feel kind of foolish for spending that kind of money on them. I love them, don't get me wrong, but boy, I probably could have spent half that money and had something that was just as good. It's just
I'm
they're
an
both
advocate for
beautiful.
that, bro, because I think there
Yeah.
are plenty of $800 guitars out there, $1,000 guitars that will match up to any LP, any high end guitar out there that will play
Yeah.
just as good, look as good, or maybe even fit and finish even better, or last
Yeah.
longer, sound better, better pickups, better pots, better this, better that, stainless steel frets on an
You ask
$800
every
guitar.
single person who watches your show, Jeff, which guitars those are, and they'll all say it's the one they've got.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel exactly that way about the Schecter, that I've played a lot of Les Pauls, and I actually like that one. That's the one I want. But I know
Exactly.
that is
That's
that is
my
a
baby.
personal
I don't
thing.
play it as
Yeah.
much as I'd like to, but this is my dinger around. So what? I'll
Well, I'll
learn
tell you
something on
something.
this.
The fact
But
that
when I
Gibson
want
have
to play it,
got
I'll
how
play it
many
on that.
years? How many? They got 150 years of experience making fine instruments counts for
Yeah.
something. Because all of those measurements on a Plek machine are all taken from human beings doing trial and error work and working out how to be a luthier. That's
Yeah.
where all those measurements come from. So they're going to do them more consistently, which is great. Consistency is great in that respect. But I think I'd agree with it's like I trust
we
that
built and
over
programmed
the average
computers,
guitar
but
tech
they
that
could-
I've met, but
but,
I've never had a
yeah.
guitar set up by Marshall who asks the right questions.
Yeah, well, that's I mean, that's something that Tim was saying too. He's like, yeah, but see, he's dealt with techs and they're not all Marshall.
Yeah.
If you have a bad tech, you're probably better off with the automated machine, I would guess. I mean,
Yeah.
if you have a good tech, I mean,
Yeah.
then the person over the machine probably is best, especially if they
Boy,
ask
how
the
many
right.
of us have met bad techs in our life?
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
I've met some real dicks who are pretending to be, guitar techs. And quite frankly, I'm not, and I know more than they do. And it's like, and I would never call myself that in a million years. I'll do my own guitars, but don't ask me to do anyone else's.
I
And it's
can
like
do
they
all
should
my
be
work
saying the
on my
same thing.
guitars. I mean, for what I know, I mean, I can set up my own guitars, and I can set them up better than I can play them. You know what I mean? All my guitars are
It's just
emulated.
a matter of
no
necessity
fret
most
buds,
of
no
the
this, no
time.
that.
Yeah, it is just a matter of necessity for us most of the time. But I would much prefer to go to somebody who is asking the kind of questions Marshall asks.
Yeah.
The ones that
Yeah.
where he will actually watch you play, or you can go in and talk to him and say, "This is what I feel," and he's going to know how to make that work on a guitar. Whereas a computer is never going to know that, because it's only going to have the measurements taken by other human beings, having done that job for, having centuries of craftsmanship built up, so that we know how much each measurement should be in variation to create each individual kind of feeling.
Yeah.
When,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but yeah.
And the thing, I'm kind of watching because there's a couple of different conversations going at the same time. We're all watching other stuff,
Yeah.
but the Plek machine actually does remove material from the fretboard and does all the routing. And there's some videos out. If you type a video search for Plek machine demo, you can watch the actual machine do its thing. And it's pretty spectacular to watch.
Yeah, I think it's awesome what it does.
I don't know if
Yeah.
you guys spotted Justin May's comment. I freaking love it. I often feel that half of us would be 10 times the player if we spent more time practicing versus yapping about things that have little influence on our technique. I love that. That's a good.
Yep, don't think I'm going to argue against that.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody's gonna argue for sure.
Okay. Now you know I'm a fan of Jason Johnson, right? Fuzz Lord Effects, all fuzzed out and whatnot. You know he has
Yeah.
guitars with aluminum necks. What's the deal with that? And what do you think of those, man? Total stability. It
I have
is what
two of
it
them at
is.
my shop right now.
What
I
do you
have
think
two
about 'em?
aluminum neck. If
Are
they're
they
set up
worth
right,
it?
they're awesome guitars. They don't have truss rods, which is kind of a bummer. It's kind of like Martin guitars that they built for so long that didn't have, they had steel
Do
reinforced
they really
necks.
need a
It's
truss
like,
rod though? I mean, they're just solid
Well-
aluminum. Or not solid aluminum, but they're
if you want to play shred metal on an aluminum neck and you need to have your neck relief down at 4 thousandths of an inch and it's 12 thousandths because the aluminum neck is bent to 12 thousandths, go ahead and try and adjust it.
Well, that's what I mean. You're gonna have to give up something to have an aluminum
Right.
neck.
Right.
So,
A wooden neck with the truss rod in it, you can set it at 4 thousandths of an inch, and you can get that adjustment. So, but to just to answer that question, and also Sith bass players are not dumb. If I said that, it was completely a joke in the moment.
Yeah.
I don't call anybody dumb. I might have done that, but yeah. The aluminum neck guitars that I have at the shop, they're both play really nicely, and they are both set up really nicely to what I can do with them, because I'm limited on the movements that I can make. So that's the big thing. Being a tech and measuring stuff in thousandths of an inch, if I can't move it a couple thousandths of an inch, I'm not happy about that, because I know I could make it better.
So all adjustments are done in the socket with shims, right? As far as, bringing it up or bringing it down and raising it
Not
up
on
or
a Les
down this
Paul.
way. No, I mean the.
Or are
the
you talking
aluminum
about with
necks.
the? Yeah, no. This
The
is
aluminum necks.
most aluminum neck guitars are a solid piece of aluminum from the butt
Yeah.
of the guitar where your strap button goes to the headstock. There's a
Yeah.
solid piece of, or not a solid piece, but a boat of aluminum that goes through that. It's all hollow, of course.
Yeah,
At least the ones that I've seen. So my experience with them is fairly minimal in comparison to other guitars. So I don't like the limiting factor of not being able to actually really tweak them like you could with an Epiphone Les Paul, or a Schecter,
But
or an
don't you really
Ibanez.
think that somebody that buys a neck like that already knows that about them, and they just said, well, look, set it up this way because this is the way it's always going to be played. I
Right.
always want it this far. Always want the strings to be this height, that height. Boom. Just set it, forget it. This is the way this guitar is always going to be
Yep.
played. Just like people buy an Evertune or they buy anything else that works one specific way. They know that when they pick up that guitar, it's going to be in tune, relatively, for eons and eons until they have to do another mega setup on it or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's going to always be in tune. But that has limitations. Every guitar has limitations. You can find limitations with everything. But why
Yeah.
my devil's advocacy kind of thing is like let me throw a wrench in it and figure out why. Well, okay, why? I want to know this stuff
Right.
because I'm a noob guitar player. Everybody has something to learn somewhere, somehow. Nobody knows everything. So if I'm thinking about it, somebody else has thought about it. So let me just ask the question. But I have a lot of questions about a lot of things because I'm really interested
Yeah.
in the guitar genre of everything, the fixing,
Yeah.
the playing, the understanding. So I want to ask those questions, man.
Well, I should probably bring one of those Burke guitars home with me in one of these nights, and I can, I bring it on the show or something one of these times when you're doing a hang, and you can take a look at it.
I'd love to see one up close and personal.
Yeah, they're strange to play, and one I've got two of them at the shop, and one of them's covered in leather, and they look kind of like a Telecaster. The shot body shape of them is something like a Tele. They're weird. They're offset shapes. They look a lot like a Fender Mustang or something. Kind of
Go to
offset
Jason's.
body shape.
Are you subscribed to Jason Fuzzlord Effects?
Yes.
Yeah, but check out some of his aluminum necks. He goes through them pretty intensively and tells you about them, where they're made, how they're made, all that stuff. But
Yeah.
he's got like 3 or 4 of them now, and he seems to like them, man. But
Yeah.
they're not cheap. They're like $800
No.
necks.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Well, and that's the other thing, is the expense in that, man. Holy smokes. And I've seen the same thing. So I kind of shy away from that stuff because my clientele isn't going to drop that kind of money on a guitar neck. I mean, it's just, they're not, I can't think of anybody around that would do that.
Yeah.
Or leave a wood neck and put an aluminum neck on a guitar. They'd be like, fuck that. No way, man. It'd be
If
just,
I did something like that, it would be a total custom build, man. Now, I would try to build something like that on my own if I was going to do that. Because an aluminum neck, it's not forgiving. It is what it is. It's going to stay straight. So all up to you how you set it up in the pocket to get things
Yeah.
right. And if you can
Yeah.
get it right and get it all level and set up the way you want, I think you got
Yeah.
a good guitar, man. Anything left
Yeah.
is fit and finish and all the other stuff.
Well, the Burks were actually originally they were patented right here in Oregon, in Springfield, Oregon. The guy that Mr. Burke that designed those guitars, and then he was put out of business from Sharp. Was it Kramer, who built all those aluminum neck guitars from about 1970 on. They were doing a lot of they were fairly popular guitars, but it all kind of sunk. But they hired the company that Mr. Burke had hired to build the necks for him, the aluminum company. Charvel went in and said, or Kramer went in and said, we want to use your business. You can't. Yeah. So they wouldn't do work for him anymore. So his business went under because he
couldn't do the volume they did.
He couldn't compete with this big. Other than have one of the biggest guitar companies in the world potentially right here in Oregon. It's really a bummer how that went down. It was interesting. Given it's my home state, so I'm a little sensitive about that. It's really a bummer. And he was really a cool guy. And the cool thing was that the guy that owned the two guitars that I have right now was friends with Mr. Burke. And I don't know for sure or not, but his daughter said that she thought that he had built her dad had built those two guitars, bought them as kits. And man, one of them is just, I don't know what pickups are in it, but the guitar was patented in 1960. Yeah, patented in 1960. So, and it has these humbuckers in it. So all know what I'm thinking. Those pickups in that guitar could be original PAFs from that
How many people
era,
were
man.
making
Because
humbuckers?
when I plugged that thing in, I was like, holy, mind blowing the way those pickups sounded. Nothing like my Les Pauls. They were totally, so these kind of, the guitars themselves, they're just kind of, they feel weird to play with the aluminum neck. The weight of it is just odd. It's awkward compared to the guitars that we're all fairly used to playing. So, given that, plus the fact that these pickups that are in it could be like, the pickups alone could be worth thousands of dollars if they are what I think they are. So,
Hey,
and
John,
that
what's up?
yeah, that remains to be found out. But very, it's cool to have those there. And unfortunately, the guy that brought them in, he hasn't been able to come in and get them. So we're gonna have to do something about that. So I don't know what's gonna happen with those. The first time I've had something like that.
You mean somebody can't afford the bill or something? Is that what you mean?
Well, he had some heart trouble right after it happened, and he brought him in, and his family's involved, and we can't let him go without getting some compensation for my work and the material I put into him. So I'm kind of waiting. This is the first time I've run into this kind of situation. I mean, we're not out millions of dollars or anything. It's not like if we sent him home with them, we'd lose money, but I don't want her to lose her dad's guitar. That's more important to me than the fucking money. I give a shit about the money.
Yeah.
So, and the guy that owns the shop doesn't give a shit about it either. He'd rather have her have the guitar, but he wants to get something. Give us $200 to cover the labor. At least just that would be the time that it would cover a wage, I suppose.
If they're going to fight over them like that, they got to see enough value in them to even fight over them. So why not pay the $200?
Well, and I'll leave it at that. Yeah. I have another idea that I'm going to present to them if I can get a hold of somebody. That's the other thing. They've been really difficult to get a hold of. Yeah, Normandy.
Shit like that
absolutely. Not all metal, not all aluminum. No. Vanzini, I'm not sure. I've played some Normandy guitars, but not not ones that were all metal.
What's up, Mitch? Okay, here's another thing. Luthiers, right? Are they or are they not pissed about working on stainless steel frets and killing the tools, or do you just say, shut up, man up, buy some tools that can handle the stainless steel frets and move on? I don't work on stainless steel frets. Fucks up my tools, man. Well, get some fucking tools with carbide fucking tips on them, shit, bro. You know? Like,
I don't like.
do you
I don't
think
like
stainless
working
steel
on
is the way to go?
stainless steel fret.
But do you
It's a
think
great
that's the new-
material. It is definitely a great material. A lot of guys really truly love that stuff. But to do a fret level on a stainless steel frets takes longer, and there
But should
certainly
you have
aren't
to
as many
do- I
guitars.
mean, isn't that why people get them, so they don't have to do that so often? Because once they're set, you forget. I mean, how bad?
You'd
how
think.
they don't go bad, right? As bad as nickel does, really quick.
No.
So why the issue with having them set up and falling apart or whatnot, or being re-leveled or this or that, when they're supposed to be tougher and last longer?
Yeah, they still will get worn. They will still get divots in the frets, from the string wear and the
Yeah.
contact of the nickel hitting the stainless steel. It will definitely wear them down.
Are there? That's another
It's-
question. Are there certain strings you should be using with stainless steel frets that would last longer and not do that, or does it matter?
Again, I don't like reinventing the wheel because they keep coming out with new types of materials for strings and shit. I've been playing the same Ernie Ball slinkies for I don't know how long, and
I feel the same way. Man.
yeah, what is with his NYXLs and all this other shit? Just make one set of that is all. That's like a 100-watt Marshall head. Ain't nobody in the world fucking need one of those things, but they sell them all day long. People are literally dumb enough to buy them, and that's the truth. There you go. I got a drawer full of those babies. Yeah,
This is a
those
triple
things you
pack.
right?
You can
and
have
you
your
can buy
Slinkies.
those.
I'll have my not
There-
even Slinkies.
I'm not even.
Not even.
Oh, the nines.
get
You
it.
use nines.
Yeah.
All right.
While we're at it.
12
We are
to
predicting.
56.
All right.
Yeah. Not even Slinky.
You see, we go from pop singer at 9s through to.
10? I think Marshall
Yeah,
uses
10s.
10 too.
Dude.
I'm the wimp then.
No, man. Oh, there you go. What's that? There's nines in there?
9
Oh, yeah.
7s, what?
There you go. See?
Play a Strat, dude.
I put tens on my
There you go.
Strat. You're saying there should be
I
nines
did for
on
a
it?
long time. Oh heck yeah.
I used to break my strings when I used to
Yep.
play nines on my Strat, man.
But you've got hands like the Incredible Hulk.
I tried to play nines
Right.
once, and I'm like, what the hell? Where's the strings, man? I couldn't feel the damn thing.
The pop
Did
singer
your
with
fingers
nines.
not light across the fretboard like little dancing fairies? And like that? That's pretty
Yeah.
much how I felt. After with short, stubby fingers, like nines were just an absolute. When somebody actually told me when I was very young, you can get lighter strings, and I'm looking at the bleeding stumps on the end of my hands, thinking, why didn't you tell me this before?
See, elixirs. See, bass
I
Street is
use
asking
elixir
about it.
strings, man.
Now, I don't have anything against elixirs, okay? I don't like the feel of elixirs on my finger. I have to admit one thing.
I love the
Like
feel.
on an
I don't like the
acoustic,
tone.
They ring out. Oh, that's the opposite. I don't like the feel, but I find that the tone is actually very nice, and it lasts a lot longer than like my cousin uses them, and for him it's important because he sweats a lot. His hands sweat a lot, and with regular Ernie Ball acoustic strings, or even on the electric, he still uses Ernie Ball, but on the acoustic, he burns through strings like nothing because he sweats a lot when he plays. My cousin. So for him, they last 6 months when he puts elixirs. For me, I can't stand the feel. Even on acoustic, I prefer the Earthwood, the Ernie Ball Earthwoods. And, I don't like the coating. I've tried it. Like, it sounds nice. They ring out nice, but I don't like the coating, though.
They just sound
I've,
duller to me. Duller.
The thing I don't
It
like
just
about
sounds right.
elixirs, number one is the price tag, and number two,
Yeah.
I put new strings on my guitar so often anyway because I like to have fresh strings on my guitars. I'm not going to spend that kind of money to get a set of strings that lasts that long. I don't care that much about it. And also the white spider web shit that shows playing them for a while. I just
Yeah.
the coating actually does come off of those, and
Mm-hmm.
it does show up. And I know guys are like, well, just put a new set on. Okay. But if you're at a gig and you're playing a gig and you start getting white spiderweb shit on your guitar strings, and it's like, that's, I think a lot of that's just in my mind. Because I
Yeah.
don't think the strings necessarily sound any better. But man, to spend that kind of money on a set of guitar strings, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like $11, $12 for a set of 10s, man. And that's for the
Yeah.
poly. I use the poly, not
Uh,
the nanos. So the poly webs is a little bit thicker of a coating than the nano webs.
See Doc's comment there?
Yeah.
I tear off the silly coating right away. I'm close to look fuzzy.
Yeah. I don't use coated strings at all, man. I just
it's
think that
bizarre because
I
we
think it's
talk
funny.
about strings and all these things, and the thing that changes your tone most is that.
Yeah,
It
there
does
it
change
is.
tone. I
Right.
gotta admit. And I've been really, if you just want to talk about picks, I'm really into the Graphtec picks right now. I love these Graphtec picks, man, and they do make a big difference compared to, like, you know, just the regular Dunlops or the matchstick picks or whatever. It's like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, poly.
Yeah, the humble pick never gets its due, because I must admit, for lead guitar, it's the big stumpy 3mm,
I
Wow.
don't know how you
Yeah,
play something
which-
that thick, but yeah.
which
I
is,
play that on a
smokes.
bass, but yeah.
yeah. Oh, it's good for bass as well, but you know, for a lead, it gives you such a rounded tone compared with the thinner. But you know, it's like we don't talk about picks very often, but the pick really makes a difference to the
It
sound
does.
you
It
produce.
does.
Yeah.
I find myself
It's interesting
going
that-
down in like to 88s because for
Yeah.
some reason I get a brighter tone out of it,
Mhm.
and when I try to dig in with a jazz pick or something like that, I get too much string chirp. I don't know if it's the way I'm picking, but when I'm at high gain and stuff and I'm digging in, I get a lot of chirp, but I don't get that with like an 88 because it's just like it bends a little bit and gives a little bit. It doesn't dig in and it doesn't make the string snap. It makes the string just flow right through the pick.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So it's
Mhm.
not. I don't get a lot of that chirp.
Yeah, at
That's just
about
me.
12 years old, I walked into Apple Music in Portland, and I had lost all my guitar picks, and I had a couple bucks in my pocket. I was mowing lawns, and I need some guitar picks. And the guy that worked there, I don't know if it was Kelly, but he goes, you know, the guitar pick is one of the most important decisions you'll make as a guitar player, if not the most important decision you'll make. And so he hooked me up with a few different, he explained to me at that age what, you know, because I think at that, I might have been 10 years old. I don't know how old I was. I was a little kid. And he's like, check this one out, check this one out. And he flipped through them and he's like, now try this one and use this one on an acoustic. You playing an electric guitar right now? Try this one on your electric guitar. And for me, at about 14, the yellow Dunlop 73 has been the pick that I use for everything. I've
Now,
got
have you
lighter
tried
picks.
to go
I
up? Have you tried to go to
Yeah.
a heavier gauge? Just
Oh, hell
and
yeah.
Played through it for
Yeah.
a while to figure out.
I do
if
not
you can
like
make
them.
it. Yeah.
I'll use a 0.8 or 0.8 once in a
88.
while. I've got a couple of them here. Like if I'm doing something, you know, chunky, heavy, where I've got to palm mute a lot and to just a digging, I'll go to that when I'm tracking. But almost anything I've recorded that you've ever heard, that was the pick that I used.
88.
I can go cross-platform. I'll play country music with this. I'll play acoustic guitar with this. I'll play electric guitar. I'll play heavy metal. These picks, that's the one that I decided on, and it does me really well. And every guitar player not everybody, but almost every guitar player will have a different favorite pick.
Yep.
You know, Ian, it looks like you like a much thicker,
Oh yeah,
heavier
because
pick.
I only really use that for sometimes for bass because I'm using a fretless and I want to get more of a fretted sound from it, just to avoid
Sure.
having to buy another bass really. But also I use my fingers. I use those. You know, I grow, literally grow
Oh,
my
yeah.
fingernails, and I flick, and I find it gives me a different rhythm style that I actually can't do with a pick. Because I used to use picks all the time, but when my movement disorder started, I couldn't hold on to the pick. So
Yeah.
the chunkier ones are easier to hold for a start off for me. So there are lots of
Right.
reasons, like you say, everybody's got their own reasons. Nobody's
Yeah.
wrong, nobody's right, and it's how you want to do it. But it really does make
Yeah.
a big difference. I play it with, like the Graphtech pick, because Francis sent me
I
a
mailed
bundle
you
of it,
some, yeah.
and it's like, and they are really nice. They feel great in your hand. They slide off the strings. They've got good flexibility, but the tone they create is a little bit sharper than the tone with the big, stubbies. So I still tend to with the higher sounding guitars like the Strat. I still tend to default to that on the lead because it just creates a slightly more rounded tone. It's
Okay.
purely psychosomatic, I'm sure, but it's how we feel.
Yeah.
Pick
Well, how
with
makes you
string
feel?
gauge. What about pick versus? I mean, with your string gauge. So
Yeah, it's
if
gotta
you're
make a
using tens, do you
difference.
use an 88? If you're using nines, do you use a 78? If you're using 12s, do you use a 1.1 or a 2 millimeter
No.
pick?
No, and that's why I think it's all psychosomatic. It's how you feel. It's how it feels in the hand. Because I don't
Yeah.
change.
But
a
Marshall
pick
was
with a
talking
different-
about digging in and needing a little bit heavier pick because the flex was just not enough to bite a bigger string to do
Yeah.
the palm
Right.
and make it sound
No.
chunky.
But that's how it feels
It
too
wa-
to him if it bends, If it bends too
Yeah,
much for
no.
him, he doesn't feel comfortable playing it that way. So
And you don't
Yeah.
get the sharp snap on the chug
That
either.
sharp,
another one of
Doug,
these
yeah.
fuckers.
yeah.
Oh, is that another-
Bots.
I got him. I got him.
Have you got him? Right, cool.
We all spotted them at the same time, man. You got lucky. Oh,
I
Tanner got him.
won. I won.
Yes.
Tanner got him. Tanner got him.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got beat.
Oh, he
up,
was
man.
hidden. Okay.
Hello, Jade.
Hi, Jay.
I got him. Why does it say deleted by Tanner now?
He's got it, man.
I
You
won,
bro.
Competitive.
I
We don't
won.
have competitive ventures here.
I didn't win.
I can't
seen
do it,
him-
or
I
I'd
seen
beat
it
y'all
right when
to
it-
it, man. No.
I seen
know
it
what it-
right when it popped up, and I'm just like,
You know what it's like? It's like whack-a-mole. All of us are like, oh, who's gonna get him first?
I can't. I've got it just on in StreamYard and have to change my windows to click to get to the one that I. So
Hey
it's,
Jade, how you doing?
Yeah.
not cool.
What are the with respect to the bots? What the fuck is that all about anyway? They put some letters up there, and is it a link to something, or what is
Well,
the?
if you click
I
on
mean,
it, it could
porn
be
sites or
anything.
something.
It could be a malware virus you're downloading, or
Oh.
it could take you off site to something stupid. If you click on it, you could get sucked into a vortex of hell you don't want to.
Or to
No,
say
but- I got
simply,
ya.
if you click on it, you're an idiot.
Yeah,
There can't be
yeah,
anything good at the end of it. Who are you kidding yourself? That's.
yeah.
But I've no idea because the links won't work in here. So why would they even bother? So it just, I don't know. Somebody
Yeah,
hasn't
it's a
done
bot,
their homework in
so
the
they
hacking
don't-
department.
Yeah.
They don't care.
Yeah, they're
See,
not thinking about
I
it.
see.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah,
everybody
exactly.
says go ahead and set your thing to must sub and stuff. Well, it is. I have an 8-minute sub on here, so I figured I'd set it higher to see if that would knock them out. But I normally have my sub. You must be a sub 3 minutes before you can talk. So I upped it to 8 just to see if that
Yeah.
would have a curve on it. So apparently it doesn't. So even if I went to 20 minutes, they would sit there and wait, and then as soon as 20 minutes come, boom, there comes
You
the
get
link.
so
Yeah,
many of those, man.
yeah.
I don't know, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's a whole lot
It's
of
like the
fishing
phone-
going on.
The phone calls that come. Do people actually? Number one, do they answer? I always do, and then speak in tongues, so I don't get very many phone calls anymore. But that's always fun. I hope I
What?
get one while
You
we're
want me to
online,
invest
man.
in high bond yields? Yeah, let's talk money, guy. Are you really going to do that? I mean, there was a guy who did that as a comedy routine, who took it to,
Yeah.
and it's hysterically funny. You listen,
What
you
are
know,
they-
you're looking at the text department. He's basically going for, let's buy $15 million worth of gold then. And he's really pushing it out there, and the person who's trying to scam him is getting increasingly more frustrated with this entire exchange. It's well worth watching. That's all. I can't remember what it's called, but look it up. Scamming the scammers. You know, it's like
Yeah.
if I had more time, I'd probably want to do that.
Yeah.
I've been watching some of those scam the scammers things. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
They are funny.
Oh yeah.
They're begging for their files back and everything. Say, oh, no, I'll stop. I promise. And the guy who scams the scammers sometimes he even activates their cam and you see them crying and
webcam.
stuff. And yeah, it's pretty good, man.
Yeah. Yeah. It's great to see that sort of stuff happen, but it's still sad that it's still going on. It's amazing that it happens because I mean, who in the fuck is dumb enough to participate in or answer a question or
You'd
like
be surprised.
I just there are actually people out there that enable that. That's like
Nearly 8 billion human beings on the planet, of whom how many billions of them are connected? You know, it's
Right.
like you got to. That's a big playing field, but it's all about education. If you know, if I don't know, if you've got more of an IQ than a glass of water, you'll figure it out. But if you think about it, half the people you meet have got an IQ of less than 100.
Thereabouts, yeah.
talking about me like I'm not even here.
Yeah, but see, that's true. A lot of the elderly people get scammed like that. That's right, Jade.
Yeah, and you need education. You need to understand what's going on. And you know, when was the last time you talked to your grandmother about scamming? Well, in my case, they weren't computers when they passed away. But yeah, it must be a hard one.
Yeah, if I don't initiate the contact with an email, I hold them all in suspect. I mean,
Yeah.
especially if they're from a company I don't know about or anything like that. Trying to figure out. Okay. Tuners, locking tuners or no locking tuners? Are you being lazy or are they a good thing to have, man?
It's not
They're so
necessary.
pretty.
I like them though. Yeah.
Nah. I love them.
You shouldn't
Locking tuners?
truthfully need them, but
You
they
don't
do
need
make
them.
string changes a lot quicker.
Quick. Oh yeah.
Does your new one have locking tuners on it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Yeah.
Is
and
that
They're
the
some of the best locking tuners around, man. Check your locking
Do you
tuners
own-
are awesome.
Do you own other guitars that have locking
Yes,
tuners?
yeah, I've got
also, Ian?
two other guitars with
Okay.
locking tuners. But those are the
Yeah.
Schecter locking
These
tuners.
babies are
and they,
stout.
Yeah, they are. They
Yeah.
are pretty good. But I've got a relatively cheap set, which just sort of which are I can't remember the name.
Spretzels? It looks like
No,
spretzels.
but these are really good as well. But they're a bit chunkier. They're a bit
Yeah.
chunky on the edge, but they do the job really well, and they've got good gear ratios, and they work. But the best ones, for the money, the Schecters are definitely the nicest. But the Harley Benton ones, which I don't know what brand they
Yeah.
are. These are staggered locking tuners on a £260 guitar. Staggered
Yeah.
locking tuners, and they've got a beautifully slim profile, and they really
So
nice.
they graduate down in
They do.
size.
So string pull on
Get
this is
shorter.
Yeah, and it's got a one Graphtec string tree, so this thing just never goes out of tune. It's absolutely rock solid.
So what do you
But,
think
and
about
that's,
tuners like that, Marshall?
I love them.
The ones that graduate
Guitars
down
with
like
those
that?
on them. Yeah, it's one of those. It's kind of like looper pedals and locking tuners are two of the greatest inventions in the guitar world in the last 20 years ish. It's incredible, man. Those things just make the tuning stability is far superior with locking on almost any guitar.
Yeah, because you get
and-
less winds. Yeah, so
Yeah.
physics is going to make it
There's-
work better.
Yeah, there's nothing. There's no.
So when you tune a
friction.
guitar, are you always tuning up to it or down to it or down from it?
Always
Or
tune
does it
up the
matter?
pitch.
You want to tune
Always
up.
tune up. Yeah.
Up
Yeah.
and then bend
Take
the
it down.
string,
If you're
stretch the
sharp, take
string.
it down below.
Yeah. And
That's
then once
it-
you
that's
hit
your-
it, bend it and go back up again, because you're basically
Yep.
reducing the amount of play in the system when you do that.
Yeah.
Who was it? Who was it? The guitar player from the Eagles. What was his name? What's it? The
Joe
blonde
Walsh?
guy?
Joe Walsh?
Joe Walsh. No, is it Joe Walsh? Yeah, maybe it was Joe
Felder,
Walsh.
Joe Walsh, the blonde guy.
Yeah, he did a great video on that. He was wasted in that video. It was so funny, but he's always tune up to be. You're drunk, man, but you're right.
Did you ever try these ones, Marshall? The Graphtec ratio locking tuners.
I've probably encountered them. I can't say for sure because a lot of guitars that I work on now have them. But
What these ones have versus like just regular tuners is that each key has a different ratio in it.
oh yeah,
So basically, when I'm turning, they each have the same amount of turn on them. It doesn't matter because
They
they're
move
set for the
the
set.
string.
Yeah,
the high E string spins a whole lot faster than the low E string because you're
yeah,
that's a cool thing.
yeah.
And that does bother me when I'm, just tuning up guitars, because oftentimes like one of the machine heads does not move as fast as the other one. You're sitting there
Yeah.
turning this thing and it's just not moving, and you're like, oh god damn it, is this thing broke? And then finally it'll move. It's like, oh.
Yeah.
I put Spurtzels on my in fact I only have one guitar that has locking machine. Yeah. I only have one, my SG, and they're Spurtzels.
Mhm.
Or is it Spurtzels? I mean, I can't. There's two. Where are these? Yeah, they're Spurtzels. And they're just fabulous. And I had to put them on here because I had to put new machine heads on that guitar. I still have the old ones, but they're the old Clusen Deluxe, and the back started falling off of them. It's remarkable that Gibson would have put something like that on an instrument.
This is a curiosity. I don't know if you can actually see, and they're faded anyway. These are Fender tuners from 1987 on a Squire.
Wow.
Bought on fresh stock on a Squire. First Korean
From
year
87?
Squires. From 87. And I have had nothing but stability heaven from this guitar. It never goes out of tune. In all that time, these, which must have been really cheap, but just branded Fender for some reason in 1987, but they have been stunningly good. And each one of these is a slightly different ratio, so you can feel that when you tune them, you're moving your fingers the same amount to cover the same amount of cents in pitch. And that, again, that was just I didn't know that Squires had ever fitted Fender tuners. But there it was, sitting on my wall, and I've had it since 1987, and they've been brilliant. There's been no problem with them at all. Pickups they wore out. The pickups were ceramics, and they wore out. They just went off. I didn't know that could happen. But the tuner's great on those.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of locking machine heads, man. Those things just save so much time. You can get strings on your guitar so fast.
Yeah.
That alone, for me, is because I put so many strings on so many friggin' guitars so often. It's like, locking machine heads, sweet.
My favorite keys are either locking, or I like the vintage fenders, that are split, cut open on top there.
Oh yeah.
For some reason, I really like those types of tuners also.
Yeah, I quite like
I do
open
too.
backs. I like to be able to see the mechanism.
And the open back.
Yeah.
I like those ones too. It's neat putting a set of strings. You feel vintage when you're putting a set of strings on the split
You are vintage.
shaft. Yeah, it's just
You're over
and they're
50
still
now,
building
Pete.
Fenders.
Did you file for ARP?
My telly has those split ones. They're vintage ones.
Did you get
I
your
don't have any of
AARP
those
card
on.
yet, Marshall?
What is it?
Did you get your
Say again?
AARP card yet?
Oh yeah, of course. They send me mail all the time. I haven't participated yet.
You should, man. 30% off
Right?
your dinner. Yeah.
I think I got a letter on my fucking birthday last year.
You did?
I'm not kidding. Like they knew.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, so I got another question. 500K pots, 250K pots, active pots. What, which go with what, and what, like if you had a 500K pot, what kind of pickups would you normally have? If you had a 250K pot, what would be the kind of pickups that would usually run in a guitar? And if you have active pickups, obviously, you know, they're lower output with the switch, but they have higher output with the actual pickup. So,
Yeah. That 250K pots are what I prefer on all ours. I feel like that gives me enough throw when I'm moving my volume knob to different locations to get tones from the gain that my guitar is putting out. I like 250K pots, and in fact, every guitar that I own has 250K pots in it. That's my personal preference. But 500Ks, often they're used,
are they used with higher output pickups or not? Or
yes.
Are they used for single
Yes.
coils?
The pickups, the pots that came with the EMG 81 and 85s are 500K pots. And I think the concept behind that is that it gives you a further sweep. Whereas a 250K kind of from 0 to 2 won't do anything, but a 500K at 1, you've got signal.
Yeah.
And that all depends on the pickup that it's hooked up to. You know, so the difference in, you know, 500K versus 250K, it really, if somebody's swapping out pots on their guitar, most guys, if I asked them what they wanted, they wouldn't have a clue. They wouldn't know what the difference was. So, you know, I'll often just simply use 250K pots unless I recognize that there's 500K pots in the guitar already, and then I'll replace it with a similar part. Because pots break a lot, man. That's one of my most common repairs. You know, it's dirty and you clean it and it's still, and there's actually physical damage done in there somehow, and replacing it's the best option. So I'll match it to whatever was already in the guitar. But I prefer 250Ks, but 500s seem to give you a bit more. Most basses have 500K pots in them.
Yeah. Well, don't
There's
most
another kind of
active
give you
pickups
sharper
require
sound.
so much? Sorry, what were you saying?
So do the 500K pots give you a brighter sound, or is there no difference? It's just a greater spread of on the scale, as it were.
That's ultimately what it is. You get a wider variable when you're turning that knob from 0, which is sending all of the signal to ground. You start to lift that ground, and more of the signal is going to the output jack. By the way, it's an output jack. It's not an input jack.
Yeah.
So how many people calling it
The
an
input, but
input
the
jack
signal
on their
comes out.
guitar?
Yeah.
I saw Preston type that tonight. I was gonna flip him some shit, but you guys are right.
I never think about that. It goes into the guitar, but you're right. Yeah, it is.
It's an output jack. And I was talking with Jennifer Batten recently because she was talking about her input jack on her guitar, and I was flipping her some shit. I'm like, Jennifer, it's an output jack. No, hers is actually both. She's got signal going into her guitar and out of her guitar because of the technical performances that she does. She literally sends MIDI signals into a MIDI.
How does that
thing.
happen?
I wouldn't even begin to know the answer to that question.
Is it
She
on
was
a
Michael
splitter or
Jackson's
something?
guitar player for a decade. Huh?
Is it on a splitter or something?
I
Or she's gonna have
believe
one
it's like a
going in and one
quad.
coming out?
Yeah, it's either a TRS cable that they're using or a TRRS maybe, or RS. I don't know. It probably has 4 different pieces of wire, and her guitar is probably wired in stereo too. That woman does just. She's got some of the most amazing electronic shit going on at her shows and in her playing. She's, and again, she's was Michael Jackson's guitar player for quite a few years, and I know she's sponsored, I think. Yeah. She's endorsed. What can I say? Yeah, anything she wants, she can have it. She's an amazing person too. Really cool.
How do you feel about the new pots and the new Gibsons? Because my Les Paul and my SG, they have those boards in them,
Oh,
so the pots are like, I wasn't crazy about that, because when I bought my SG, I had to bring it back. I'm like, there's something wrong with it. It's not, I had just bought it, so I'm like, here, take a look at it. And the pot was just not sitting right into the board, but I don't like that. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah. I'm not a fan of that either. But that's the purist in me speaking, because I think some of the developments that done with integrated circuits in guitar electronics and having circuit boards, I think they can and probably have improved some things about guitar, probably noise levels, maybe the gain that a guitar can have without having to have active pickups in it. So I won't say that they're a bad thing at all. In fact, you own one, so how it sounds and such. And I don't know if there's a stark contrast between it and a normal old SG. But I don't like volume pots soldered to a circuit board, especially, although with yours, there's nuts and bolts that hold it onto the body of the guitar, correct? It's not just a circuit board that's holding it, No,
it's not the circuit board holding it, because it wasn't sitting in it properly, basically. So it's I don't think it's soldered to the board. I think it's got like an IC circuit that you can actually just clip it into that. There's something soldered to the board, but the actual pot sits in that piece into basically.
Yeah. I don't know if I've seen one of those. I've worked on quite a few guitars that have the volume pots soldered to a circuit board and the circuitry in there doing whatever it does to turn a guitar into anything but a fucking guitar. It's like, I don't know what Gibson's doing, man. They're building these fucking robot tuners and shit. Who the heck asked for that? But those guys have done just the dumbest stuff. I mean, when it comes down to it,
just imagine the issues you're going to have if you tune to E flat.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Right.
I got another question, man. What's this bullshit purist mean? Okay, now, if I think of purist, okay, I think, what do you mean by purist? When you say purist, don't you actually mean time specific? That this is when they made the good shit. I like it this right here. And then I like the 70s shit, so I'm a 70s purist. I'm an 80s purist. I'm a 90s purist. I'm a this. Is that what you mean by purist, or what do you actually mean?
Yeah,
I'm
talking about
was
the
there
era.
ever a golden age of guitar, and when was it? Because when somebody says purist, I'm like, what, you're against innovation? You're against something that makes something work better or sound better? Or do you want to really have to fight to get your tone all the time? What is it, purist?
Right.
Explain that.
Right.
Because
and
certain
I think
little things about guitar players, they get finicky. They get finicky biases about this and that and that and this, and I'm kind of what? Because I'm 52 years old, Marshall. How old are you, and how long have you been playing guitar? I grew up as a 52-year-old guitar player in this generation. So this is my purist form, and I mean, I've got everything that you never had.
Yeah.
But is your purist time against my purist time? Because all my shit is built better quality, better this, better that. I mean, I'm just saying, because of advancements in technology, all the stuff that I own is supposed to be a little bit better. It's modern. It's this and that. There's a bias there, but it's like, yeah, well, do you want to go digital? Or do you want to go tube? So what is when somebody says I'm a purist? What the fuck are you talking about? Explain
From
that.
about
to me.
1958 to 1964 was the heyday of all guitar building in the world. It was the best era of guitars being built by Fender and by Gibson. And if anybody wants to argue that with me, let's hear it. I don't think anybody's going to disagree. And those guitars back in that era were built with simple circuits. You know, and Fender had invented some stuff that was really trippy with the switching and all the kind of strange stuff that the what was it, the Jazz Master, I think, had, you know, things like that. But it was still analog circuitry with wires connecting switches, capacitors, resistors, things like that. It wasn't a circuit board. And for me to service a circuit board, sorry.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
I
you
could
usually
fix a
replace
crack.
them.
Right. I have to order a new part from Gibson because your thing is busted. Because if it had a volume knob and a tone knob for the neck pickup and a volume knob and a tone knob for the bridge pickup and a switch that changed those pickups like they did back in 1958, 59, 60, 61, before they got all this crazy other shit going on, who wouldn't want to own a 59 Les Paul? There isn't anybody here that wouldn't want to own a 59 Les Paul. It's like one of the, it's a perfect design that you can work on it. You can fix it if it breaks. If Francis's SG, if the circuit board fails on that thing, if it cracks, it gets dropped, whatever happens, get killed in it, he's not going to be able to fix it. There's integrated circuit in there, potentially.
Yeah, no, I mean, I risk burning the circuit board if I try and do anything on it, basically. So
right.
But
And
you could rip the circuit board out and just stick pots and.
Well, that's what I would do.
stuff in.
If I had a problem with it, I would just go
Right.
and wire it up like the old way, basically. That's what I would do. Yeah.
Yeah, so to answer your question about being a purist, I mean, again, guitars worked great for many, many, many decades before they started adding all this new shit into them. And I have to repair the new shit also. I have to work with it if it fails. And there are cases where I have to alter a guitar because or change the electronics in it back to the purist era. And purist is probably not really the right word. Vintagist would be a more correct
Yeah, because no one's
term.
talking about going back to friction knobs for tuning, are they? You know,
Right.
gut streams.
Yeah, I'm
and
a
things.
purist.
I see it more
Yeah.
as a time-related usage
Right.
of the word.
Yeah.
Where it's like back then, this was considered the golden age of guitars. This is where everybody was like, everybody wants to be right there at that spot and play these guitars.
Yeah.
Because they were the simplest form. They worked. And this and that. I get that.
Yeah.
I quit working on cars
Yeah.
in '89 when they all went to circuit board. Fuck, I can't work on
Right.
a car anymore.
You can't see the ground.
Yeah, and it's like to say plumbing. You're a journeyman plumber, but I'm sure there's advances in the plumbing industry right now that you're not quite aware
man.
of, that you're going to have to up your game on.
Yeah.
Just like with building guitars or working with guitars, there's new circuit boards like
Yeah.
this and that. Do you just not want to do it and learn it because
No.
it's a pain in the ass and because you want to stay with vintage stuff? Or why
No.
do you
And-
want to
and-
learn it?
Don't get the wrong message, because I embrace technology, and
Sweet.
and I embrace what has come down the road, because some of the stuff is really cool. Some of the stuff is really, I think, foolish in a lot of ways. Again,
Robo-tuner?
because it's robo-tuners. There's a perfect example of something that was just dumb. It was totally dumb. And it would help somebody who was handicapped, I suppose. If they literally physically couldn't tune their guitar, thanks Gibson for thinking of those people. You know, now they've got a guitar that's in tune, whatever. You know, that's a perfect example of technology that I did not embrace. I immediately, man, when they showed up at the shop that I worked at the time, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Literally a disgust. I was just, and we had people come in and buy those things, you know, and it was like, they still sold, but man, just
my friend has one.
Now we can use the purist, right?
One of my friends has one with the tuners on there, and I'm like, how do you tune flat? I tune to this tuning.
Right.
I can't. How do you do that, man? And it's like,
yeah, you got to flip it over and push a certain series of buttons and tell it, and you got to know that stuff, or they will do it, but you have to know the combination of to tell it, or the machine to do. You can't read a tuner. I mean, that's just such a basic thing. I mean, when I have a student come in to learn to play guitar from me, I don't teach him a fucking thing until he knows how to tune his guitar. Nobody wants to sit around and listen to somebody learn to tune their guitar. Get it done and start playing, you know?
Yeah, which since when did Gibson make entry-level guitars?
Right, well.
Yeah.
Well, there's a 53 on my bench that was a entry-level guitar back in the day. They don't anymore. Not at all.
Yeah, but those Firebirds weren't entry-level guitars. The
No.
Robo-Tune, they didn't fit those two. They
No, that stuff. I couldn't believe it when I saw that stuff. I was just like shocked. Really?
Say hi to Nikki. He's just come in. And I agree with you, Nikki, but what I need is a filter for my entire thought process.
So Marshall, what about the Evertune? I dog these guys. Hard on Evertune.
I told you, man, I'd never put that on any of my guitars, man. Never.
I have yet to encounter one.
So you're still open-minded.
No,
you're not biased
absolutely.
by all the trash talk. And all the, I'd never use this. I'm a purist.
No, I'm just too cheap.
Yeah. How much is one of those things?
Yeah,
what is
that's
that system?
basically it.
It's
It's
ugly,
about
man.
$300. It's about $300 and another $200 to get it put in.
Right.
But if you buy an
rather buy another
LTD with
guitar.
one in, it's about $1,000. You can get a solar guitar for about $899, $999 with one put in it. So that's
Right.
pretty good, man.
I
They're
think
average
when
about
having one of
$1,200 a
those.
guitar.
My thought on those is that having one of those in the recording studio is like one of the greatest things that you could do for yourself as a player. If they do truly work as well as I've seen, you know, and guys that I respect, Devin Townsend, you know, he uses them on all of his guitars. Kiko Lereo from Megadeth uses them. And, you know, they won't go into the recording studio without that on their guitar because it is so perfect. So I can see that part of it. And, you know, Devin uses them live. I don't think Kiko does. But, yeah, the Evertune product, I think, is awesome. It's awesome technology. And I'm grateful for it. I haven't seen it. I would love to own a guitar with that. I would definitely love to have a guitar with that in it, specifically for the recording studio.
Yeah, well, the fallacy, a lot of people go with the fallacy, well, you can't bend the strings, man. Yes, you can. It's just on how you tune it. You can do all kinds of alternate tunings with it, everything. You can set it, forget it. It will stay there. It will never change. All that stuff.
Francis, you don't have one?
No.
You don't have an instrument with Evertune?
I would never get that.
You wouldn't do it.
No.
But why?
Yeah.
I
Why
told
say
you,
never?
I like the.
But if you never tried one, bro.
But I don't like the look of it, and I don't like the look of it, and I'm able to tune my guitars, man. It's not gonna happen, man.
There's
So
that zen-like
streamlined.
moment. There's that zen-like moment as you're going, as you're tuning up, which gets
Yeah.
you set up for the creative process. No, it's basically just the money thing. I can tune a guitar, and I'm not so accurate and not good enough player to worry about perfection. So I'd rather spend the 500 quid on a new guitar.
Oh, I got a new idea for a song. Right on. Got a new song. Record. Yep, dude, done.
Yeah, but
Hey, got a new song. Wait, got a new song. Fuck, I forget what I was going to write. I forgot what I was
How long does it take you to
Right.
tune, Jeff? Man,
The way you guys tune, holy shit. If I had-
Seriously, I could pick up two of my guitars at least out of the 10, and they'd be in tune. It's not a problem.
let me see here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You guys, I'm gonna head out now. Thank you for having me, Jeff, and the chat.
Peace, Marshall.
Everybody, Ian and Francis, you guys have a good
Good
night.
night, Marshall.
Or
Actually, I
day,
should go to
whatever.
bed too, because it's like 3 a.m. here, and I need to get some rest, man.
That's
It's only midnight here, man. The night's young.
It's like 9 a.m. for Ian, man. Or no, it's 8.
It's only 11
and I,
o'clock
yeah,
here.
it's coming up to 8 o'clock here. So,
Oh my God.
so yeah, it's going to be breakfast anytime soon.
Vanzini, we'll see you soon, brother. Nikki, it's great to see you. Alan, Dojo, what's up? Mark Tanner, I don't know if he's still here, but hey, buddy. And Hugh, and you need to, I hope your hands are doing okay. I worry about you, man. Peace, y'all.
Later,
Take care, Marshall.
Take it easy, man.
Later, bro.
Night.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go head to bed too, man, because
You heading out to France?
well, I've been
Or,
sleeping 12-hour nights there, trying to not be exhausted.
Recoup?
So yeah, so I have no idea like how I'll feel tomorrow, but I mean, right now I feel okay. Today was the best day I've had in a few weeks, so I mean, it's not
that's
bad.
good.
So.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get off as well because it's coming up to 8 o'clock. And
Well, if
I'm
none
gonna
of you
not stop
guys over
making
in the
sense.
chat want to come in and shoot the shit, man, we're probably going to shut this down. I hate to do it with 25 people in here, but if nobody else wants to come in and chill out, I'm probably going to shut her down. Oh, man.
Francis, your sleep cycle sounds like mine. Now, Nick, it's because I got sick. I got the, you know,
You got the COVID.
I got the COVID. So I've been feeling wiped the last couple of weeks there, and I've been sleeping like 12 hours a day the last 3-4 days.
Yeah. Well, Nikki's going to be live tomorrow night. Boom.
Cool.
She had a new single put out. She did a cover of
I
Dylan's
saw
too.
that. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. I'm wrapped
Like a burrito.
Oh. That's all right.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We'll probably call it then, man.
Yeah.
What's your guilty TV pleasure right now? What have you been watching while you've been down? I know you're watching something besides
Ian
me.
knows what I've been watching, man. I've been watching, what is it
You
called?
can't talk about that here, man. PD.
I've been watching, what's it called here? Hold on a second. Let me see. It's Downton Abbey? Downton
Abbey.
Downton
In
Abbey.
Yes.
I'm at season 5, episode 5 right now.
Yeah. I keep having to tell him it's not really.
Is that like a British Little House on the Prairie or something?
Well, no, it's like
It's a kind of British big house on the prairie.
a big house, yeah, and you have all the servants, and you have like stuff that's going on with the upper class people, and then stuff that's going on with the servants, and it's like it intertwines, and there's all sorts of stuff going on. So yeah,
Yeah, sweet.
Yeah.
Gary's watching me. All right,
No,
Justin
I-
May, you're
I
dealing
got-
with scarred lungs. Yeah, I get it.
Oh, that's bad, Justin. Sorry, yeah. I feel
Sorry
better
to hear
soon. No, I mean I've been hooked on the Wheel of Time, which was a set of books I read when they came out in the 90s, and I used to read loads and loads of stuff, and I was particularly taken with that one and read. Then there was like a huge number of books in the series and read them all the way through. So I was kind of fascinated to see what they'd do. They've been shown like it's an Amazon thing. And it's deeply disappointing if you love the books, but just in the same way that the Lord of the Rings is deeply disappointing if you love the books.
Yeah.
You know, so, and June, I would imagine, would be the same way, but yeah. And
No, you
and
mean
then-
the books being better than the movies?
yeah, it's just that for some reason it just doesn't ever really come across very well. From if you get in, you know, the book always seems to contain much more. But there's been loads of stuff. I mean, there's kind of there's a show an English show called Ghosts, which is quite funny, which is all about this person who lives in an old house which is filled with ghosts and only she can see them, which sounds awful, but it actually is really funny. You know, it's kind of like watching things like that. And of course, Doctor Who was on New Year, and I'm the biggest.
Oh,
Doctor
yeah,
Who
you
fan
said
in the
that's right,
universe,
yes.
So, yeah. So it's been Christmas is always pretty good for sci-fi addicts. And things.
Awesome. Yeah, I've been just, like I said, I was just watching the hell was it? The Meth Lab dude. What the hell is that?
Oh, Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I've been watching. Yeah, I'm binging on Breaking Bad again, man.
Mhm.
I don't know why, but it's like most of the time when I watch those things and I burn right through them, I'll pick up the guitar in one episode and I'll just like rip through it, play guitar, look up and pay attention a little bit, and blah blah blah. But
Yeah, I do that.
this time, this time I'm like looking at, trying to catch. Oh, I didn't even recognize that before. So yeah. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. Watching Breaking Bad again. All right, guys. Guys over in the chat, we're going to shut this puppy down. This is probably one of my earliest hangs. Not even 5 hours yet.
Don't have the second shift tonight.
yeah,
Yeah.
the second shift's not in.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Yeah, I still got to set up for Sunday and stuff yet, too, man. If you guys want something on the show, just let me know. Send me a link. Get you guys
All
on
right,
there,
man.
Sweet.
Cool.
People over in the chat, man, we're going to shut her down here. I'm going to say goodnight.
Good night,
Love,
everybody.
peace, hippie grease, all that happy stuff. You guys want to say your goodnights and whatnot? And then
Yeah.
we'll get out of here.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Take care, everyone.
You guys want to roll
Stay
down the
safe.
chat? Who's in here?
There's lots of lovely people in there. I'll let Ian do it because I did the start.
Hang on, let's see. Well,
Take care,
I
Preston.
can see Gary Hubbs and Great Vanzini, Jade Starr, Justin May, Nikki Tedesco, Preston Smith, the Dog Par, and Zach Thong. I think that's
Is that
who I
all
can
there
see
is
in
right
the
now?
chat. I
Dojo?
think it is. Oh, Dojo of Tone. Hang on.
Yeah.
And Hugh
Nelson
Caldwell.
Rodriguez.
Yeah,
Justin
Nelson.
May.
Hi, Nelson.
Justin May split, I
B.
think.
Ed B.
John,
Jade?
Jade. I
John
said. I think.
Weason?
Did I say Jade?
Yeah.
John Weason's in the house.
Uh huh.
Mitch? Is
Okay,
Mitch
Ed
there?
B.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Guys, take care, man. Don't forget Nikki's on
Ed B.
tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard, 10 o'clock Eastern Time on Twitch. So show up and support Nikki. If you have a Twitch account, go over there and check her out. Boom. But if not, go ahead and make yourself one. Get your songs in. If you're a sponsor, put Sunday in the email to me, and we'll get your music you want people to hear on for Sunday night, man. That goes to anybody else. If you want something played on Sunday, just send me a link and put Sunday in the subject, and we'll get you on the show, man. We're gonna sign out right now, man. So love, peace, hippie grease, all that happy stuff, and we'll see you later, man. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Oops. Whoops. Oops. There it is. No, it ain't. I'm all goofed. Bye, Ian. See you, Ian. Later, Ian. Later, Matt.
Bye, dude.
Later.